Hey everybody, welcome to the beginning of another stream. How's it going, everybody? Look at all these beautiful faces. What's up, Oko, Ambra Moon, welcome back, Dandy Jandy. And Kate Dandy. Two dandies in a row. Hello, Roof, Chemo, QT, etc. Aranor, People Rive, Zap Guy. Hi, Bitehammer, Robot Mystic, Okrim Rebu. Orkim Rebu. It's hard to say your name. Welcome back, Durf. Reading patch notes while avoiding spoilers challenge. Impossible. Yeah, there was a huge patch today. Patch number 1. It has a full round number. It's not like 0.01, 0.2.01. This is patch 1, not hotfix. They say they have addressed over 1,000 bugs, balancing, flow issues, and more. The patch is too big for the Steam character limit, and it is full of spoilers. Which they've actually done a reasonably good job of spoiler tagging, at least in the Steam post. And they've also noted that people have collectively played 200 million hours of Baldur's Gate 3 since launch. Only 100 million of those hours in the character creator, of course. What song is this? This is the Eastward soundtrack. A game I haven't played, but a soundtrack I enjoy. I'm 60 hours in and I'm still in Act 1. I just don't want to leave. I'm comfortable there. Yeah, that's about how I feel, actually. It is a weird, nook that you kind of dig out for yourself. in Act 1, where you just kind of carve out a little spot. You go, this is my spot. I live here now. I live in Act 1. I will explore the forests and all of the little side areas indefinitely. I will poke my head back into the grove forever. What if I miss something? What if I miss like a buried chest? What if I overlooked a single line of dialogue? I gotta talk to every NPC again, just in case. I just choked on coffee. Chad, I'm dying, gamer death. The coffee's come for me. You know how embarrassing that is whenever you're like having an important dinner with someone? And you just take like a sip of water and you go, oh, and you start profusely coughing and you can't talk to tell them that you're just choking on some water. It's fine. There's no big deal. You're just choking on a little bit of water because you can't talk. Happens at the most important moments, it feels like. Someone needs to teach the automated systems that keep my body functioning how to work. Autopilot is not engaged. I don't know why that reminds me of the time that I was the only cruise I've ever been on when I was 18. And I was sitting across the table from, like, I was sitting next to one family member and across the table from some people I had no idea who they were. They just sat you with strangers. And I had never eaten sushi before in my entire life. But apparently that was one of the courses. And it was like something so easy, so basic. It was like a California roll. But I had never had sushi before. So I was like, what am I gonna do? Not eat it? I'm just gonna leave it there? Everyone else is eating. Don't be weird, bro. Don't make it weird. Okay, I'm just gonna eat it. Put the whole thing in my mouth simultaneously, having never tasted sushi before. And I chewed it like 5 times and I couldn't chew it anymore. I was disgusted. I hated it. And there was no world in which I ever was able to swallow that California roll. So I awkwardly, like, pretended like I was kind of choking a little bit, and I kind of just like put the giant napkin that goes in your lap over my mouth and just kind of like pretended like I was cleaning my face. Like, oh, there's something on my face. And then I just like spit the sushi roll into the napkin that goes on your lap and just like crumbled it up and threw it over to the side. Somebody who like cleaned that up. By the way, the other people definitely saw it. Like there's no way it wasn't totally obvious. I just spat the entire thing out. And someone who cleaned that up later probably like found it, you know? That's what keeps me up at night. That's what bothers me. Some poor waiter or employee or table busser like came up and picked that up afterwards, like, what the hell? That's what bothers me about the whole thing. I left like a nasty sushi surprise for someone who didn't get paid enough to handle it. Anyway, I love sushi now. It was just like a issue of expectations. I like sushi a lot now. It was just a first time encounter where I didn't know what it was or why it chewed the way that it did or why it tasted like that, and it instantly just shot through me like a lightning bolt. And I embarrassed myself and my family, and the worst part was that was like the second of like 5 courses. So still had a lot of awkward conversation with people sitting across the table, pretending like I didn't, just like at it was like a fancy dinner too. There's like 5 courses, and I'm spitting out sushi rolls into like napkins. Anyway, Yeah, sushi's great. Cruise ship sushi? That's true. Yeah, cruise ship sushi. First of all, it's really hard to say. Say that 5 times fast. And second of all, probably not trustworthy. That being said, they did have a 24-hour burger bar. That was pretty sweet. I think the only thing I remember from a cruise ship is being 18 and they had legal gambling. That was the first time I ever gambled on like a slot machine because they were in international waters, baby. You could be 18 and gamble instead of 21. There were no age restrictions. So I played, that was the first time I played the slots, and I lost $40. Just gone. Is food usually included on these types of cruises? I haven't been on a cruise since I was 18, which I don't even want to think about how many years ago that was. That would have been about 16 years ago. Oof. But yeah, the food was included. There were like you had a couple of set meals, and you could show up or not to those dinners, and they were like the fancy dinners. And then the rest of the time, there were like some food bars, and they were open like very long hours, simple buffet style stuff. And a couple of them were open all day, all night, that you could go get at weird hours. It was fun. It was kind of like I enjoyed the cruise overall. It was a nice experience. I would do another one, but I've seen too many videos about ships sinking and tragically crashing, and I think I would just get anxiety. Like, I was too young to have anxiety. I didn't have anxiety when I was 18. Now, I would go on a ship and be like, oh my god, where's land? Where am I? What's, okay, is the captain, okay, we're maintaining course? Good. I'd be like looking over the rail, looking for any signs of hidden damage. I gotta stay away from the bottom decks. Okay, I gotta be close to the life rafts. Going on a cruise in 2 weeks. Hey, have fun. I do think a cruise would be fun. If I went on a cruise, I want to go to like the more dangerous ones, actually. Like an Arctic cruise. Sounds fun. The ones that just go to like if you go to any cruises off like the southern coast, those are kind of boring. This is the furthest west I've been. So I don't know where all the western cruise lines, I guess Alaska. Like they probably go up to Alaska from California. And maybe down the western coast of Mexico, I would assume. There's food included in the price. There's also restaurants you can pay for. Yeah. Yeah, and they sell like drinks packages and stuff like that. So it varies, I suppose. Midas. Yeah, he's back there. He's sleepy. Hello and welcome. What's up, Rapid Recline? Just Bees? Bebony? Welcome back, Markobish, El Dorito, Aeronol, Johnny, Sax, and Chemo. Hey, guys. Glad to have you. The LA port does Alaska and down the Mexican coast. That's what I figured, yeah. That's what I just said, in fact. Thanks, Falkris, also for the 49 months up. I appreciate you priming again. And welcome back for one more. I was gonna do something different today, but I like sat down and I looked, and the only other things that I can do besides Baldur's Gate 3, not that I don't want to do Baldur's Gate 3, I just wanted to do some variety, because it's like 6 Baldur's Gates in a row. The game's just that damn good. But all the other stuff is like not worth starting when there's 6 days left until Starfield. Because it would just be like 2 streams or 3 streams on a thing that needs way more than that. And then it would get forgotten forever. Because once Starfield comes out, I thought it was coming out on Friday, but once again, it's a case of time zone differential. Where for me, it's actually coming out on Thursday, I guess. At like 5 next week. So I think it's the 31st in America. Let's actually find the exact time. I want to say 5 p.m. Pacific on Thursday. They did do a full graphic. I saw the graphic recently. All right, you can launch Starfield as early as August 31st. Yeah, they have this. I know it's blurry. Blame PC Gamer. That was the image they re-uploaded. But it gets the point across. So that's early access 31st of August. You have to buy like the premium edition, the $100 one. The regular game comes out 5th of September. So yeah, it's 5 p.m. on the 31st. For me. Okay. Duly noted. Confirmed. Anyway, yeah, I thought that was Friday for me at first, but no. We're gonna do probably an Omega stream on Thursday, where if it doesn't come out till 5, probably gonna start the stream at 3 p.m. And then we'll just spend the first 2 hours getting on the hype train, basically, looking at some game info, you know, checking out some lore, hyping ourselves up. Kind of like when Diablo 4 came out. I don't know if they have any lore videos. I'm actually, like, not sure what the Starfield storyline is supposed to be, and is really not the... You know, no one plays Bethesda games for the main storyline. Right? It's gonna be like, oh my god, we sent you to this planet to look around, and is that ancient remnants of a precursor civilization? Whoa! We never expected to find those here, but you found them? You're the hero. Did you interact with them in some way and get some kind of special power that makes you the main character? Oh my god. Like, I feel like that's how it's gonna go, like every space game does since Mass Effect. Everything is always like, you found an artifact of an ancient precursor civilization. So, And I just don't think the main story is going to be that good. But I would love to be wrong. I'm just looking forward to being in space. Like, sci-fi and fantasy. I am spoiled. Having like a fantasy world to get lost in Baldur's Gate, and then immediately afterward having like a sci-fi world or universe to get lost in. I'm very excited to be able to scratch both of those itches basically simultaneously. I don't know what this soundtrack is. Owlboy. Interesting. But yeah, I'm really like looking forward to what I've actually enjoyed the most in Baldur's Gate. At first it was dialogue. At first it was dice and rolling skill checks. And like talking to people and choosing what path I wanted to take. But actually now it's weirdly character progression, which is not a surprise from the character creator himself. But I really liked the 5e sense of power derived from leveling up. Each level feels so impactful and significant. And I guess I'm not worried, but I did see something about Starfield not having a level cap. So, I don't know what that means. Yeah, it was like some questions earlier. Starfield's level cap, here it is. I need to find the exact quote. Pete Hines said, I don't believe we have a level cap, which is a weird thing to say, like, believe? You tell me, bro. You either know or you don't. So Hines seemingly wasn't 100% sure of the fact, adding, quote, I mean, I don't think we have one, but no one's hit it. referencing everyone playing Starfield at Bethesda and Xbox currently. What does that mean? In Skyrim, for example, although there wasn't strictly speaking a level cap, you max out all skills at level 81, making leveling past that fairly pointless. But Skyrim still technically didn't have a level cap. It just became redundant. Could be that Starfield is pulling the same trick, seemingly having infinite player levels but stopping material rewards at a certain point. Okay, so we don't know. Pete Hines doesn't know. Nobody knows. Either way, I'm hoping that not having a level cap doesn't mean the levels feel stupid. Like, best case scenario, Starfield leveling is not plus 5% to laser power. Ooh, like, don't repeat the same mistakes that Cyberpunk is adjusting in their upcoming giant patch, basically. Like, Starfield made that error and is changing their whole skill system to move it away from, like, you have minus 5% weapon sway. Okay, cool, great level. Yeah, I did see the thing about New Game Plus. That was interesting too. I did think that was curious. They're having like a New Game Plus in Starfield, which I have no idea what that means. Either way, I'm very hopeful, and my expectations are pretty high for Starfield. So we're gonna start at like 3 p.m. Pacific on next Thursday, on launch day. Get ready to jump into Character Creator at 5 p.m. sharp, and then I'm gonna dig in. Like I'm expecting it to be a late night because 5 p.m. is pretty late for a stream start, and if it takes a couple hours for Character Creator, then I want to do more than just 2 hours of gameplay. So I'm planning on having a late night Thursday night next week. 24-hour stream confirmed? Have we ever done it? I don't think we've ever done a 24-hour stream, have we? Hello, Mary Skipper. What's up, Mod Squad? On the bicycle, welcome. What's up, Zap Guy, Dagiel, Cole Baker, and more. Prackle. Spooky tunnels. We should make a Starfield bingo card. What would you put on it? They've already mentioned mods and modders. That would be one bingo space. Bethesda counting on modders. I look kind of spooky. I don't know if I would want to interact with Prackle while he looks like this. What was that? Prackle is as tall as Karlach almost. Look how thick that barrel-chested hunk is. He is all muscle. Would you let Prackle throw you, chat? Would you let Prackle manhandle you? Okay, I'll stop. Why did we go back to camp? Probably to do a bit of organization. Literally did this yesterday and I can't remember. Did Dwergar get an innate spell to enlarge? I'm gonna be real with you. It's a class action for Barbarian. I was gonna say I don't know. I believe it's a Barbarian action. Grow in size to become stronger. Gain advantage on ability checks, saving throws, using strength and weapon attacks. Deal 1d4 damage. However, it's a dwarf spell. I'm just reading what the game says. It just says class actions. Okay, whatever it is, it's under the class action tab. Now, I'm not using the spell, which is once per long rest. I am using instead a potion, elixir of the Colossus, which lasts until long rest. Size is increased, weapon attack, steal, yeah, all that. So I'm drinking the elixir at the moment. Did we check if Astarion is hiding in a bush somewhere around camp? I wonder if it stacks with enlarge. Oh my god. Jesus. Prackle is a literal giant. 3 Karlaks. Oh, it would take 3 or 4 Karlaks to fit 1 Prackle at this point. Only lasts for 10 turns, though, which is very sad. Standing next to Lacelle. Oh my god. Hold on, is there another way to enlarge? There is. Hold on. Gale?
Ah, excellent choice.
We must go deeper. Gale can also enlarge or reduce. Oh, he has to be closer.
All's well that ends. Well, not as bad as it could have.
There is work to do.
It's okay, we'll do it. We still have time. I had to go to turn-based mode so that I didn't lose the other enlarge.
All right. What now?
Gale, come back, you big nerd. Why did you... He spent his turn walking back to his little...
What to do?
His little spot, which is really weird. Dude. Yeah, he went backwards. Wait, I can just have Prackle dash.
Interesting times. Time to press ahead.
Okay.
Directly.
Gale, for science, please. No, that's as big as it gets. Enlarged does not stack with itself. It only stacks with Elixir of the Colossus. Which makes sense. They're 2 different effects. That was a good science, though. That was a good for science. So he can become multiplicatively larger and do additional damage. We may have to use that in a battle, perhaps. Because that is good to know. Because Elixir of Colossus is until long rest, and the other enlarges are 10 turns. Very cool. Where were we? Kilroy says, got a nasty head cold. I hope everyone's having a good Friday. Hey, thanks for 29 months, by the way. You and Falcris, thanks for subbing. Much appreciated. Okay, I think we were in camp. Why were we in camp? We were just about to pursue the, we talked to Gale, that's what it was. Gale had his condition worsen, and I went back to camp in order to procure an item. He's been demanding various magically enchanted items from us in order to sate some kind of beast within himself that he just revealed to us. If he doesn't appease this energy, this power, this malevolent force inside of him, he will indeed explode with the power of a fantasy nuke and wipe out any small cities or towns that he might find himself in. And he's staying with us because he's able to withstand the call of the Absolute while in our presence. So he can't leave and go out on his own because he might succumb to the Absolute. And he's staying with us under the pretense of friendship and camaraderie and finding out how to get rid of the tadpoles in her head, but also he does require some donations of magical items from time to time. So we've given him another item to sate his hunger, and he came clean with all this information, so he's revealed his secrets. Prackle didn't take it too well. He already doesn't trust people. He's having some trust issues in general. So even though he's willing, he basically had the opportunity to kick Gale out of the party. And Gale said if he did get kicked out, he would go to the deepest depths of the Underdark and try to get as far away from civilization as possible before that happened. Prackle decided that it was safer. A paladin would keep that danger close at hand, and he had no idea if Gale would actually do that or what the outcome would be, and it'd be irresponsible not to keep on looking after Gale. And also, I think the Dwergar barbarian inside of him sees Gale as a potential weapon to be used against some unknown foe in the future, perhaps. I don't think Prackle's necessarily manipulative, but he recognizes the possibility. Would be cool to have 4 characters with enlarged, stack it, and then have one big boy. That would be fun. So we came back to camp to get the magic item for Gale, but we were about to pursue the hag. There's a whole... I'll explain that once we get back to the...
Never wanted the easy path.
What do you call it? The tea house, quote unquote. It's not much of a tea house, is it? But it is a tea house. Nonetheless, we picked up a bunch of potions and antidotes, poisons, potion of animal speaking, featherfall, a couple of greater healer potions, which is really nice. And I was going to put all of these in here and then try and organize, which can be difficult to do because the game does not stack these things for me. Okay, I don't know. I might have missed one, but it seems fine. I also have this stuffed teddy bear.
What's inside?
Which can be used for additional storage if we want. Got 13. Oh, we were also going to put the food in the camp. I think I already did. That's our camp supply pack. Perfect. Yeah, that was one of the things. It was weighing us down. Actually. Teddy bear, you go here. Letter from M. Found that and read it. Inside of the hag's house. Okay. Inventory's nice and organized. So I have a pouch with potential quest items. We have a caravan strongbox, which we need. It's 11. I'm gonna leave that here. I'm not gonna open it right now because Praco wouldn't necessarily steal from anybody. He's a paladin. But we might want to keep this safe and figure out who's the owner of it. We took this off of a couple of Zentarim. We recognized Zentarim agents who were transporting this box and intimidated the man into giving it to us, I believe. But now I don't remember why. Basically because he left us for dead. We came in to try to help them. And he proved to be a coward who refused to help fight against the gnolls. And the barbarian side of Prackle did not appreciate that very much, I think. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Is there a chance Prackle thinks Gale is actually a good guy when he told him he would try to get away from civilization before blowing up? It's less that Prackle doesn't disbelieve Gale's condition or that he's a bad person, but Prackle is, he has a twisted idea of what justice means, and someone has been lying to him by omission, not telling him these dangerous truths and hiding until it's, hiding very important pieces of information. I think he's resentful of withholding of that important knowledge. And also, a lot of people in the party are somewhat hypocritical in terms of how they judge the actions of others. Like, think about how goody two-shoes Gale is, and then he's like, oh, by the way, yeah, no, I was dating this sweet goddess Mystra, and I was like, what if I just looked in the forbidden knowledge and kept it to myself, and then I was gonna give it. He basically admitted to using Mystra to try and cross the threshold of magical boundaries of non-god individuals. Like, Gale was basically using her to try and become more powerful. So I think Prackle is currently intellectual enough to recognize some of these hypocrisies, if that makes sense. So I think he just doesn't like a lot of the characters. He doesn't see the good in them. He does, but also, he's a paladin. Paladins are vengeful, resentful individuals, and I think Dwergar also are biased and resentful. So I think it's going to be a little bit of a, it's not going to be a straight and narrow path, shall we say. Prackle's got his own ideas about the way of the world and how things should work. He also doesn't make friends very easily. So he's naturally distrustful of all these above-grounders. Maybe if he meets another Dwergar or another individual from the Underdark, he might understand and relate to them a little better. Lawful evil time, kinda. Yeah, I'd say lawful evil's relevant. I need to check my characters real quick.
Eager for battle. I'm ready.
Shadowheart's got 2 level 1 spell slots and 2 level 2 spell slots. Gale's got full spell slots. And we should have
My mind. And well,
everything going in our favor here. Let me look at their inventory. So, Prackle is currently wearing the Warped Headband of Intellect, which, by the way, you can still mouse over the screen, and you should be able to see the equipment, party loadout, quest log of our characters, if you want to scope that out for yourself and peruse it as you wish. We're wearing the intelligence boosting Headband of Intellect we picked up from the Trolls. The Gloves of Power that can debuff enemies' attack rolls and saving throws sometimes. Also boosts our sleight of hand. Spider Step Boots, which are sometimes useful. Can't be in webbed. Movement speed is not affected by web surface. It's pretty good. We have the Broodmother's Revenge Necklace. When the wearer is healed, their weapon is coated in magic and deals additional poison damage. So we heal ourselves via Shattered Flail, which is a powerful +2 weapon enchantment flail that we got from the Gnolls, the leader of the Gnolls. And whenever I hit an enemy, I heal myself 1 to 6 hit points, but I go mad if I don't continue hitting every single turn. It's a little terrifying in that way. And we recently got the Safeguard Shields. We're a barbarian with a paladin shield. Rocking a saving throw +1. And our armor class is 17, it's pretty good. And then we just have a quote-unquote magic ring. Very magic. Super magic, by the way. And the ring of being really invisible, so no one can ever see us, of course. Lazelle's got momentum for 3 turns at the start of combat, lots of movement speed. Can catch missiles, aka arrows, in ranged attacks, and basically nullify them. The speedy light feat, so when dashing gets lightning charges, which help do bonus damage. And is using this sweet Vision of the Absolute Spear that can blind enemies if they fail a saving throw and deals bonus damage to creatures with multiple eyes, like double damage. Super cool. And we got a bunch of arrows and stuff for her. Shadowheart's got heavy armor, so we got her specialized with a feat. So she has really high armor class now. And takes 1 less slashing damage. Chainmail +1's nice. Also wearing Hellrider's Pride, we got from Zevlor, I believe, for taking care of Kaga. So Kaga's now dead after we found out her treachery. We put her to the sword. When you heal another creature, it gains resistance against bludgeon, piercing, slashing dealt by weapon attacks. So we can buff other players. Has the Watcher's Guide. Whenever she misses an attack roll, you get True Strike for a turn. Shield for +2 armor class with a ensnaring spell. And then Gale just has like some poison buff shirt. I was trying to make him do some poison and necromancy spells, but it hasn't been working out too well so far. Bonus to armor class for not having any armor on. Doesn't provoke opportunity attacks if under 50% health, so he can run away if he needs to. And then Color Spray, which is probably my favorite spell in the game. So that's our party. We're level 4. Oh, actually, we'll stay up here. Level 4, and we're currently inside
At the ready.
the hut of Auntie Ethel. After entering what appeared to be a forest, but after a stellar investigation check, passing a DC 20, Prackle saw through the illusion and peeled back the facade, revealing a nasty bog full of death and decay, and redcaps pretending to be sheep. Entered into Auntie Ethel's domain, saw Myrina, what's her name? Myrina? And basically told Myrina that her friends or brother or whoever was dead, which angered Auntie Ethel, who revealed herself to be a hag and disappeared into the fireplace. So we looted all of this, kind of explored it, read a little bit of the notes and stuff that were in here, and we're heading down into the depths. Then we burned 2 scrolls and got trolled. We actually used 3 scrolls, but they're all still applicable. So I thought we were gonna do the fight upstairs, because she was like, I'm turning into a hag and I'm going invisible. So I was like, all right, bet, let's fight. So we got protection from good and evil, which lasts until long rest. Creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls. So basically, hags are fey, and we now have all fey have disadvantage on attack rolls against us, and we can't be charmed, frightened, or possessed by them, which is interesting. So I used that thinking I was going to get a leg up against the hag, and then she kind of Team Rocketed out of there, you know?
Hag.
You are as thick as they come, sweet.
And here she is again.
This is my personal playhouse, and you don't have an invite. Get out!
I am a paladin. I am a paladin. What was he gonna say before the cutscene, I wonder? Tell me where Myrina is. Or what? I think I'll stay a while. Forgive me, I'll leave right away. I think Paladin Prackle would definitely be trying to save Myrina right now. Tell me where Myrina is.
Has that wriggler eaten your brain already? Leave. Or you'll end up in tonight's stew. You'll go nicely with Myrina. She's already marinating. Ah!
Barbarian Prackle just wants to fight this tough enemy. Oh, it's my favorite friend.
What's my sweet Callum, whose beloved asked that his beauty never fade?
As you edge closer to the mirror, a pale face appears, contorted in fear. Fists slam against the mirror's surface again and And again.
Nobody in the party liked that.
What is this place?
Prackle is now officially disgusted.
My darling Magrin. She wished for the mind of a genius, but that silly head crushed me.
Not that guy again. It's that guy again. I hear him. A watery eye.
This poor dear wished never to lay eyes on her family again.
A blinded elf. Gold and a necklace. Well, looting the dead isn't that fun. Can we talk to you?
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Huh. Is there anything I should know about this place? Why did you go to the hag?
My family took her, my baby girl, pretending she never existed. Told Ethel, never wanted to see them again. She took my eyes.
This is the monkey's paw hag. Why did your family take your child?
They didn't like me having something they couldn't touch.
Tell me about Ethel.
Doesn't matter. Nothing matters without baby girl.
I don't think Prackle is enjoying his necromancy powers too much. He's still cursed, I think. Wait, is he cursed? Chad, did I lose my curse?
Don't look.
Huh. Does protection for good and evil protect you against curses? Or, like, remove curses? By chance? Because I had a curse from reading the book. We read the Necromancy of Thay and failed to decipher the last page that we could read and were cursed. And I thought the only way to remove a curse was remove curse, the spell, was my understanding. Or something like that. But yeah, we don't have the curse anymore. It was giving me disadvantage on all saving throws for wisdom.
My dearest Ephraim, he begged me to halt the deadly disease that ravaged him.
Look. Don't. Stop. Please. Please.
Today I missed the first hour of stream because of the Vaughn.
Away.
Well, now you have the opportunity to catch up on the next VOD.
Look. Don't. Stop. Please.
Okay.
Please.
No, thanks.
The gnarly cauldron.
Away.
I don't think I will.
Don't look. Don't.
Chat. I have fond memories. Whispering Mask, part of the flock, passive feature. It's crazy that you can see this just from examining it, but, Auntie Ethel welcomes you, dearie. Soft, unintelligible whispers seep from the dark wood, ringing in your ears and resounding in your skull. Luckily, we're playing high intelligence, Prackle. I didn't.
You feel crushing waves of fear as the presence within the door recoils. It can't let people through, not again.
What happened last time you opened? No time to chat. I'm here to kill the hag.
A scene appears in your mind. 2 paladins and a cleric marching through the door, shrouded in the glow of the divine. Weapons brandished, they charge into the hag's lair. Screams of terror pierce the air.
You let them in? Naughty. That's a decade for each. You're mine for 30 more years, Petal.
They did such a good job with that character design. I mean it. Let me through. The hag will be the least of your problems if you don't open up.
The door twitches, but stays firm. Its form flickers, and you realize that the door is transparent.
Prackle is so smart. I can see through you. I can just walk right in. I do think normally I don't do persuasion, but I think Paladin Prackle sees the opportunity to do something good. If I kill the hag, you'll be free. He believes it. He's giving it all the gusto.
You see the hag. She walks through the door, its form shimmering. The lightest touch of hope brushes your mind as the presence within retreats.
Please. Please.
Okay, now, here's the thing.
My gentle Lauren. I wish to know what was to come.
Don't look.
A thief who tried to steal from Auntie. Now the good little pet guards my home.
Stop. Please.
I don't think Prackle is gonna like Lauren very much. Just because Prackle tries to do what's good doesn't mean he always does what's
Wait.
good.
No. No. Don't look. Mustn't look. Mustn't see.
Are you alright? Mustn't look at what? Smile as he twitches and whimpers. Mustn't look at what exactly?
I see it. I see what's to come.
You realize there's magic at work. Some type of spell. An illusion.
Dude, smart Prackle.
Me. Dead. Dead. Flesh rotten, bone shining.
Quietly observe. Calm yourself. I just see a reflection. Hey, look at me. What are you doing? Get out of here. What are you doing? Get out of here.
Ethel said to look, to see truth, see death, see gods. Don't hurt me. Oh, please, 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 please.
Why would I hurt you? You're safe with me. Every time you open your mouth, it gets a little more tempting. That's Prackle.
No, no, monster. For mind dripping, flesh peeling, mind flayer.
Take a deep breath and roar.
No. I'm sorry.
Lizelle and Shadowheart approve? Oh my
No
god.
intention of letting that happen.
Don't look. Don't. Stop. Stop. Make it stop.
It's tempting, chat.
Stop. Please.
Still me,
Please.
even after everything.
He's like, I look damn good. I look real good.
Wait.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh, I can actually talk to Gale some more.
Look.
Speak.
No.
Almost pleasant traveling with company. If you ignore all the less pleasant aspects.
Okay. So we actually can talk to Gale a little bit more.
Wait! Away!
I'll deal with you, Lauren. I'll deal with you later. I don't...
Feel the barest hint of life from within the door.
I can see through you. I can just walk right in.
You see the hag, eyes bright with glee, as she sets fire to the door. With a jerk, you're pulled from the vision. The presence within shrinks, begging you not to run through it.
Don't.
That's what you're
look.
supposed to say.
Don't.
Through the illusion we go. Sorry, tree door. But yeah, I don't think I could get Prackle under any circumstances to just murder that guy outright. At least not yet. Maybe you could put him out of his misery. Oh, there's people in here. Chad, there are people in here. What are we dealing with? Masks of Terror. Part of the flock. Auntie Ethel welcomes you, dearie. Level 4 humans. Well, they're not all humans, but there's a drow half-elf in here. And they are vengeful. Creature gains an extra reaction. When attacked, the creature can use a reaction to counterattack with Vengeful Strike, dealing 7 to 16 bludgeon and 4 to 14 psychic. Spicy.
There is work to do.
Best thing ahead, or I'm lost.
It's kind of a nasty reaction, dude.
This really isn't mine.
The problem is we're like, how do I, oh man, you have to go all the way around and up here. Oof. Bird can't stealth either, so they're gonna see me as soon as and there's a mud all down the middle. All right, go, go, go. Get as far in as we can. Whatever. People back there. This and this seems like our best. Oh, she can get up there. Take high ground. Okay. It's too tall for Gale. I want to get Gale up here. How do you sneak all the people at once? Yeah, it's Shift plus C. I rebound my generic stealth button to something else, but that'll do it for you. All right, I'm gonna jump Gale over here. And then he gets a full turn of movement. I actually might just spend my entire first turn. Going up. Try to get high ground as fast as possible and also block some line of sight. They might try to knock me off. All right, so he can't do anything. All right, Burb. It begins. I think I want to take this mask out first and kind of secure this quadrant of the map if possible. Koth! Rind Vision. 50% chance to hit. Awesome. Great job. Good Burb. Enemy is now blinded, so we have advantage. Lazelle's not even in combat yet, huh? Okay.
Ready for anything.
Let's get Lazelle in combat. I guess I'm worried about this Mask of Vengeance with the hammer and this one who's like a caster. Those would be my, like, top 2 concerns. High ground for her doesn't really matter as much. I just need to pick my battles. I think I'm going to send Prackle and Gale over here, and then maybe get Lizelle to jump over the mud. Yeah, all right, that's probably the best I can do.
Despite everything.
Yagi Bobby. Yagi Bobby. This is going to be a spicy initial fight. All right, huge Prackle. We got 3 rage charges. I just used a jump to get over here, so we're not going to be able to pop rage, but we do have advantage because of the blind. Now, I do have to keep thwacking every turn now because of Yonogu's blessing.
Yes, Auntie. I'll break their pretty little bones.
Opportunity attack? Nice. Where are you going, friend? No, they frightened Shadowheart.
Don't make me hurt them.
Oh, this is... I think Prackle is probably upset by the fact that these people are clearly fighting mind control, given their wisdom saving throws, but also their dialogue. But I also think the barbarian inside of him is more like, you're on the wrong side, sorry. I have to. Not a lot we can do for you. All right, Shadowheart's frightened, cannot move. Frightened entities have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls. Probably just need to get a blessing out. It's not super exciting, but it is useful. It's either that or get duplicity. Duplicity would be good. Cantrip is bad because you have disadvantage. That's why Bless is nice. I just don't know if you'll be able to maintain concentration. Are you concentrating on anything else? I don't think so, but we have Elixir of Arcane Cultivation. I thought I had 3 level 1 spell slots. I guess I only have 2, which worries me a bit. Do what we gotta do. All right, give a bless. Bless self. Bless Lizelle. Bless Gale. Because it can't move.
I'm fury. I'm
Okay.
death.
Lizelle, we need a big blind here. Maybe even action surge time. I can do less damage and try to push them off balance.
Taste my fury.
Nice. Good job. Off balances. They have disadvantage on strength and dex checks, and attack rolls against it have advantage. So it'll be easier to hit for 2 turns, including this turn. And we can make it even harder on them. Wait, they're not off balance anymore? Oh, they're blinded for 2 turns instead? That's better than off balance.
Don't make me do this.
Oh no. They resisted. So sad.
One can't always be a gentleman.
One cannot always be a gentleman. That is accurate. Remember that when you firebolt this nerd. Don't make me have to go over there with... Yeah, if Prackle goes over there, we probably yeet him off the edge. Good kill. I thought maybe you could pickpocket the masks off of them. That would be interesting.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Okay, how do I get Prackle to deal damage? Can he get far enough? Is this tough terrain? Deep water? Getting Prackle to do damage to not go insane is challenging. He can do spells because he's not enraged yet. I'm gonna quick save here because I don't think Burning Hands is that great of a scroll for us, and I've hoarded it since the beginning of the game. Yunogu's Blessing says, can go mad if it doesn't deal damage to an entity. And this little icon claims it's gonna hit. There we go. 7 damage, I'll take it. Wait, we haven't used this since literally the beginning of the game. Burb? You don't really need to rend vision to someone who's already blind. But there you go. Is it just reinforce it, I guess.
I won't do it.
These are like the best rolls we can get. Remember that later when our luck turns around the other direction. Let's go for the 94% advantage and try to take out this Mask of Vengeance. 10, these are the best rolls we can get. Oh my god. And they're all resisting their wisdom checks? I almost feel bad. Five damage was enough to get the kill. I do almost feel bad. Alright, Lizelle, you handle Mask of Servitude in the corner. Prackle, you take on Mask of Regret. Not enough movement. That deep water, though. We just need to jump from there. Oh my god. Doing damage every turn is crazy hard. Honestly, never gonna use Witch Bolt. Until now. Do I have any concentration? I have Detect Thoughts. That's not concentration. That was a potion, I think. Oof. I'll do 65. 1 damage. That's all I need. That's all I need to stop from going insane. I've literally never even used Witch Bolt. Scrolls of keeping Prackle from madness. True, though.
A rough tempest I will raise.
Can we do anything from over here? Not really. All right, if I can jump. Without taking minus HP damage, that would be great. Kind of can't, and I can't see anybody else from over here. So we're just gonna like dash this turn. Just run through difficult terrain. Mad? Dude, okay. Why am I mad? Why does Prackle have madness? Someone explain that to me. I'm gonna reload the save. Maybe. Because it doesn't make any damn sense. We went over this yesterday. Yunogu's gift says affected entity can go mad if it doesn't deal damage. You don't have to do a flail. You don't have to do a basic attack. It says deal damage. And I dealt 1 damage to Mask of Servitude. And I can prove that spells count because the turn before that, We used Burning Hands to deal damage, and that did not cause madness. So, the flail is just very inconsistent in what it considers damage or not. Wouldn't it be deal damage with the flail? As I just said verbally out loud mere moments ago, I can prove that as it says, deal damage, it means any damage because I did the turn before, used a spell, and did not go mad. Mobile, mobile gamers. Mobile viewers. Hostile to everyone in the vicinity. We have a separate problem. Which is, Prackle failed a saving throw against Mask of Regret and got Curse of Regret. Take 2 to 5 psychic damage every turn. Vulnerable to psychic damage. Deal damage to remove this condition. There's no saving throw? No, it's a binary either or. You either deal damage or you go mad. That's the only condition. Deal damage. I don't know how to make it any clearer. Other than reading the status effect verbatim and having scientific evidence. Okay. This Mask of Servitude has 20 HP. That was a 90% chance to hit, and we just crit missed. We do have a bonus attack. Yeah, I'm reloading. He's using a rage, too. Yeah, that's bullshit. That's why I saved here, or somewhere around here. I'm not reloading for the 90%, I'm reloading because madness is just gonna break the game. Gotta second the canned wording, the implication being that there's a saving throw. You're welcome to find and clip the saving throw that doesn't happen, if you would like. Because the VOD's right there for you, you know? Or you can just make shit up. It's up to you. Let's try throwing something with fire. Alchemist fire typically goes pretty well. But how can I not hit Lizelle in the process? Would a saving throw be included in the log? Yeah. Because I still have to hit. But also, throwing things doesn't necessarily have a better chance to hit than anything else. Throw a shovel. Still 80% and 60%. So generally speaking, you want to do things that have, like, guarantees. If you throw a weapon with a thrown property, it does weapon damage, but you still have to hit. You still have a chance to miss. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he threw a bottle that did damage and no madness before, yeah. Magic Missile would be amazing. I wish I had a scroll of Magic Missile. That would be crazy. I used Witch Bolt last time. Let's just try... Scroll of Ice Knife has 2 chances to hit. I think. Okay, that one just missed. I want to do this again so we can test madness. I need it to hit so that we can demonstrate madness with different spells. That way chat can definitively see. So this is going to be some temporary save scum. Okay, it's seated. It's not actually seated, it's just bad luck. Maybe just throwing Alchemist Fire, which is what I would typically do. All right, there's 1 damage. Let's see what happens. Burb. Good hit.
Battle of wits.
Probably should have tried the bird first. That was bad turn order.
Indeed.
There's madness. Okay. So, let's take a look at the log. Prackle, Godseeker received condition madness. There is no roll. This is the only listing here. The roll that you heard was Mask of Regret failing a saving throw for wisdom. I've been hoarding all my scrolls for Baldur's Gate 4. Hidden rolls? Literally conspiracy theorist. The burden of proof is on you to prove to me that there are rolls that you can't see. I can't disprove that things that don't exist don't exist. And also, I've been playing with this item for almost 3 streams now. So I'm pretty well versed on how it works at the moment. I've probably played with this single item more than any person in chat, actually. Maybe the 1 HP burning damage is seen as environmental, not directly done by Prackle. That's a great theory, actually. I would buy that theory. Though I'm curious why Burning Hands works and the other spell that we didn't. Let's try. Let's do another demonstration. Because I really need to get to the root of what does and doesn't work. because Prackle going mad while in giant form and using rage and killing my entire party will necessitate a reload anyways. And I am intentionally playing in such a way that per Yenogu's gift buff, because what matters, chat, is not what the weapon says. That doesn't matter. What matters is what Yenogu's gift says, okay? Because the effect that is causing madness is not the weapon, it is this Yenogu's gift, which is on the weapon. And that says, famished for slaughter, affected entity can go mad if it doesn't deal damage to an enemy by the end of turn. It says wisdom save. Yeah, because typically, Yenogu's gift is a spell that is done by nulls. Whereas it's special in this case because it's given from a weapon that's just creating it in the first place. Because mad itself is what's being applied. All right, let's try Burning Hands and see what that does. That would have been convenient, so I could guarantee that this would hit for the experiment. Okay, that's 1 damage, but they were saved from Burning Hands. So when you cast Burning Hands, I'm assuming the saving throw is catching on fire. And or doing full damage, because we had a damage roll of 3 divided by 2 equals 1. It's fun math.
I speak, they burn.
Okay, so you'll notice that Prackle took damage, but did not go mad, because he dealt damage. So Prackle does not have madness. He has Curse of Regret, which we know that you can have at the same time as madness because that's how it went the first time. So Burning Hand seems consistent, yeah. And it's considered direct damage. Very interesting. Let's also try, like, I'm curious, I'm sorry to beat this into the ground. I just have to know so I can do fights or just switch weapons, but I'm trying not to switch weapons because I actually have a build that is working with this weapon. If I can make it work for me. Okay. Let's try, I'm sorry, I apologize ahead of time to Burb. Actually, we don't have to hit Burb. Let's hit... I want to try Alchemist Fire one more time. But instead of letting the AoE spray hit them, I want to try just hitting them with the actual vial itself, even though Lazelle's going to take damage. Critical miss. See? But that's, I think, maybe what happened, right? I critically missed with the throwing item, but they were damaged with the resulting nature AoE damage. Like the elemental fire damage hit them. So I'm predicting that will go mad.
Swords meet sorcery.
Let's see if I'm right or wrong. This time I actually still have Yenogu's gift. And did not go mad. And I'm predicting that's because I hit them head on or like threw it directly at them. So the game calculated that as damage dealt intentionally to Mask of Servitude. And the resulting damage came about as an attack, from an attack that was aimed at Mask of Servitude. I think it's only tracking to see if you target someone or not. But I'm curious why the witch doesn't count. Because that did 1 damage. Very weird interaction, yeah. Let's try a different spell that you also target. We haven't tried Ice Knife where it actually hits. Let's try Ice Knife over here. Okay, that's gonna make things easier.
What comes easy these days? Here goes nothing.
Did you just throw... through the scroll.
Tale for the ages.
Okay, yeah, there's madness. There's madness. That makes sense. That's barbarian magic. That's funny. All right, last try. This is the last one. And then I'm done.
Sometimes the only
Okay,
way
we need to
out is
cast it.
through.
Cast spell. Did I just hit whatever. I hit Lizelle? Okay, well I did damage to someone.
Unleash me.
I did damage to multiple... It says enemies though, right? It has to be an enemy. So that's not damage to an enemy. So I think I'll go mad. But I didn't go mad? Did I not go mad? Yeah, I didn't go mad. I still have Yunogu's gift.
Taking position.
Oops. Hold on. Prack will cast Ice Knife and hit Lizelle and Koth. Mask of Servitude fell down. I didn't damage an enemy and yet not mad. I have no idea. Mask of Servitude took 3 damage. Oh, did they? Oh, yeah. You're right. Mask of Servitude got hit for 3 cold damage. You're right. So I did do damage. And did not go mad with a spell. So weird. All right, I'm done. I'm gonna keep... We're gonna just go back here and this is gonna be the canon playthrough from now on. One more try. One more try. I need to do Witch Bolt one more time. The real madness is trying to figure out the item. Yeah. Okay, last try. Because that was the one that started all this. 12 damage, critical hit. Prackle, lost condition, protection from good and evil, understandable. Hit for 12 lightning damage.
May the dice roll in my favor.
Madness!
Mask off me!
Madness. Prackle receive condition madness. That's 2 for 2 with Witch Bolt. Something about concentration. It's Witch Bolt's an attack roll. Okay. Anyway, now we know. Could the protection scroll be impacting it at all? The log says mask received damage, not Prackle hit. What? It says Prackle cast Witch Bolt, just like Koth used Rind Vision Bird. Then it says this dude was hit for 1. Mask of Servitude was hit for 12. The same wording as the bird doing damage. You'd have to do a considerable number of tests to be reasonably certain there isn't a hidden save. You said that backwards. You'd have to do a considerable number of tests to be reasonably certain there is a hidden save. I have no indication of any other hidden saves in the combat system to date after 150 hours in the game, nor any assumption that there have been any that I have missed. I'm almost certain that it's just a weird programming technicality in the Inogu's gift buff itself. Maybe it's the way Witch Bolt is programmed. Maybe. It's possible. Yeah, Burning Hands is a melee skill, but what about Ice Knife? How about Ice Knife? Mathematically, you only need 1 turn where you don't attack and also don't go mad to prove a save. You're welcome to try. You only need 1 to prove it, but how many times will you have to make that attempt before you give up on finding it if you don't find it? If you're trying to prove a foregone conclusion there. But we also had that instance where throwing the Alchemist Fire also yields madness. Doesn't count as dealing damage. I just asked Google if there were hidden saves in Baldur's Gate 3 and it came up with nothing. That's because the search results are also hidden, yeah. You're gonna have to go deeper. There's more layers. If we don't understand something and it appears inconsistent, it's not the coding or the game. It's us. We are at fault, always. We just don't understand the absolute wisdom and talent and skill of the game, and looking at it and trying to decipher it is a fool's errand. Let's call the devs. I'll call the devs. Okay, so all I need to do is damage. Which I can do. With the thing, here's what we're gonna do. They're blinded.
Where do I go from
Chat, we're gonna do, this is gonna be the canon run. No more save scums. I just want, do I have a javelin or anything? I can throw a dagger. And it counts as a thrown weapon. We're gonna throw a dagger for 96%.
All right.
7 damage, dagger throw. Okay, sweet damage. Bird.
I don't fancy their chances. In striking distance.
Which build does recurring damage? It's likely weird coding considering the ongoing debuff as a damage source. Maybe. I got madness from a throwing dagger. So where does that leave us? According to the wiki italics, after hitting a creature with Shattered Flail, the wielder gains Yenogu's gift for 6 turns. For the duration, they must succeed a DC 12 saving throw icons.png wisdom save at the end of any turn on which they do not hit an enemy, or they will go mad for 1 turn. As of hotfix 3, the saving throw rolls made by the wielder of this weapon do not appear in the combat log, but they are in fact being rolled at the end of each turn the wielder does not damn. Okay, but I did damage. That's the point. That's sort of like our entire issue. That's the crux of the problem, is we're doing damage and we're still going mad. But you did damn. I did do damn. I even threw a weapon and did damn. Damn, man, did damn. Isn't it damage with the flail? No. Just says do damage. Affected entity can go mad if it doesn't deal damage to an enemy by the end of its turn. You can read it in the... That's what we're saying. It doesn't say with the flail, but surely that's a missed function. I mean, the best way to prove it is to use a spell that we haven't seen yield madness, and if it does yield madness, then we can start to assume that it has to be the flail. Like, Burning Hands has been very consistent. The problem is I can only hit this guy. Okay, that made it a lot easier.
Fight. Let's go.
Let's go.
Of fools, there's more.
Get this mask off me!
No, Auntie!
No madness is 3 for 3. Again. Just made my life so much easier, bird. There's madness. Okay. There you go, chat. You have proved it. Sleuths in chat have detected inconsistencies. The hidden roll is real. Conspiracy theories don't have to be wrong. They can be true. Conspiracy theories, UAPs, aliens, hidden wisdom rolls, they can be real. The hidden roll was sent by the aliens. Yes, it seems that this is just a missed function of Yenogu's gift, where it should say affected entity can go mad if it doesn't deal damage with the flail. It should name the flail to an enemy by the end of its turn. That being said, we can assume that, but we would have to do science to make sure that every time you hit with the flail, you don't roll for a wisdom check. You'd have to experiment on that to definitively say that you can't go mad with the flail. Why would they hotfix that out of appearing in the combat log? No one knows. But apparently that was as of hotfix 3 on August 16th. Saving throws do not appear in the combat log anymore. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna stop using the flail, is the moral of this story. It is a piece of shit item that has slowed this down way more due to inconsistent wording than I think anyone ever intended for something that was probably just meant to be kind of a fun niche item. The one redeeming quality of it was I thought you could do any form of damage to stop from going mad. But no, you can't. Okay, now I know. Sometimes hotfixes accidentally unfix other things. True. Like, the worst part about Madness is also that it's for 2 turns. If it were for 1 turn, it might be acceptable. And even then, it's just like... I think your best case scenario for using the flail, like if you legitimately wanted to, I'm probably using the worst character that you could, which is an 8-meter travel speed dwarf. If you had a barbarian who had 50% bonus jump, and you were doing like a wild heart, I forget what they're called, the animal barbarian that has like even better jump, and you could actually just leap from enemy to enemy and then hit them, it's probably pretty good. But even then, you have to hit. If you take your attack and miss, even though you use the flail, you still go mad. Like, you just can't miss. Okay, anyway. Now we know. So, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna reset to here. Back where we were. Whatever happens from this point on is canon for the rest of this fight. No more reloads. Yeah, you can't just switch the item out because you get Yunogu's gift for like 6 turns at a time. So even if you get rid of the item, you still have the debuff. So you can't get rid of it. All right, whatever happens, happens, okay? This is canon. So let's see what happens. Not a great start.
Well, so much for peace.
Okay, we already know we're out of movement speed here. We're not going to do any damage. So, will we save from wisdom? Will we not? Who can say? Throw the flail. Sure, why not? Let's just... But are we going to yeet it all the way over there?
Good idea.
Did 1 damage. See what happens.
The lance board is set.
Why not? We've done everything else. Let's make that the canon game. I don't care. Thank you and sorry for backseating. I think we're still gonna get madness. But the worst part is we can't tell because we won't be able to see the roll. So we can't actually do the science. I kind of wish that was... had the ability to blind. Damn. You okay? One damage. At least I got rid of Curse of Regret, I guess.
No, Auntie!
Can we please kill this person? Please. They still have 8 HP. my flail's over there, chat. I didn't go mad, but we don't know if that was just a good wisdom roll or not. We have no idea. And now it's all the way over there. When I actually need to go fight this guy. I don't even have enough movement. Okay, yeah, we do. But equipping the flail costs an action. So, that backseater, you just, look what you did. Look what you did. You think I have an extra action to do an attack with it after I throw it?
No gloom, all doom.
Flail is good for throwing for 1 damage? 1 damage, okay. 2 damage.
Get this
There's madness.
mask off me.
Okay, there is potentially...
Bleed for me.
That was much better. I like that 10 damage much better. Alright, here's the thing. This person is still blinded. We're going to just full disengage for a turn with Lizelle. And basically just abandon Angry Prackle, who should just hit... Okay, that's fine. Do your rage. We have 3 charges. Everyone around you is on difficult terrain. Good job.
Death is but a word away.
All right, we just need to cantrip our way to success here. Get him, bird! Please stop killing my cleric.
Much longer.
You've almost killed my cleric. Please don't do that. I would appreciate it very much. Let's go over here, where it's safer. Why are they healing for like 10 HP? Oh my god, and they can heal Dim for 8? Lizelle, kick their ass. Get that guy. Prackle, get that guy. Oh, we're not mad anymore. Okay, we don't have madness. Dude, madness just changed my hotbar. Or maybe it was throwing. No, it was throwing and picking the weapon back up, I guess. Alright, Burb. Can we please finish this fight? I would appreciate that very much. Good attack. I'm very happy with that. We have 4 spell slots. I'm gonna pop a Ray of Sickness on this nerd. Did not do very good. Didn't do very much. Kinda useless, actually.
No.
Stop healing yourself!
Let me go, Auntie.
Shadowheart is dying. Good attack. Why did it just say your turn? Oh my god, somebody's dead. We did it. We're doing it. Shadowheart, just stay alive over there, okay? While we finish this nerd off. They have 8 HP. I believe Gale. I believed.
I'm sure.
It's over.
At least things
It's finally over. Oh, Shadowheart. Shadowheart, it's gonna be okay. We will fix you. When isn't Shadowheart dying? I don't know. Seems like always. Whew, that was an ordeal. But hey, we won. Next.
No time to dally.
How to get Shadowheart back to peak
Still
HP.
alive.
Let's give her a little potion of greater healing.
What's next, I wonder?
Only 11. Tragic. Do I want to drink more?
Let's get going.
Yeah. We need to divvy these up a little bit anyways. One for you. We're running out. One for Gale. I like them to have 2. And then an extra one for Shadowheart,
My faith protects me.
who will now take a sip. +9, and then we might need to short rest.
I've got a long
We'll
road
come
ahead.
back. All right, what do these nerds drop for us? They have the mask, a note, 2 rocks, and some poisonous slime bombs.
No traps, please.
A skull and some raw steak. I don't know if I trust that
Something
raw
good here.
steak.
I hope.
That was an obnoxious fight. But it's done. It is done. Chat, this is actually the first time I've done this fight because in my off-stream playthrough, I avoided it with stealth, actually. Minor Illusion cantrip is a hell of a spell. 3 potions? All right, now I feel way better. 3 tiny potions. So this was new content for me. Bet you're wondering how I got here. Like, freeze frame mid-jump. Noxious fumes. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at this. Look what we have to deal with. An obstacle course of poison. All right, we should make sure I quick saved. This is Tactician, yeah. We're playing Tactician. I started on Adventurer, and then I upped it as soon as I was off the Nautiloid. But yeah, we actually did do the enlarged spell combo. It does work with the elixir. Sorry, I was looking. Oh, Retrograde. Thanks for 73 months. What's up, Retrograde? Thanks for priming. I appreciate you. And welcome back. Chat, now that that fight is over, admire Prackle for a moment. I take a quick BRB. Be back in just a moment. Thanks for watching today. Hope you're all having a wonderful Friday. You've made it to the weekend. Good job. Hey. All right, we're back. The party is looking beautiful as ever. Let's be up here. And we are in one of the most annoying areas we could possibly be in. Covered in poison. Would you like to take the ladder straight down into the noxious fumes, which deal 1d4 poison damage per turn, and you must succeed a Constitution saving throw or take an additional 2d4 poison damage. On successful save, you will still take half damage. Just walk through the poison, it's fine. We do have a poison-resistant elixir, actually. Hello, Italics in chat. Is this the famous 6-hour character creator streamer? That it is me, yeah. And I am very excited to have the opportunity to go back to the character creator very soon, because less than a week away from Starfield character creator, which is incredibly exciting. Gonna be a lot of fun.
Don't look.
Don't look. Don't look, chat. I gotta go back.
Stop, please.
But I'm going back for a very specific reason. I promise.
I'm done. I can't wait to sleep.
As soon as he gets away from the rest of his party, I'm done. I can't wait to sleep. That's so funny.
Maybe I need more pockets.
I do need more pockets. Chat, being a super dwarf has a lot of perks, namely carry capacity. My carry capacity is immaculate. Hello, KJ. What's up? Lol, weren't you complaining about how there were no new games? Oh, yeah, sure. 2023 is the biggest dearth in new indie games in ever. Probably since I've been creating content, for sure.
Away. Away.
But I also don't think that there being like 3 major releases that I based my entire year around means that we're slammed for games. Just happens to be a lot coming out
Stop, please.
April through September 1st, which still leaves many months of nothing. However, Baldur's Gate 3 is an absolute gem and packed with content. So I'm happy to be here. I'm already sad that it's going to be over. And I'm not even out of Act 1 yet. So check this out. I had an idea. I imagine somewhere under this is a vent. And if I look at it there's a glimmer of orange right there. Woo! we're fine. We're good. Just like I drew it up. Just like I drew it up. Now there's noxious fumes and ash. So it appears there are some explosives buried in the fumes. And we got a perception check, which is interesting. Oh, I found it. There it is. Got him. That's what I was attempting to do the first.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
The peculiar flowers. I see. Can we get a second opinion over here, please?
Trap.
There's a trap right there. Oh, the vent. I can just turn it off.
Don't give up now.
Oh, I can just turn it off. That's a great idea. Dude, you need a... Never mind. I don't think I will. Can you guys see the other one?
It will be done.
Ready and willing.
Nasty surprise. Caution is warranted.
Surely these are easier. 10. Okay, we can do 10. So you're saying there's a chance? We've detected traps among the flowers, and we're gonna have to spin the disarm kit. That was a great roll on the guidance. If you fail to disarm, it explodes. Okay. I see. All right, new idea.
I must keep going.
Better idea. Shoot fire at the flowers. That means you don't have to try to disarm them at all.
Is that blood? No.
I'm gonna hold
Never mind.
Alt and kind of move the mouse around, because what I'm interested in now is, and this is not asking for help or spoilers, I'm merely identifying what I am doing, which is, ooh, shit. What is that? Interesting. I'm looking for possible loot.
Best be on
And
my
I think
way.
I found some. There's still flowers in here.
Eager for battle.
Dangerous, man. Spooky.
No one back home will ever believe this.
Evil flowers. Actually, while you're here, can you do some of these as well? That's not... Wasn't aiming for that. That does kill the ladder. Okay. Duly noted. Ladder is gone. Enjoy your adventuring. Hey, I will. I've been loving this game. Favorite game of the year, easy. Have a great rest of your Friday. Oh, yeah. So Starfield comes out. People were asking. Early access is next Thursday in America if you buy the premium edition.
No one stopped me yet.
Otherwise, you have to wait an extra week. So after they blow up, we should be good. Let's see. I have another chest that I brought. Target is too far. How were there... Dude, I have How do they survive the first explosions? I already fireballed this area. This is a very tanky chest. I'm very impressed by it, actually.
Step carefully.
There's another one? Dude, where is it coming from here? I would put it right at the center. It was a lot easier to find the last one, huh? Okay. We might just have to hold our nose. Hold on. Can we rescue this first? This is... like, is it weird that this is some of my favorite gameplay in Baldur's Gate? Is that odd to say? Are the noxious fumes just exploding every single time, I guess? That's gotta be the last one.
Let's move.
And I can't for the life of me see any kind of vent on the ground. What did this one look like? It looked like a pile of rocks. Kind of like a pile of rocks. What if I walk in? Perception failed. Okay, if we could just find it.
Assume nothing. Stay vigilant. There are traps.
All the way over there? Okay, okay, all right.
Looking ahead.
I got this. Boom. Easy. All right, gang. Come with me.
Trap.
Yeah, there's gonna be a bunch over there. We're just gonna try and ignore that section altogether if possible. I have something else I want to do. Put one right at the foot of that. That is spicy. Can we see it from over the edge? Can you look straight down? Can't look straight down.
Best avoid that trap.
Yes, you can. Okay, good job.
Still breathing, despite everything.
I know, everything's trying to kill us over and over again. It's crazy.
Can't slow down.
Okay, so I need to leave all you guys behind so you don't follow me. We need Shadowheart to go ahead and pop. Huh, okay.
No time to rest.
I got this. I got this. Prackle has incredible intelligence right now. And high strength. He is a smart
forward.
lad. Dude, I love these, like, dungeon trap rooms. Alright, what is this? Wait, what? Is this nothing? Why is there an illusory door here that you can't go through? Probably don't answer that. Smile. Like, upstairs, you just walk through him. It's targetable. Interesting.
A long way to go still.
Never a dull moment.
It says it's a gnarled door, so it knows that it's a door. And yet... it doesn't seem to go anywhere. We might investigate that again in a little bit.
Trap. Be cautious.
Medium toughness requires like 22 damage threshold. You need to hit like 50 to register any damage. Do you think fire would do damage against it since it's wood, or is the game not that smart? I can't examine it. It was unexaminable. I can't mouse over it unless I'm targeting it for damage. I'm hitting T. Nothing happens when you're next to it. I have no idea. Okay, now we're just gonna go past all this nonsense. One at a time. How do you ungroup everyone? G. Okay, here we go.
Indolence breeds madness.
Minus 2 HP. Hopefully everyone can make this jump. Gale's probably the only one that I'm worried about. Don't... Gale, please. Burb? There you go, Burb. Okay.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Let's make a save. And, oh. Found the cage.
Enough! Don't do this!
Yeah, so,
There's no time to
this
waste.
looks like a lair, and we're gonna make sure that Shadowheart and everyone else is nice and healed. Let's just pop the second short rest.
Rested enough. Now, forward.
Okay. Gale and Lizelle still have protection from good and evil. Prackle does not. Unfortunately, requires maintaining concentration, which is tough.
My faith will guide me.
Let's move.
But, like, I'll be honest. When else are we gonna use that scroll? You know? When else are we gonna use it? Even if it gets knocked off of us, I'd rather have it.
Wonder if the guards are watching.
All right.
In the cage.
Before we do anything else,
Yes?
Gale, you have false life still, mage armor. Happy, proud of you, bro.
I'm ready.
Shadowheart's got 2 level 2 slots and a level 1. Okay. Gale's got
Have my attention.
3 level 1, 3 level 2. Nice.
Assume nothing.
Lizelle has action surge back. And, ooh, Githyanki Psionics is a ritual spell. It's a ritual spell regardless. Oh, that's actually a great point.
All's well that ends. Well, not as bad as it could have.
I think we should take a potion of glorious vaulting. I have the eggs, the spider eggs. I gotta use those. Forgot about that. Oil of accuracy. Does Lizelle have a oil of accuracy? We have a yeah. Okay. We're gonna want to use those. We're gonna just need to pull out all the stops here. No, no.
Never a dull
All right, here we go. Game time. I see you, Flower.
Wits and blades always sharp.
Why
Still
you
breathing,
can't?
despite
Okay.
everything. Watch how you go. There's a trap. Can't give up now.
Not gonna step on that. Deep breath.
You come to my home, interfere in my business, and now have the gall to face me in the heart of my lair. You petulant bollocks! I'll rip your spine out your asshole! I'll use your blood to spice my stew! I'll keep you alive until I've sucked the marrow from your bones. And then I'll bring you back and do it all over again.
Just get out of here! Please!
You want the girl so bad. Fine.
Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Now there's 6 of them? Anti-Ethel casts Ray of Sickness on Gale. Yeah, we're gonna be using Shield on this. Can she even hurt us? If he has protection from good and evil? Apparently the answer is yes. Why does that even hurt? Oh, they have disadvantage on attack rolls, and they're still just nailing me, I guess? It doesn't say they have disadvantage, actually.
That cage won't last.
When Auntie Ethel is casting... Yeah, it says 1d20 disadvantage. So, Shadowhearts doesn't say disadvantage, though. Shadowheart doesn't have it. Prackle does. So, yeah, she hit me even with disadvantage. Chat. Ray of Sickness is an attack roll spell, okay? I was just checking the math. You can see it right there. She's hitting me because Tactician and then Charisma modifier. So, Shadowheart's already down to 22 HP and the fight just started. Lovely. And she's poisoned for a turn. So we need to take this very cautiously.
What now?
Yeah. What now, indeed. I'm thunking. We got everybody's turn all at once.
What's the plan?
So I think Shadowheart is always going to bless. I'm thinking we're probably always going to get Spiritual Weapon out after that. I'm also thinking
Still on my feet.
that if she's going to be using any poison spells, number one, we could drink an antidote as a bonus action. We also have poison resistance. Like, Dwergar have poison resistance by default, so lucky for us. Shadowheart doesn't have that. So I'm gonna go ahead and give poison resistance elixir to Shadowheart because she might be able to drink it after she uses all of her level 1 spell slots. And then she can just sip on one of the antidotes as a bonus action. And I'm gonna give that one of these to everybody right now. Okay. So I think the first thing Shadowheart's doing is gonna drink the antidote to drop the poison. Okay. Step 1. Next, I think we're gonna get Burb. And fly to the closest person that we can find, because we've got Auntie Ethel, Sister of the Seeing Pearl. Hag's Trickery. Is this Ethel? Or an illusion? Ethel is alert. Can't be surprised. Has dark vision and has opportunity attack. Has incredible strength and charisma with a 17 armor class. So we gotta find out who is or isn't the illusion. So I'm gonna send... The bird is very expendable. So we're gonna send Bird over to try... 40% is not great. Good hit, Burb. Good hit. Excellent. What a turn.
Come on. Can't stay idle.
So one illusion is done. Okay, let's go ahead. I hope Shadowheart doesn't get downed on this next turn because, like, the blessing here is just so huge. I think she's got to bless herself. Gale. And probably Prackle, because Prackle, I still have the flail. I know I still have the flail. I'm using it on purpose, okay? But I need to be able to hit. Sorry, Lizelle. Okay, we're gonna send...
On my way.
Shadowheart kind of off by herself.
What now?
Trying to space people out so we don't get hit too much by AoEs. Now what I'd like to do is just see what kind of range we have with Gale on something like Scorching Ray. Now, you'll notice that the bird poked Auntie Ethel and the illusion vanished. So if you hit the illusions, it looks like they will disappear. Therefore, do you know how to win this fight immediately? Gale, upcasted magic missile. Turn 1. You just go pew, 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 pew. And just remove all the illusions on the first turn. It's kind of incredible. I don't have magic missile though. So, we're just gonna have to trust in Scorching Ray. It only has a 65% chance. So I'm gonna get Gale up here.
Don't get too close.
And then he has a high ground advantage. So we got high ground advantage. And then he can also do the super jump. Enhanced leap is something I wish I would have cast before starting the fight. But we can still do level 2 Scorching Ray. Okay, let's try the ones that are closest to us. This one, and this one. Got all of them. Yeah. Hell yeah, Gale. Get 'em. I enjoy your chess-like playstyle. I just run and gun in this game. You can't run and gun on tactician difficulty. It doesn't work so well.
Can't even catch my breath.
Okay. What else? Maybe drink a potion? We have a bonus action. Is there anything here that would help Gale immediately? I don't really need a vault. I don't really need to be invisible. I don't think this is the time to potion of speed because lethargy comes back when you least expect it. So I'm gonna say probably not at the moment.
Victory is assured.
I am gonna have her get away. I'm gonna go over here. Can you reset the combat log? Sure. It's Auntie Alpha going. That's what it says right now.
Survival is all that matters.
All right, Lizelle and Prackle. Prackle, Potion of Glorious Vaulting is yours. Drink this to triple your jump distance. This is gonna be a setup turn for us. Lupperdiddle Swires, gnomish adventurer, could reportedly jump 20 feet in the air. He was about the size of a bantam hen. Drink. Prackle has received condition Potion of Glorious Vaulting, but unfortunately cannot jump on the same turn because drinking it is a bonus action. He could have, I guess, thrown it at his feet and then jumped on the same turn, but it's not going to be too much different from dashing, I guess. He also has another setup that he can do on his turn. Embiggen! I am large, Prackle! And I will be able to jump across the entire map in one jump!
Victory awaits.
The hulkiest Prackle that you've ever seen. We're gonna get Yankee Psionics with Lizelle as well, which is an action, so she actually can just straight up jump. And we're gonna jump over here. Whee! To get in melee range. Because I think it's relevant right now, I might just go ahead and action surge. Burst it out early. It'd be nice to have an accuracy potion. Probably was a waste. Never mind. Actually not a waste. Actually perfect. I'm gonna try and get her to high ground. High-ish ground. Okay. Myrina, that was only one turn. Your cage is on fire.
Are you lost, little one? Maybe your soul will make it back home.
How many actions do you get on one turn? We're down to a single Auntie Ethel. We have found the true Auntie. Bird, unfortunately, can't reach.
Time to push my luck again.
So, we got a full turn with Myrina. And we're also, for the sake of chat, you guys have gotten the blessing that is emote only mode. Good job. I was wondering how long it would take you to activate it. Because you just can't stop backseating boss fights. I'm gonna, you know what? It's actually going to be so refreshing to play Starfield. I'm looking forward to it so much because no one has played it yet. And it's going to be very fun encountering content that people haven't been playing since 2020. I think that's actually, as like, Baldur's Gate 3 is a 10 out of 10 for me, but its biggest flaw is that you've been able to play it for 3 years. So Starfield is going to be a literal breath of fresh air. As long as you didn't buy one of the, like, leaked copies from the dude who got arrested specifically by Todd Howard. You may have done that, possibly. Also, while we're here, we'll just double down on that. Okay. Prackle. You are a massive unit, and you are blessed right now. Not Shadowheart. Lizelle is down to 17 out of 41 HP in a single turn. She has Second Wind as a bonus action, but that would prevent me from being able to jump, which I think is fine.
Taking position.
I'm gonna run over. Second Wind got rid of Vicious Mockery. Really? Oh my god, that's so good. Vicious Mockery was gonna give us disadvantage on the next attack roll. Second Wind is an attack roll? That's amazing. All right, we only have a 45% chance to hit. I can't use a Oil of Accuracy because I had to heal this turn. And Koth couldn't make it to do a blind. So, unless there's another status effect that we can do in order to increase our chance to hit.
Allow me to demonstrate.
Then I don't think it's wrong to go ahead and attack. So, come on. Critical miss. Very unfortunate.
Won't give in.
Okay, Prackle has super jump, but jump will not let me rage, because that is also a bonus action. But I think we just need to get down there. He's such a unit that there's almost nowhere for him to jump. Oh. You thought that you were a large 3D model of a giant, scary hag. Behold, true girth is upon you. Yanogu's blessing begins.
Can't afford to let up.
All right. Let's get over here. She's boxed in. That doesn't mean that she can't get away, but she's currently boxed in. I have 2 level 2. Oh shit, spiritual weapons a bonus action. Okay, we're gonna have to wait until next. Oh dude, I could have done potentially. I could have done invoke duplicity, but I had to be so close to invoke duplicity. So we actually need to get Shadowheart, like, I can't do anything with Shadowheart right now, actually.
Onward.
She can't even... She can't even, shoot a cantrip at Auntie Ethel. And I don't think that Blade Ward is gonna be that good here. My other choices are... Pop Mirror Image, which I don't think is bad, just armor class up by 9, and it's a level 2 spell. I think it's probably our other best level 2 spell. And we can just ensure Shadowheart kind of doesn't take any huge damage this next turn. I think that's solid. Mirror Image lasts for 10 turns as well.
Creator, destroyer.
This is the part where I would love Cloud of Daggers. I just have a feeling Auntie Ethel is going to, like, somehow move out of the way. And target is too far for like any other attacks. So what I want to do is... God, enhanced sleep would be so good, but it's a level... You know what? Do it. Alright. Gale can jump. Whee! I'm gonna stay over here for now.
Help! God, please!
I got you. There's a control orb right here. She's running! Yeah!
Something like you here.
She tried to run. It didn't go so well. All right. We're gaming now. Number 1, Burb time. Burb, I need you to rend vision. Come on, 40%. Yes! Burb, MVP, 118 HP. Good God. I am going to unleash you. Gale is gonna get high ground. Super jump OP. Level 2 Scorching Ray with 88% chance per bolt. Two crits? 2 crits! A 20, a 14, and a 20. Nice. What a gamer. Down to 76. Alright, go over here. Burb's turn is over.
Let's go.
Lizelle needs to not die. Lizelle needs to not die somehow. I think this is probably the part where Prackle just shares a big potion with Lizelle.
Time to strike.
And Lizelle drinks it. Actually, yeah, drinks it. Plus 15, excellent roll. 70% with advantage for the blind. We could also try a rush attack, but I don't think off balance is good. Damage is damage.
No choice but to keep going.
Okay. Now that we have Prackle here, and Prackle is in full bully mode, we can actually do wild magic and get some rage. But I almost wonder if it's better... Like, we might accidentally hurt Lizelle. Is that the risk we have to take? I guess so. Difficult terrain for everyone but you. I guess that's helpful. Okay.
Time to strike.
Okay, I'm gonna cancel my end turn and kind of move Lizelle. I can actually move Lizelle away so that she's not the first target. That will forbid me from getting an opportunity attack, but it might be wise.
Nothing will stand in my way.
And then I could plant myself intentionally between Auntie Ethel and Lizelle to make it harder for her. I can actually do concussive smash. Let's try. Okay, so we hit her for 13, but she didn't get concussed.
Concentrate.
Now we want to get spiritual weapon out here. What type of damage is Auntie Ethel resistant to? Nothing. So it's whatever I think is best. We're gonna do old-fashioned either halberd or maul. Let's try the halberd. All right. And that was a bonus action, so we can still do cantrip. She doesn't have any more spell slots.
Got to press on.
4 damage is 4 damage. All right, we got to get Myra out next turn.
Try to brat.
Really? Okay. Auntie Ethel, lost condition blinded, used a coven, you'll never find your Auntie Ethel. Became invisible. But she still had to walk through this difficult terrain. Is the thing. So, like, I imagine that she's still there. Okay, we gotta save Marina. Like, we have to. She still has 85 HP. Does she heal herself? I thought she was down below that. Alright, I need to get Crackle out of here. He's gotta hit something. Oh dear.
Please, please, please.
I'm a little worried. I'm just gonna try to. Oh no. Oh no. Am I gonna go mad because I'm 1 foot off of being able to hit this person? Like, look at the red. They're inside the circle, dude. They're inside the circle. I'm going rogue, chat. Shh, Marina, shh. How is path interrupted? Because it's gonna hit Hag in the face. I want to pull everyone to me, kind of, but I can't. This is awkward. Damn, that was, I mean, he may go mad, but that was a damn effective turn. Those void bulbs, though, from the beginning of the entire game. Okay, that means she's probably still invisible. We need to get rid of the, she's probably like right here somewhere. All right, Lazelle's got to save Marina. What happened? I activated the control orb. Does it only happen on Marina's turn? Possibly. Can't win them all.
My faith will protect me.
Okay, we have a 50% chance to just hit, 40% chance for a cantrip. Okay, we have revealed the true Hag, who is actually over here. So I'm just gonna like reposition toward that, take high ground.
Swords meet swords.
Gale has 1 level 1 slot and 1 level 2 slot.
Got to keep fighting.
but he has a very low chance to hit right now. Because, well, he's got high ground and bless, but it's only 65%. Maybe I just go for it while she's here. I can get Cloud of Daggers. But I don't know how to keep her inside of it, I guess. I say we just go for, like, if she's here and she's down to 52 HP, go for the 65s. Come on, man! Literally, what the hell? 3 better than coin flip flips. Unbelievable, Gale. You worthless toad. Chat, what is the control orb doesn't do anything? Also, the elemental weapon is so slow, I can't get over there.
Get me out of this hellhole!
Okay. It did do something, because now my Rena is... Oh. Yeah. Is this Ethel? Or an illusion? Is this Ethel? Is this Ethel? I mean, this has got to be the real Myrina, and this is fake. Like, it just has to be. It's the only thing that makes sense. Shit! No, it's not! That's they switched places? Sorry, I'm so sorry, Myrina, that the bird just pecked you in the eyes. I'm truly sorry. Good job, bird.
Well, so much for peace.
Did I not go mad? Oh, I must not have gone mad. Okay, I'm gonna walk over here.
Forward.
I have a 65% chance to hit. We're gonna use, can't use magic, but we can use Oil of Accuracy to guarantee some hits. Oil of Accuracy. Look at all my buffs over here. Oh my god. Fine Growth, Rage, Yanogu's, Super Large, Glorious Vaulting, Blessing, Elixir of the Colossus. You know what hasn't happened? I guess maybe I haven't healed myself. But if I am healed, my weapon's supposed to be coated in magic and deal an additional poison damage, but it hasn't. All right, so that oil just gave us extra 10% accuracy. Good. Because I'm technically healing, but I guess not because I haven't lost any health. All right, this is where triple jumping becomes god tier. Whee! Oof. Oof. Yeah, that was a 45% chance. What can you do? And then my useless casters. Okay, I mean 5 damage is respectable.
The lance board is set.
You're useless though, Gale. And don't pretend otherwise. Maybe Ray of Frost is better. Because if we hit, then it slows her movement down significantly.
With haste.
Alright, I apologize once again for blinding you. At least you didn't get hit by the elemental sword, which so far has not done well anything, because it can only go that far. Ethel, stay put, please.
I'll banish you for good, outsider.
Kick her ass. Nice. Blinded her too. Oh, that weapon that we cobbled together is so good, dude. Kick her ass. 17 damage.
Time to strike.
Lizelle, you heard me.
bastard! You ruined it!
Oh.
You ruined everything! First my brothers and now my husband! What more do you want?
Look at that face. GG, easy, first try. No problem. What did you do to the brothers? I mean, I killed them because they were attacking a sweet old lady named Auntie Ethel on the road. I was just like, hey guys, maybe don't kill this old lady. And they were like, he's with her, get him. And then I killed them. Like, they attacked me. I was just like, hey guys, maybe don't attack her. And they were like, unbelievable that you would say this. What more do you want? Slow down, what did I do? I'm sorry, I was trying to help. This is an interesting way of thanking me. I don't need this. Good luck getting out of here on your own. Chat, I don't know what Praco would say here. But thanks Prismus for the 27 months. Appreciate the sub. That was a solid boss fight. Also, fun fact, that I now understand what happened. The fun fact is, when I did this on not tactician difficulty and did this on adventure mode, if you sneak past the masked enemies in the first room, she teleports them in to help her fight. So if you actually stealth your way past them, she brings them into the boss fight. Because when I did this on adventure mode, it was actually even harder, because it was her with all of her friends and companions and all of the duplicates at the same time. Yeah, I thought I was being smart and made it harder. I didn't know she was bringing them from the other room. I thought she was just creating new ones. And, because the whole time I was doing this tactician fight, I was like, okay, she's gonna summon them anytime now. Anytime now. And they never showed up, so. Okay, chat says, this is an interesting way of thanking me.
You want thanks? A slap is all you deserve. Ethel was going to bring my husband back from the dead, and now I'll never see him again. Because of you.
Of course she was. Because of Auntie Ethel, you nearly died. Don't be naive. A hag was never going to help you. Hags don't work for free. What did you promise her? Are you done whining yet? Chat says, hags don't work for free. What did you promise her?
This. Just a bit longer and my child would have been born. And all this would have been over.
Gale, are you lost? You were gonna trade your baby for your dead husband? With hags, nothing is ever over. A life for a life. You must really love your husband. I actually think Prackle doesn't have a moral problem with what she's saying. I don't know. I just think messed up barbarian Dwergar Paladin is just like, oh, okay, that makes sense to me. Equivalent exchange. Freckle really hates kids. A life for a life. You must really have loved your husband.
I do. the baby too. Auntie Ethel promised to give this child a good life. Teach them magic even. More than I could have done.
Is that what she told you? Don't sell yourself short. You can raise this child. From what I've seen, you'd make a terrible mother. You should have known better. Hags don't help anyone but themselves. Chat's putting their votes on the line and are coming up with overwhelmingly almost 2/3. Almost 2/3 of chatters are saying, from what I've seen, you would make a terrible mother.
I think you're right. That's what Ethel always told me. Now I'll have to drag Connor's coffin all the way home. It's the only way this child will ever meet their father. I hope you're happy.
Good job, Chad. You guys are so mean. Also, I have to stop being, like... I need a version of this where I... I need everyone to, like, group up for a group photo, but I'm gonna lose enlarge in 3, 2, 1. Oh, well, that's okay. I'll have to make Super Prackle the thumbnail for this stream VOD. I'll go back and do that later.
What's hiding here?
Auntie Ethel is dead. We did what Glim could never do, chat. And we got Coralon's Grace and Uncommon Quarterstaff. You gain +1 bonus to unarmed attack rolls and damage. Oh, that's for monks. While the wielder is not wearing armor, they get a +2 bonus to saving throws. Ooh, that's hella for monks. Tarnished Charm makes it easier for the wearer to succeed death saving throws. Yeah, Glim would have loved this. Death saving throw survival comes in handy on tactician mode.
Lead. Choke on your guts.
You got a lot of options here. Why did you want Marina? Are you the only hag? Where do you keep your valuables? Why are you so cruel? What deal did you make? Why did you want Marina?
Didn't want the girl. Wanted her babe. Was going to eat it and make a hag daughter.
Ugh. Okay, we did the right thing, chat. That's Prockle going. Yes. We did a paladin. We saved the baby from getting eaten by a hag and turned into another hag. And we killed a hag. Why are you so cruel?
Not me. That's cruel. It's people. They want and want and want. I merely give.
There's literally a woman in the other room whose eyes you took out because her family took her baby and she said she never wanted to see them again. Okay. But they're the problem. I see. What deal? Well, I know the deal. Are you the only hag around here?
Where there's people, there's hags.
What deal did you make?
The brat's husband is dead. So She wanted me to bring him back to life. Little fool thought it would fix everything.
Where do you keep your valuables?
In my workroom.
Okay. The spell's power fades.
The spell's power wanes.
Wanes.
You can ask no more questions.
A Sylvan
Mind if I
stone.
do?
Ingredients. Anyway, that was a sick fight. I know we had to pull out a bunch of stops, but it was worth it. She's a level 5, full level above us, and on Tactician, she just has so many clones. What makes the clones so scary? In a lot of games, clones are just like weak, shitty versions of the thing that they're cloning. Auntie Ethel's clones have all the powers and abilities that Auntie Ethel has for the most part, if not all of them. So you actually are fighting like 5 or 6 Auntie Ethels. They just have 1 HP each. So if you miss and don't get rid of the clones, they all attack you, and they don't just like run around stupidly. They'll actually mess you up. So it's actually a very, very hard fight that I think it was worth. We pulled out Enlarge once per long rest. We pulled out Elixirs of Cultivation and Spell Slot. We used all of our Protection from Good and Evil scrolls. We used basically all of our spell slots.
Quite ready for you.
Gale only has 1 level 1. We used like the Scorching Ray, which did amazing, and then it did nothing, which perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Yeah. No, I'm very happy with the way that went. We used our potions of Glorious Vaulting.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Good stuff. Minus 40 camp supplies, minus 80 on Tactician.
On my way.
All right, let's take a peek inside. There is a lot going on back here. Yeah, Bird did fantastic. Bird was MVP, probably. This place looks cool. Baldur's Gate does such a fantastic job of setting up like fun, interesting encounters. Like that fight is like nothing else in Act 1. And then making you feel like, oh, you actually get good rewards out of stuff. Like, oh, I should have... We actually didn't have a chance to drink Potions of Speed, but that would have been the only other thing we could do. The Ever-Seeing Eye. What's that? Protection from Good and Evil as a level 1 Abjuration spell. As a necklace. Cool. A pale green eye, pierced by twisting branches of a dead tree. The result of a foolhardy woman begging Auntie for a favor. This is the girl who's missing both of her eyes. This is the other eye. One's on like a little podium, and this one's on a necklace. Good world building. Environmental storytelling. And actually get like rewards and lore and stuff. Blotches of ink are spattered on this unfinished letter, written in uneven scrawl. Are you feeling all right, Petal? I can't believe you let some pup give you the slip. I'd be mortified. Worry not, my redcap snapped the bugger. We're taking their sweet time with him. The screaming stopped a few nights past, but the sobbing continues. He'll die, regretting he crossed a hag. A mother with a failing mind. You know me so well. I have the most darling mask for her. You must come to visit. So someone, Sister Dearest, potentially another hag, says some pup gave you the slip. Redcaps caught him. They're taking their time with him. The screaming stopped. The sobbing continues. Interesting. And then letter to Ethel. The letter is written in elegant cursive. Ethel, I've heard business has been slow. Rest assured I have a job for you. A client fled Baldur's Gate without payment. My agents picked up his trail along the Kyanthar and have ensured he will pass through your territory. Do as you wish to him. In exchange, I have a girl who suits your particular appetites. Her mother's mind is failing. My contact has assured her you can help. I'll have her sent by the usual route. Okay, I don't want any spoilers on this. It's signed by M, which we've seen another note from M upstairs. My first theory is the one that escaped was the dead husband of Myrina. And he may have been the one that fled Baldur's Gate without payment. And then Myrina is the girl who suits the appetites. Or like the baby or something. That's just my theory. I don't know. This is just conjecture. Because Myrina's mind failing kind of makes sense. That she would give in to that. I don't know. Might not be it. I'm gonna pick these up. Circumstantial. Bitter divorce is a quest item. Clumps of hair and flesh stick out from the twisted roots that make up the shaft of this wand. Connor is scratched into the surface. Most intriguing. More potions. Oh god. Look at all that. We'll look at that in a minute. Rings! Loot! The Staff of Crones. Orange. Uncommon. Live worms wriggle beneath the crumbling surface of this half-rotten staff. Merely touching it fills you with a wave of unbearable nausea and strange longing, as if it calls out for its like. It has Ray of Sickness baked into it as a spell. Interesting. That might be a job for Gale, but Gale might have to unlearn or unprepare Ray of Sickness. Oh, dude, yeah, we could do that too. Web is actually a pretty sick spell. Okay, what if we just unprepared Ray of Sickness and then prepared... Having Featherfall prepared would be kind of sweet, but he doesn't have any level 1 damage. Shield actually did something. You could do Thunderwave. Witch Bolt. Grease plus Fire is a classic. We'll try Grease for a bit. Okay.
Long road ahead.
New staff. Look at all this stuff. Butterflies in the Stomach, a traditional brew of ergot and nutmeg, meant to recapture the fluttering thrill of first love. A mother's loathing. A hint of blood lingers around the stopper. It's enough to make your mouth water. Wilted Dreams. Smells like a sleep potion turned sour. Earthen that's just a bottle. Insanity's Kiss. Something thrashes in this heavy gourd, consumed by rage. Drink it. No! 5 turns? Hostile to all creatures. Bro. He's gonna murder us. Mushroom Circle, hold on. Can we use the Mushroom Circle? Oh wait, maybe Gale can? Escape. Drinking random hag potions. He saw the word rage and thought that he could become stronger.
One with the weave.
All right, Prackle, they're just gonna give you some space. Listen, it's not fair that only Karlach is allowed to finish a barbarian fight and destroy things and possibly hurt their friends. Why do we forgive Karlach, but we don't forgive big, beautiful Prackle when the same thing happens? That's all I'm saying, double standards. Okay, so don't drink these. Throw them randomly at your enemies when you don't know what else to do. I forgot to use the spiders again. Just drink all of them simultaneously.
What path lies before me?
All right, there might be more secrets down here, but I don't see anything. All right, we're regrouped. Marina is out here. Oh yeah, we explored this already, and there was an arcane energy surge around this coffin that shocks you, and Ethel like screams at you if you use it.
Gods, didn't hear you coming. I know I should head home, but I can't bring myself to leave. The thought of putting him in a wheelbarrow and making the journey all over again.
Oh boy, I found a wand. I think I can resurrect your husband. Are you all right? You could just leave him here. Whining won't get you there any faster. Stand with her in silence or leave her to mourn. Don't ask chat. I actually don't know what Prackle would do here. Because on the one hand, paladins hate necromancy. On the other hand, Prackle is no ordinary paladin, and he's been talking to the dead recently. He tends to overestimate his own abilities, and probably thinks he's the exception to the rule. He's also been previously gotten signs from wild magic that are necromantic in nature. On the other hand, paladins do resurrect people on occasion. a holy resurrection. That's true. Chat, in 5e, paladins can use Revivify and Raise Dead. Okay, if a paladin can use Revivify, then he wants to be like a paladin. He's trying to be the best paladin he can be. Revivify this man so that this sad woman, Marina, and her child can be reunited with their husband and father.
What? You can.
You feel a surge of power from the wand. The air suddenly tastes acrid. It wants to be used.
Bring it back. Bring Connor back. Please.
Point the wand towards the coffin or snap the wand in two. No, you can click the screen to vote with the Twitch integration. If you can't see it, it's because it's probably PC only. 2/3 of chat say point the wand toward the coffin.
What? What's happening?
Okay, that's a very different look. They don't show you what the inside of the coffin looks like.
You feel something pull at you. The creature yearns for a master.
Dear Lord.
What have you done to him?
Huh. The creature's bound to this wand. How useful. So the hag fulfills her promise. It can never be simple, can it? Hold on. Maybe it's not permanent. I feel like I gotta go with 3. Hold on. Maybe it's not permanent.
Not permanent! Bits of him have fallen off! I wanted him back the way he was, not this.
This is your husband. Do you want him or not? Don't worry, I have the wand. I'll make use of him. We can always bury him again. Okay, it's time to reconcile what we've done. Kill the undead abomination.
No, don't! Connor!
Oh shit. Oh no, man. Why do I have to kill Mayrina too? Okay. Because you're trying to kill her husband. This is not her husband, bro. This is some dude named Connor Vinderblad. Mayrina's husband is just a name tag that he wrote today. She's crying, like just making a crying sound the entire time.
Can't stay idle.
That's okay. I'm not gonna kill Mayrina. I'm just gonna knock her out. Okay, I'm just gonna knock her out cold. Which won't hurt the baby at all. Where's the knockout toggle? It's under passives. It doesn't default to being on the bar? Interesting. Alright, non-lethal attacks are on. Is she temporarily hostile? True, we could try and just kill the zombie first. I'm not gonna rage.
Need to stay focused.
Gale approves, and that's all the approval I need.
I don't fancy their chances.
If Gale approves, it means I did the right thing. Okay, she is not temporarily hostile, as it turns out. All right, we're gonna Monkas. We're gonna toggle on non-lethal attacks, which, by the way, only works on weapon attacks. Non-lethal attacks does not make pets, pets, animals, followers. It only makes weapon attacks. It doesn't make spells non-lethal. Or yeah, bird pecks would also not constitute.
Nothing important is ever easy.
All right, finish what you started. She's still. Are we still on passive? Yeah. Mayrina is dead. We knocked Mayrina out. Question marks. Those are very different things, yeah. Which is it, quest log? Which is it, quest log? The game gets confused when you do non-lethal in some encounters. Yeah. But the weird part is that it lists both conditions. You would think that if it assumed that she was dead, it wouldn't say that we knocked out Marina in the quest log. Oh, she's got a locket. Okay, you can keep the locket. Can you heal her? See, I don't think there's any way... Will disappear permanently after a long rest. I think she'll just disappear. Now her husband is double dead.
Here lies Connor, beloved husband, and a tasty little morsel to boot.
No tact. I don't know what that means, but there's no tact here whatsoever. Anyway, if we long rest, I think her body just disappears. I think knocked out is just technically not dead for role-playing purposes, yeah. All in a day's work for Paladin. Yeah, no, we did some hardcore Paladining there. We killed the hag, we saved Marina, then we saved Marina from herself. We tried to show her the error of her ways by being like, look, this is what the hag was gonna do, look! And well, at first I was trying to do a holy resurrection, but when I found out that it was a cursed body falling off of his bones resurrection, I realized my mistakes and had to, of course, kill him. But in the I was using it as a lesson to be like, look, Marina, this is what she was trying to do to your husband. Isn't it disgusting? And she was like, no, wait! And then she walked right in front of me and I had to bonk her and knock her out. And hopefully the baby's okay. This is just like, I'm trying to be a good paladin. And I'm not even gonna take her locket. She can keep it. She's alive. I'm sure she's alive. Probably. We kind of need to do a long rest anyways. So let's give her some time to get up and leave, which she definitely will. Back to camp. Listen, not only did I think I did the right thing, but Gale thought I did the right thing. Okay? No one else complained or had a problem with how we handled things?
Almost pleasant traveling with company, if you ignore all the less pleasant aspects.
I don't think she'll have anything new to say, but we'll check.
Fine. What's on your mind?
Nah. Yeah, let's just end the day.
I'll give it a shot.
Which I'm gonna be really sad about. Well, should we end the day?
Which way to the nearest library?
Like, Lazelle's hurt, but we could just start traveling with Will. Like, I can keep my elixir of the Colossus for a bit longer. If I just bring in Karlach and Will in exchange for Shadowheart and Gale. I still have one charge of rage.
What's next?
Probably worth, right? Probably worth. Okay. Gale, do you have anything that I need to take from you? You do. You can keep the Staff of Crones, though. Where did that go? I haven't seen Nature's Snare proc a single time, to be perfectly honest. Definitely want color spray off of you, friend.
Still alive.
Okay, yeah, let's do a little party
I'd like some
exchange.
time to talk.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
Oh, he can talk to us. I was wondering about that mighty lord you told me about in your story.
Ah, yes. Karsus. Karsus was perhaps the most powerful wizard that ever lived. The child who would be a god, the elves called him. And he tried. With a spell of his own devising, he endeavored to usurp in one fell swoop the power of the goddess of magic. Mistral, she was called then. Imagine what it must have felt like. To be a god. To know yourself, to be untouchable. To be mistaken. As Karsus aimed his spell at her, she began to unravel. And with her, the entire weave. Too late did he realize what he had unleashed. It would have been the end of everything had not Mistral sacrificed herself. The goddess of magic is all magic. By dying, the entire weave was lost, and the spell that challenged a god failed. It was the end of Mistral, the end of Karsus, and the end of an entire civilization. As the child who would be a god was turned to stone, his empire came crashing down around him. The floating cities of Netheril were no more. An event that came to be known as Karsus's folly.
Good story, Gale. Good story. Prackle just casually coated in blood is a good look. He's always coated in blood, seems like. So, at that moment in time, all magic was gone?
For a spell. Mistral was reborn as Mistra. Upon her return, the weave returned with her. Now, so many centuries later, I try to follow in the footsteps of Karsus. Not to destroy Mistra, but to prove my love for her. I tried to control only a fraction of the magic that was unleashed that fateful day. I merely sought to return one tiny diamond to an imperfect crown. Gale's folly, one might call it. History, repetition. It's the way things go.
The hat shrouding his eyes. If you ever feel Nethery's magic overtaking you, what will you do?
If it should ever come to that, if I ever know I am no longer able to stop it, I will do anything I can to ensure no one but me pays for my mistakes. I will find the remotest place on the surface of Faerun, or perhaps far below in the depths of the Underdark. I will await that death, alone. I promise I will not betray your trust. You kept me by your side despite the menace that I am.
Barely.
If worst comes to worst, I will be long gone before the curtain falls.
All right, thanks for all that, but could you stay in camp for a bit?
I question the wisdom of that decision, but so be it.
You're basically out of spell slots, my man.
I'll be here in the meantime, idling away the hours.
This dialogue is so much better with the fancy hat on. Completely agree.
How much further can I go?
All right, I think Prackle has some reservations about Devil Will and the goodness of someone who has a deal with a literal devil. But I also think he's seen the worth of Will and I think he's less interested in the fact that there's a devil behind Will's powers and more interested in whether or not Will has done anything overtly evil with them. Did Will shrink?
Well met.
Join me.
That's the spirit.
Like, if Will hasn't done anything bad with the powers, then maybe it's not bad. Given what Prackle himself has done with some probably less than good artifacts, like the wand that we just used, for example, and the Book of Thay, Necromancy. All right. Shadowheart, you done good? Thanks for your help.
All's well, I hope, aside from the obvious. If you're sure.
I am sure.
Fine. I'll be here whenever you rediscover your taste in company.
Okay, Karlak. We got Will and Karlak. Am I trying to say something?
Why are we slowing down?
The two most devilish characters.
Aces.
Okay.
Might
So,
as well be done.
Lizelle doesn't feel great. We have no more short rests.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
We have a lot more potions. We actually just looted a ton. Okay, let's get organized real quick. We got some stuff to sell. Those are wares. Read this every morning. Remember, she is not your friend. She is not your family. Do not eat the food unless she is watching. Do not drink the tea unless she is watching. Do not wear the mask. Do not wear the mask. Do not wear the mask. The word lies is written in large, thick letters across the rest of the text. I don't remember who we picked that up from. Must have been one of the dead. And this is the letter from Im, also to Ethel. Okay. Do we want anyone to have protection, like an abjuration necklace? For now, I'll give that to Will, because it seems thematic. Death Throes, we'll give that to Lizelle. Ring of Color Spray, we'll give that to Will. I don't really want this armor, yeah. I'm trying to get rid of it. Chance to snare a target. I'm probably going to sell this too. Oh my god, selling greens? Is that allowed? And this is unarmed attacks. Unfortunately, Glim is dead, so that is also going to wares.
Have to keep going.
We've also got... I'm just gonna take all this stuff, move it back, because we got all these weird throwables that I don't know what to do with. Okay, inventory looks actually quite nice, other than all this stuff I need to sell. Are you still using the Madness Mace?
I am. Does that make me mad? Was the Mace of Madness describing the quest to understand it and when it is usable and its secret hidden wisdom rolls? Is that the madness all along? Perhaps.
The hero at heart.
Okay, Will needs to do a couple things. He needs to bind his packed weapon so that he can use the great sword with proficiency. He needs to invoke Armor of Shadows to increase his armor class from 11 to 14, which is substantial. And he needs to go ahead and cast level 2 Armor of Agathis for 10 bonus HP plus reflect melee hits, which is pretty sweet. And I think he's basically good to go. My melee warlock. Karlak, I don't think, has anything except speak with animals that needs to be cast, and I think that's it.
Let's get going.
All right. I'm out. Myrina's still here because we haven't long rested yet. I can pick up Bitter Divorce, which is interesting. And it's an action. Target must be dead. Choose target to resurrect. Oh dear, you can still use it. Maybe we should have gone for the option that ended up snapping it over our knee and forced her to cope instead of KOing her. Okay, well, I have one piece of unfinished business to do. People arrive. What happened? Kaibo, don't worry about what you just saw in the game, okay? Don't even worry about it. It's kind of a long story. Prackle has realized he's not done being a paladin yet. Oh, damn.
Oh, me head. Oh, no. No. Why ain't I petrified?
Oh, this is the guy that was turned to stone. The hag is dead.
What? How am I still breathing? I've the bite.
The bite's a terrible disease. I can see why you went to the hag. Ha! The bite should have turned you inside out by now. It's a fellow dwarf. The bite should have turned you inside out by now.
Better dead than a grayling. Why do you think we call it Larigua's bite? After that slaver of a god you adore.
Oh, wow.
Because nothing disgusts us more than you lot.
Laugh harder. We Greylings know the bite well. Ask nicely, and I'll see how long you've got left. Well, I thought I was being a good paladin and saving this guy. Oh man, this is split. I think I saw Prismist subbing earlier with a Monka S. Did you sub earlier, Prismist? You did. Thanks for over 2 years of sub, by the way. $53 to $47. We Greylings know the bite well. Ask nicely and I'll see how long you've got left.
You do? Could you have a look?
What was that?
Could you have a look? Please.
Dwergar medicine. Examine him for signs of Lodiger's bite. Changed my mind. Enjoyed tripping over your own guts. Okay, overwhelmingly. Examine him for signs of Lodiger's bite. Chat, we don't have guidance anymore. I just remembered. Don't need it.
Not only is the disease gone, you see it's left no scars. An impossibility for the bite.
What? But that doesn't make a lick of sense. Unless that double-crossing, filthy, lying hag! She made me sick and then trapped me in stone for kicks!
I'm sorry. How long were you trapped like this? I'm almost impressed. That's evil, even by a hag's standards. Chat can pick dialogue. This is the chat interactivity period. We can't be too mean. We're still trying to be a paladin, says you. That's the joy of being a Dwergar paladin. Barbarian. We're still a barbarian. Our nature is barbarian. Our choice of profession is paladin. I'm playing the game. Are you playing the game, Kaibo? Click a discreet. How long were you trapped like this?
I don't know. Days, years. My kids were only babes when I left. The stones know how old they are now.
Focus on the positive. At least you'll see them again. Hopefully they've grown. Children are disgusting. Listen, I have places to be. Dwarf, but now you have many more years ahead of you. Hopefully they've grown. Children are disgusting.
Huh? I thought the same. Till I held me own in me arms. Ain't nothing like it. I'll get to see them again. Hold them again. 'Cause of you. I ain't got no way to repay you.
Don't worry, I didn't help just to get a reward. Damn it, you could have said that from the start. Oh, you'll figure it out. You owe me a debt, and I intend to collect. Don't worry, I didn't help just to get a reward.
No. What you've done for me and mine today won't be forgotten. Thank you.
Okay, chat. Now's the part where I can tell you, how I have never seen this before, and this is new content for me, because in my off-stream campaign, I thought that I was gonna be a super genius 2000 IQ, and the first time I came through here, me and Alice, I was like, oh wow, I just remembered something cool. In my adventurer's pack, I actually have a potion that unpetrifies people. Basilisk oil. Turn a petrified creature back to its organic form. And because the hag is still alive, when he comes out of being a stone guy, he panics and says, "Why did you do that? I have the bite!" And I was like, "I'm helping you, bro." And then he dies of the bite. So, very different scenario here. And I actually didn't try to do it differently this time. I just forgot. But it's awesome that there is like a... I didn't really understand that there was more to the story. I think I did get to talk to him in Necromancy Undead, though. So there's just so many situations like that throughout Baldur's Gate, where you think of something and it works, but it may not work the way that you expect, which Prackle actually had the best possible outcome this time, which is interesting. So I've never seen that before. I didn't even do it on purpose. I didn't even know it could happen. I didn't know it was like an enchantment. What about this guy?
What's up for discussion?
Is the hag gone? Gods, tell me she's gone. Oh, please.
You're lucky to be alive. I could have killed you.
That damn shrew would have loved it. Would have loved watching you murder me. The things she did. The things she made me do. Vile. Disgusting. Good gods. You're the one. The Mind Flayer.
Dwergar, shut your damn mouth and never call me that again. I need more Dwergar dialogue options. Shut your damn mouth and never call me that again.
No. You don't understand. You killed them. I saw you screaming, covered in your own insides as that thing bursts out of your skull. You change, skin ripping from your body, and then you butcher everyone. Everyone around you.
You're wrong. I'll stop it. Why should I trust you or the hag's magic? Why should I trust you or the hag's magic?
Hag magic it might be, but it's never been wrong. Not once. I'm so sorry. I can't stay. You're too dangerous. But I only hope it's a quick death.
Don't go that way. No. That's the obstacle course. You need to go this way and then up the... He didn't stop for instructions. He took the really... Luckily, I got rid of most of the traps down there, so hopefully he survives them. Okay, I think that's all you can do here, but now I'm not so sure. I don't know what to do with you, other than, like... Can't resurrect the blinded elf. Okay. Well, it disappeared on my bar, which is kind of funny. What happens if you... Did I just break a mirror and get bad luck? Has a 1d4 penalty to attack rolls and saving throws. For how long, though?
My
7
sweet
years.
Paladin, whose beloved asked that his beauty never fade.
I was trying to help this skull by breaking the mirror. Quick, find a ladder. What if it doesn't go away? It's not a curse, it's just a condition. But also, I did have a curse and it randomly went away and I have no idea why.
Let's see.
That's so funny though. Okay, our work here is done. Someone I'm sure will be along to help Marina and to get her back on her feet. Because I don't think there's any way to unknock out someone that you have knocked out. That I know of. Right, chat? There's still more to explore down here. Oh, also, hold on. This guy's still here. Gandrel. We had a weird series of events with this dude.
Go ahead. The lady of the house awaits.
She does not. Yeah, there's a weird issue here where, long story short, Astarion tried to bite me, so Prackle stabbed him with a stake, but missed the heart, and so Astarion ran off and left camp. He's not with us anymore, but the game assumes that he is with us in the camp for the purposes of talking to Gandrel the Hunter. Still thinks it's my companion Astarion, and I still have the option to tell him where my camp is so he can come get Astarion, even though Astarion isn't there. So I can't tell him about how I tried to kill Astarion. And it's kind of a strange series of loosely related events here.
Something over there.
Is this the permanent Bane playthrough? Maybe. Some rings? Some crafting? Hello, Arch. How you doing? Different kind of bald.
Anything of use?
Slightly different bald. How you doing, dude? I had the same problem when I refused every companion in the game. Solo challenge assassin run.
Hot foot. Place is trapped.
Do it. It's a great idea. Simply sneak up on every NPC in the entire game. Okay, we've been down there, been over here. We went all the way around there. I think I'm gonna declare Riverside Tea House area complete. Area complete. Let's go back to Emerald Grove. And maybe sell some things. Seems like a very good idea. Inventory's a bit full. Doing well. Weekends here. I'm here to enjoy it. Because my weekends will be sacrificed to Starfield from here on out. Yeah, you got one weekend left to enjoy, unless you got 2 weekends. The second weekend would be you didn't get the early access version for next week. But yeah, we're about to also be lost in the Starfield frenzy. If you weren't here earlier, chat, I'm planning on the early access part of the game, if you got the premium edition, unlocks on next Thursday at 5 p.m. my time. So we're going to start the stream probably at 3 p.m. Pacific that next Thursday. I think that's August 31st. And just kind of get hyped for a couple hours, look at some Starfield related stuff like we did when Diablo 4 came out. And then start character creator and do just an Omega stream. It's probably going to be like a 10 to 12 hour stream on Thursday. Probably till late, like 2, 3 a.m., something like that. Just go ham, day one. Maybe longer. Probably not longer, but maybe. Just go big. Yeah, I want to do a day one mega stream. I want to just like soak in the hype. I'm especially excited about it. I was being sassy earlier, but there actually is truth to the fact that my favorite part is that nobody has played Starfield. And that includes myself, because at the time I was singling out chat.
Need anything else? Of course.
Which is to say, a lot, or most if not all of Act 1 of Baldur's Gate has been playable since 2020. So a lot of people already know a lot of what there is to know. But I'm one of those people. I played it in 2020, and I did a good chunk. I'd say I did 75 to 80% of Act 1. Maybe a little bit more. No more than like 85%. But I did a lot. And I'm really looking forward to Starfield not just being a blank slate for you, which prevents backseating and spoilers, but also for me, because it'll just be a totally fresh experience from the start. Which, even though I love Baldur's Gate 3, that initial, it's hard to replicate that initial, oh my god, this is insane wow factor with a 3-year gap. It's still like an incredible journey, but that you can only have a first impression once. So it'll be nice to, you know, have the full game open at the same time for launch. Scroll of gaseous form. Transform yourself or an ally into a tiny gas cloud. It cannot fall, and it fits through small openings. It's very hard to damage. It has advantage on Constitution, Dex, and Strength saving throws. Do you have any ideas for a character type? I have no idea. I have to look at backgrounds and traits. That's for Character Creator Day. Got a lot of dies. Throwing damage buff. What kind of armor? We don't wear armor yet. I wanted to wear armor, but it didn't make much sense to. Because I can't wear heavy armor and still rage, which is kind of obnoxious. We could still go medium and wear stuff like Scale Mail +1. Do I have a medium armor proficiency? Like, what is my default armor class right now?
Sylvanas.
17. So it's +2 from Dex, +3 from Constitution, +2 from Shield. I do have a medium armor proficiency. So, am I missing something, or is it just better for me to just wear armor? It's only a +3 from Constitution. It'd be a +4 if I had 18 Constitution. Seems like it's just better for me to get some armor.
Need anything else? Of course, but please remember.
Like, why not wear scale mail
you're not
+1?
the only one in need.
And we might find even better stuff than that later, but that's like the best one I can get at the moment. AC bonus from Dex is limited to +2, which is what it is at the moment anyway. Take 1 less slashing damage, and I'll look like a badass paladin. It's the best of every world. Okay, and then... Scroll of Shocking Grasp, Bone Chill, some extra arrows, which I probably don't need. Enlarge. Shatter might be worth buying. Shatter is just a nice spell to have. I'll think about it. Potion of Invisibility can be nice. Alright, where is... Before we do that... Actually, no, let's go ahead and bargain. Nah, I don't want to buy it. I want to buy the armor. Alright, now sell all wares. Pew! Good job. Have a few extras I forgot to mark. Alright, we're sitting at 1,500 gold.
So
inventory's clean. Yes! I mean, I look like shit right now. I look like Gollum. I look like a huge Gollum. But on this screen, puffing out that chest. Do I not look like a paladin to you? 19 armor class. Whew. That is huge. That's +2 armor class. And take 1 less slashing damage. The Bane is not helpful right now. But yeah, that's gonna be great. Okay, came back for that. Is there anything else to do here? What do we got in the journal? Decide what to do with the Book of Necromancy. The weapon. We found a sealed chest. Track down the Night Song. Defeat the goblins. Rescue Halson. Find the Githyanki Kresh. Damon needs time to think of a solution. Find him in Baldur's Gate or Karlak. Okay, I don't think there's anything else for us to do in the city except to just go trade, which we did. Okay. I think I want to go explore maybe up here. There's a lot of concentration of stuff up here. Githyanki Patrol, the Githyanki Kresh, the Night Song, travel to the Goblin Camp. There's even more stuff scattered all around. But let's start by going up here. I love when Prackle says his iconic line, "My precious." It's a classic. All right, we need to go southwest. Bane is a little spooky. Angry Jack Russell, thanks for 38 months by the way. Yo, what up? He didn't. Did you dig the dirt up with your hands? It's got a single small gemstone. Thanks. Whoever buried that, I hate you. You are the worst. Literal single stone. So you can kind of like walk down here by the water as well. I can't tell if this is a dead end or not. We should maybe go down here. Yeah, I don't think we... Oh, this is where we found Karlach originally. Okay, but we haven't been down here. Where does this go?
Smell that. Fresh forest air.
I smell only fear. The fear of cowards lying in wait for an ambush.
Will.
Take a day off once in a while, Lae'zel.
I do not take days off. I'd even forego sleep if such a thing were feasible. The one advantage an elf holds over a Githyanki.
Lae'zel, Karlach, ladies, calm down. We can fight everybody. Also, Prackle just looks like he's actually taking a shit in the woods right now. Not a big fan of this being my permanent animation. Oh, is this the dog's owner? What does he have to say?
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Why were you in the forest?
Let us delivery to Baldur's Gate.
Who are you?
Gumwick.
True, but I meant like more details. What happened to you?
Pack of gnolls, claws, teeth.
Okay, we only have 2 more questions. What's your profession?
Runner, Fleetfoot, courier company.
Well, I have your letters now. Okay, chat. What's the final question? Where are you from, or where did you keep the letters? I feel like he's just gonna say I kept the letters on my person. Leave. Thanks. Leave. Chat is done with this conversation. Where did you keep the letters?
In bag. Standard issue.
So informative.
The spell's
Thank you,
power
Gomwick.
ends. You can ask no more questions.
In bag. Keep letters in bag. Don't worry, I'm coming back to you. We're coming back, Will.
Maybe I should. No, this is good.
This is good, I agree. The best thing that guy did was have a dog. Yeah, he doesn't seem like a good pet owner. I don't know if Prackle seems like a good pet owner, but the dog has been safe so far. Camp is the safest place for him, to be perfectly honest. We should look at what we can craft.
What's that?
A rock! Move rock. Hiding a bloodstone. One blood. Is that it? People over here are like hiding things that they think are precious treasure, but it's just like one agate and a bloodstone. Okay, you know, whatever. Oh, there's some dead guys down here. Did you guys hide that stuff?
Fallen warriors, their days of glory long since past.
A longbow, potion of
There are
featherfall?
Harper and Druid symbols on their equipment. An interesting pair.
One Harper, one Druid. Working together. Oh, this goes just as like loops back to the bridge. Where the hell is Will, dude? Will.
And I'm off.
All right, regroup. Will, please.
Heading out.
All right, he's coming. Classic Will / Gale getting stuck far behind. He's coming. He's coming. I see him. You got this, big guy. There you go.
Light on my feet.
Now, we were gonna go this way. Yeah, up here.
Let's have a look.
Birdcage? I'm still scared of apples, man. Auntie Ethel is leaving the signs of the Sisterhood of the Hags all over this place, I think. I ain't taking a bite.
Better not be cursed. Welcome to Joaquin's Rest. West Baldur's Gate, East El Chirel.
Baldur's Gate, that way. Oh dear. Shit's on fire.
What's that?
Probably another bloodstone. Don't worry, I'll find out. Oh, never mind. Lots of gold, a bronze necklace, and a scroll of being able to fly? Pretty sweet.
Look there. Deep gashes in the rock.
I think they're dragon marks. Better keep an eye out.
Dragon. A dragon? Did a dragon live here in this chasm? Watch yourselves. Okay, I can't just walk past this gate with house on fire. However, I need to take Midas outside because he hasn't gone to pee in like almost 4.5 hours. So, this looks like a whole thing. We will explore this as soon as I take a quick BRB, take Doggo outside. Is that the Baldur's Gate? Absolutely not. This is not the Baldur's Gate. This is just someplace. All right, listen to this. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hope you guys are having a fantastic Friday. Brimo says, Eta, what do you like better? Joystick movement with the controller or point and click of the keyboard mouse? I like the movement of the joystick. I like the inventory management and hotbar of the keyboard and mouse. Exploration with controller, inventory management with keyboard mouse. That'd be my choice. How about you? You tell me, okay, that's how you feel too. Yeah, I think it's a nice balance. They're both really good. They excel at different things. Chat, thanks for watching so much. I'll be back after this. BRB. Hey. I forgot to get a water. So you count to 45 and I'll be back. I'm back. Did you do it? Did you count? Hey! All right. So. Let's go, baby. What is happening?
Smoke. Something's burning.
Something's on fire. And people are dead. I like how, okay, it's not very, Paladin would not loot first. The Paladin would find out what's going on in here.
He of the unsleeping eyes, grant me the might to carry this burden. Grant me the faith to face darkness without fear.
What the hell's happened here? Look at my party, dude. We look kind of badass. We got like Demon Will on the right and Karlach on the left over my shoulder. And then Prackle's new Paladin armor. What the hell's happened? My condolences to you. Looks like he wasn't cut out for this line of work. Leave. What would Prackle say, Chad? Anyway, thanks for waiting. We're back. We're jumping right in. Dude, how have we found so much weird, little easy to miss shit in this game? Like breaking the mirror for bad luck and we get Bane, and then like accidentally making the incredibly strong frog, who's stronger than every other enemy in the game, angry at us and basically almost kill us if he didn't have low HP. And failing the book check and getting the curse from the necromancy of Thay. It's incredible. What the hell's happened here?
A massacre. Drow and goblins slaughtered the lot. Please, just leave me be.
Okay.
My God, Helm. Allow us peace in this plane and beyond. Teach us care when we would be reckless. Teach
I
us
hear
certainty
shouting.
when we would have
Someone
doubt.
needs help.
So it is
Okay,
spoken.
we'll have to come back to the dead in a minute.
We'll never put this fire out. You're better off helping anyone trapped inside.
Can't you see the inn is burning? Help or get out of the way!
We got an emergency! It's a perfect opportunity for Paladin Prackle to show his worth.
Keep pushing! Duke Ravengard could be inside. On count of 3. 1, 2.
Ravengard? He's here.
Yes! Now make yourself useful! Push, damn it! Push!
You heard her, Will. Get in there. Strength. Step in and help. You seem to have things in hand. Leave this to Prackle. I get advantage from Elixir of the Colossus. Size is increased. Weapon attack steal. Yeah, I get advantage on strength saving checks. Hell yeah. Oof, that was close. Why is Prackle small in cutscenes? Prackle's back to normal size in cutscenes. Hell yeah, Prackle.
Inside! Hurry, we don't have much time.
Show him how it's done. Lizelle was inspired.
We hear you. Stay where you are.
Chat, we don't have much time.
Fighter! In here.
Who said that? We gotta find survivors first. Loot second. Wait, that's a water barrel. Pick that up. Are we sure there's no one on this side of the building?
Help! Anyone?
The heat coming off that door. Opening it could spell trouble.
So don't open the door. But they're in there. Or are they over here?
Not now.
What?
Stop wasting time. Oh, not now.
Okay.
I can't move. Someone help! In here!
Chat, they said opening the door could spell trouble. There's someone in here. Binrin. There's like a side path over here. Hold on. I feel like I'm gonna get... I don't want to get spoiled on accident. Do you see all the like smoke coming out of here? It's like a pressure problem? What about this? What about this door?
Making me sweat.
Oh yeah, we don't have fireball. I have Eldritch Blast though.
All right. What now?
20 damage Eldritch Blast, dude. Hell yeah.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Okay, I don't...
Help! Anyone? I'm in here!
Somebody's in there, chat. I gotta save them, but I can't figure out how... why this is here. I'm trapped! Everyone's trapped! Okay, hold on. Let's solve one problem at a time. Why are you even allowed to go over here?
Defender of the people.
Will, come on, get over here, Will.
No one back home will ever believe this.
Alright, I'm gonna save.
Where am I needed?
This seems like a save opportunity. How can I get in here without accidentally causing some kind of pressure-based problem? What if I can just walk to him?
Heading out.
Quick! Get me out!
Okay, Will just went in. Will just opened the door. Everyone's on fire.
If not over, then through.
The fire's spreading. We're all on fire.
The fire! Hurry! Get this thing off me!
Barbarian strength! Ah! I am made for this! Dig deep!
Yes! You did it!
Thank you. Now, how the hell do we get out of here?
The door's that way. Come on, follow me!
Right. I'll try to keep up.
Sharp as ever.
Get up! Door? Will? Wait, there's turns? Where the hell is... why is Karlak all the way in here?
What to do?
Where am I needed?
What a charmer.
Enough waiting.
Okay,
I crave blood.
use the arrow. Target is too far. What the hell are you talking about? We are the worst heroes ever.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Attention.
Yo, I forgot how far Carlac can jump. Yeet. Good job. Okay.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Get up. Why? You said you would do your best to follow, and then you got immediately KO'd.
Let's move. Moving ahead.
Oh, enough waiting. I crave blood.
Damn, it's good to be alive.
Sharp as ever.
Let's march.
Violence breeds madness.
All right, can I just...
Slaughtered everyone. Mary.
Folk hero inspiration.
Mary. No.
We did it. Oh,
These
no.
boots have seen everything.
She didn't make it. Hold on, dude. Well, that place is scorched. Okay. Prackle is a firefighter, dude. I can talk to her if you want.
Mary. No. God, no, no, no. You should have stayed. You should have been with me.
I've never seen this before, chat. This is all new to me. How did you two get separated? It wouldn't have made a difference. How did you get separated?
I was in our room. We had a fight. If I just kept my mouth shut about that bloody dowry, she'd still be here.
A dowry? There's no way you could have known. Count your blessings. At least you're still alive. Chat, your choice. Ooh, it's pretty split. By the way, Alvatir says, oh no, a fire. Very dangerous fire. That was actually really cool. Thanks for the sub, by the way. Appreciate the half a year. Count your blessings. At least you're still alive.
How is this a blessing? You should have let me burn.
Bro, everybody around here is so ungrateful. Did you say something about a dowry? You can talk to her if you want.
You're a medium? You're gonna speak to her?
Oh, damn.
Ask her something for me.
Oh, shit. What do you want me to ask?
The dowry. She'd know where it is.
Oh, no.
It's for her sister's wedding. Miri had it when she ran out.
Chat, I don't understand clearly how dowries work. She had a dowry for her sister's wedding. Can someone explain the cultural meaning of this situation to me? You pay off the groom to marry your sister. Okay, see, that's the part that I was confused. I thought it was normally like the father. So in this case, she's paying for her sister's wedding. Okay, that's what I was unclear about. Ask his question.
Dowry for sister in barn.
The barn? She must mean one of the empty buildings behind the inn. I trust you to get it for me. I can't leave her.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
How did you die?
Finding husband Benrin inside. Door locked. Trapped. Fire.
Excuse me, this Ben Rin that you mentioned, where is he? Do you know where he is? Why were you at the inn?
From Eltergard. Traveling. Sister's wedding.
Who are you?
Mirileth. Farmer.
Now I'm just showing off and proving to the guy that I know what I'm doing. Okay, well that's crazy. Our work here is not done though. We'll have to come back for all this stuff later because there was someone else that was trapped upstairs. They might be burning to death by now. And for all I know, there could be more people trapped. Okay, does this sit?
In here!
Dude, people are catching on fire, yo. Maybe that'll help a little bit. Throw a little bottle of water on it. All right, gang, stand back.
The gate.
The firefighters are here. They might need a second, though. Will, get it together. You're embarrassing us. Thank you, God.
Come. I'm afraid proper thanks must wait.
Watch out for the fire. Counselor Floric. Okay, we freed her.
Need to find a way forward.
Let's go find out what's happening up there. I don't know why this is locked.
Should do it.
18 DC. Okay, we're gonna back off. Let's go see who we rescued outside. And then we'll figure this out. Dang, I wish I helped anyone. I just left. I'm just imagining this being like real tabletop Dungeons and Dragons, and you go over and the DM has this very detailed series of events pertaining to a burning inn with all these interesting characters locked up inside, anticipating a heroic rescue from the players. And they're just like, oh, damn, shit's on fire, yo. I'm out. This dangerous. You just leave, and he's like, well, I didn't prepare any other material today. I thought we were gonna, thought you guys would want to like go look around in there.
Councillor Floric, are you all right?
Will, by the main God, what's become of you?
Oh dear.
A story best left for calmer days. Now breathe deeply. Are you in pain?
Scorched throat.
By God!
A few hairs singed off. Nothing a bit of time and fresh air can't cure. Gauntlet, a new duty calls. Drow have taken Grand Duke Alder Ravengard westward, if my eyes and ears can be believed. Report to the Manip and send for reinforcements. We must find the Duke.
On your command, Councillor.
No, it can't be. You mean they've taken my...
Yes, Will. The Drow have your father.
Oh shit. Yeah, none of this happened in my off-stream campaign like this. This is like all new content for me. Everything that we've done since we got to the inn in the first place. Will, you're the son of nobility? Raven God? I don't know the name. A Grand Duke, you say, and what is his rescue worth to you? Will, you're the son of nobility?
The circumstance of my birth is no matter of pride for neither me nor my father. But pride is no reason to refuse help to my own flesh and blood. How can we help?
Rescue Ravengard from his drow captors. Baldur's Gate needs him now more than ever.
Trust us to see it through, Counselor.
Dwarf. A duke? I owe no fealty to the nobles of the upper world. Why entrust this to me? You have others at your command. I'll travel west and rescue Duke Ravengard. You have to find someone else for the job. On the one hand, I want to pick the dwarf option. On the other hand, what would Paladin Prackle say? On the other hand... I guess one? I don't know. Chat, what do you think? I tried to save the dude, but I just watched him burn to death, and I was like, oh well, I tried. Yeah, I didn't even talk to that guy. I think he was dead in my game too, Kaibo. Chat sees bracket something and then pushes the button. Possibly true. It's kind of like when you're playing FTL, and if an option comes up with like a blue, you have to click the blue option. A duke. I owe no fealty to the nobles of the upper world.
It is not fealty, I ask. Merely a great favor on behalf of my city. Grand Duke Ravengard is the invisible force holding Baldur's Gate together. Without him, the city faces collapse. In fact, I fear that may have been the intention of those who abducted him.
Why entrust this to me? You have others at your command.
Isn't it clear? You travel with the Blade of Frontiers. Who might I trust if not a legend? Who might rise to the moment if not Ravengard's own son?
Fine, I'll travel west and rescue Duke Ravengard. I can smell your incompetence stronger than the smoke on the air, lady. You got trapped in a room. None of your people could even get in the door. I did all of that, so I understand why you have to entrust it to me, because the systems in place for Baldur's Gate's best and finest clearly needs a little bit of polishing. Was that, where's that response? And you let the Duke get captured on top of everything else. I'll travel west.
Thank you. When the Grand Duke returns to the city, he'll hail his only son, a hero. Go. You should pick up the Drow trail with ease. I will seek reinforcements and join you when I can. Remember, Will, courage is found in the battle against fear, not in the defeat of it.
So Father said. I won't soon forget.
Fist to work.
Yo! Oh, we get to choose? The Sparky Points. We learned the Grand Duke was captured by Drow. You got a reward. Okay. We got Sparky Points, which is a throwable trident and is versatile, therefore one-handed. When the wielder deals damage using this weapon, gain 2 lightning charges. +1 to attack rolls and deal an additional 1 lightning damage. If you gain 5 lightning charges, deal an additional 1 to 8 lightning damage. She's totally ignoring Will has very spiky horns. False. That was the very first thing that she called out. Literally the first line of dialogue was about that. Okay, the Jolt Shooter, which is a bow with lightning charges. The Spell Sparkler, which is a versatile quarterstaff. Let's take the Trident. Oh, Will.
Shit. You can put distance between you and yesterday, but you'll never leave it fully behind. Father's words. Hard to argue with them. Floric spoke true. I'm a Grand Duke's son.
Well, he's not just any Grand Duke. He's Ulder Ravengard, the most influential duke in the city.
One of the main reasons that this went completely differently for me is because I did not have Will in my party when I came here before, so this is basically all going differently for me, which is really cool. The choice is clear. We should rescue Duke Ravengard. Aren't you worried? Your father's been abducted. Were you close to your father at all? I can't trust you if you keep so many secrets. First, Mizora. Now, this. So, I'm not interested in your lineage. Chat, what say you? How would Prackle respond? Chat says, I can't trust you if you keep so many secrets. First Mizora, now this.
I know, and you're right. My story is one of two men. The Blade of Frontiers, a man hunting the fiends who prey on the weak and claw at the coast. And Will Ravengard, the memory of a memory, a man who belongs to the past. I wanted you to know the Blade, not the shadow he left behind.
What do you think they want with your father?
I've been asking myself the same question. What makes a Duke of Baldur's Gate so interesting to the Drow? Even the houses of Men's Oberanzen would have little use for my father. No, this is no Drow plot. These absolute nutters, these true souls are behind his abduction. His absence alone will sow chaos in the city. If they were to infect him, he could lead Baldur's Gate to ruin. All the more reason to find him. The Absolute has seized not just my father, but the future of the Sword Coast.
Let's talk about something else.
I'm all for it.
What was it like being the son of a Grand Duke?
Not so enchanting as you'd think. The Portiers, the Caldwells, they were the blue bloods hosting the fancy balls and drinking from gold goblets. Father's the son of a blacksmith, born with barely a coin in the coffers. He made a name for himself among the Flaming Fist. Brave as Balduran, stubborn as a deep Rothay. Daring, outspoken, but hardly posh. I spent more time dueling with Father than I did rubbing elbows with lords. Not to say I didn't develop a taste for good wine and the talent for courtly dance.
Courtly dance? I'd love to see a demonstration, Will. And now your Blade of Frontiers. Quite a change, don't you think? Good wine, I'll toast to that. I shouldn't be surprised. I find you a bit smug, to be honest. I feel like that's the only Prackle response here. I shouldn't be surprised. I find you a bit smug, to be honest.
I suppose the acorn didn't fall far from the tree. The sins of the father live with the son, eh?
Will disapproves.
But I gained his virtues too. Courage, insight, a just heart, a strategic mind. I like to think I did anyway. I'll have to let you be the judge.
All right. Good talk.
Hey, soldier.
Hey.
Speak.
Dude, I love all the characters. They're so good. I don't actually find them annoying or smug. Prackle does. Prackle does. It's different. Okay, now maybe things have calmed down and we can figure out what's going on around here.
In not take of
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
I feel like maybe some of the flaming fists around here might have a problem. Why were you after the Duke?
Absolute wants him.
Well, there you go. We have confirmation. Where were you taking the Duke?
Take prisoners to Moonrise.
It's a lot of good info here. What were you doing at the inn?
Reading, burning, killing.
True, okay. Was your mission successful?
The corpse remains silent. It does not know.
Yeah, because it's dead. That makes sense. Last question. Who are you? Did you leave any survivors? Or how did you die? It's close. Leave. I wish the voting worked when launch happened, man. It's so nice. Like, I love just being able to click this and seeing you guys instantly put responses on the screen. It's great. Did you leave any survivors?
Slaves. Good. Raid.
The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
Okay. So, there's one more. I think this one's a drow.
Great God, Helm. Allow us peace.
Yeah, they have a ring, faded armor.
Drowcraft armor. No magic left, though. The sun's too bright.
I love that sound.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Who are you?
Zayrin.
Where are you from?
From Sharmuth. Before the Absolute.
Okay. What did you do?
Male.
What? What was your profession? Answer male. Got confused on the doctor's sign-up sheet or something. I don't know. That's my profession too. How did you die?
Archer. Roof. Should have seen.
Drow treat males as slaves. Interesting. I don't know anything about Drow lore. Was the raid successful?
The corpse remains silent.
Okay, that's what I thought.
It does not know. The spell's power wanes. You can ask no more questions.
So if Drow males are slaves, then like is playing a Drow male one of the hardest classes that you can RP play in Baldur's Gate? Or one of the like race combos?
So it is spoken, and so is it done.
Oh, a flaming fist mercenary with a healing potion.
The corpse regards you lifelessly.
Do you know of any survivors?
Dead or dying.
Survivors are not dead by definition. Who are you?
Gauntlet. Marilla. Flaming Fist.
One of the most famous Dungeons & Dragons characters is a male drow who escaped the Underdark to be a cool druid. Oh, you meant ranger. Very different. What happened to the Duke?
The corpse remains silent. She doesn't know.
Okay. We're doing research here.
Where are you from?
Baldur's Gate.
That makes sense. Goodbye. Huge barrel.
Teach us care when we would be reckless. Teach us certainty when we would have doubt. So it is spoken.
Massive barrel. And there's a letter? Hey, idiot! You left a snot rag on my kitchen table. I haven't thrown it out yet. A lot of times I want to push you into a pit of snakes, but sometimes you say something so stupid and funny I think about it for days. Don't panic. Let's talk when you're home. Be safe out there. Well, now you're dead. Very sad. Hey, idiot. What do you mean can't reach this? Literally, you are so tall. They won't be needing this food anymore. Someone's got to take it or else it's going to catch on fire.
That's curious.
What is happening? Why? What is happening? A burrow hole? I'm on fire! A bunch of sausage? So much sausage. A burrow hole? I'm assuming it just goes through the wall here, huh? Kind of trapped in here now. Guess I'll just go back out the way I came. Yeah, I remember when I said we don't need a long rest? That might be changing in a moment.
What's in here?
We did take some fire damage. Ooh, water barrel. Pick that up. Fables of Faerun 2, The Daring Dwergar. A book about me? In the deep city of Gracklstug lived a young Dwergar named Shoal, who could conjure eerie whispers in his brother's minds. Eager to develop his psionic powers and take over his clan, he asked the Godfather who could teach him further. Cross the dark lake. On the south shore there is a chasm, said the Godfather. Within the chasm lives a rogue mind flayer called Ear. It will teach you all you must know. Shoal's voyage was fraught with danger. He fended off aboleths and cloakers alike until he reached the mind flayer's chasm. It emerged from its hovel, tentacles writhing. I am here to learn, Shoal told it. Very well, came the response. On the first moon's passing, Ear taught Shoal how to read minds. On the second, it taught Shoal how to bend them. But this was not enough for Shoal. He wanted to destroy minds with a mere word. So be it, said Ear, and it bestowed a blessing on Shoal. It is yours, the knowledge to shatter a single mind. But you may only speak the command once, Ear told Shoal, for then it is forever forgotten. Ready to assume control of his clan, Shoal returned to Gracklstug. Show me what you have learned, the Godfather told Shoal. Shoal grinned, spoke the command, and his own skull shattered before the Godfather's eyes. Said the Godfather, the lesson is complete. Got him. LMAO. A stained book. Greet your inner Goliath. Nat, knee grabber, half shanks, stones cast by your enemies designed to keep you down, or stepping stones so you can rise above. Inside every gnome lies an inner Goliath. By setting aside doubt, negativity, and a modest subscription fee, you too can learn to grow inside and out. Details over leaf. Don't delay. Harness your hidden height and watch your enemies shrink before you. All right. You won't mind if I loot Miraleth, will you? Okay, apparently that is a bad idea.
And this place is really on fire. Okay, yeah, let's go back this way. We didn't really loot anything in here because I was too busy trying to, like, save everyone. I have a bunch of water. It might be easier if I just separate myself. That way no one's walking through extra inferno flames. Trying to chill behind me. A hat? Probably not good for me. I also just became way dumber by taking the hat off. Which I'm not opposed to doing for RP purposes. Where is this mysterious pouch? There's actually 2 water bottles over there.
Blade at the ready. Ever onward.
I understand it's very hard to see. Will, are you gonna be... Will, where are you? Will? Do not... Will? What are you doing inside that wall, Will?
I've got a long road ahead.
I haven't saved in a while, Will. Bro.
Defender of the people. Checking things out.
He's free.
Have a lot
I'm
on
saving.
my mind. And well.
Okay.
Defender of the people.
Don't... Why are you doing that?
Ever onward.
Killing me here, dude. Okay, that helped a little bit.
Looking ahead.
Why does stuff like this only happen to you? I don't know, it's a valid question.
Always room for more.
Very valid question. I don't... There could be more stuff in here. I don't really see anything.
Step.
Doesn't mean that there's not anything. I'm sure this place is kind of bitrate hell. The whole dining room. Wine racks. I don't see anything that's really worth going back to save. Go upstairs, though. Didn't look up here at all. Okay, don't go in that room. Always catching on fire. I don't think we looted this at all. I was wondering what case file 846 was. Baldur's Gate versus Flynn Silver. Case for prosecution. Master Silver did with forethought and without malice kill William Lister and Simon Semi-Trent at their home as part of an ungodly ritual to honor the dead 3, or one of the dead 3, the gods Bane, Baal, or Myrkul. Case for the defense. I don't know nothing sick about any gods. All I know is Bill and Simi were trying to cut me out of our deal and they got what they had coming. With those symbols and stuff and how their guts was arranged, I don't know nothing. Verdict, guilty. Sentence, death. Commuted to banishment so as not to anger the higher powers. Some kind of ritual. How their guts got like that? I don't know nothing. Doesn't really seem like there's anything up here, huh? I'm on fire. Prackle is gonna need rescuing next. 3 gold, was it worth it? Yeah, I guess we're gonna take a big rest after this.
The pride of the gate.
All right, get everybody outside. Come on down. He was so distraught after hearing about his father, he ran straight into the fire. I don't think it was about being distraught. I think he just thought he had some demon powers now, and he was ready to test them out. But it didn't go the way that he expected it to.
One day I'll catch a break.
Come over here. Come on, Prackle. Come on, Prackle. Are there any secrets back here?
No traps, please.
There's a cool fountain. Stolen property reward offered. In an act of craven vandalism that has not been diminished by the intervening years, the statue of the beloved ranger was callously torn from the central marketplace in Baldur's Gate and is still yet to be found. Though it has been some time since a replica was erected in its place, the collective of concerned citizens of the Wide remains convinced the original statue is still out there somewhere, and is willing to bestow a hefty sum upon whoever might assist with its retrieval, no questions asked. We urge the thieves in question to consider this art piece was commissioned not to offend, but to inspire. Indeed, the bold adventurer depicted is no real person living or dead, but a metaphor for the city itself, standing solid and stern upon its foundations, gazing outward but still clutching tight to his heart the warmth of hope, represented here as a small furry hamster. Please find the hope in your heart and return to a blighted city, its beloved ranger. Raise a hand and help, and we shall find it, fill it with gold. The hamster chat. Chat or italics, if you're doing a pacifist run, I don't think you could play this game as a full pacifist. But no one can fight except mandatory battles. I think to do a pacifist run of this game, you would have to know every event beforehand and the exact best choices to make to avoid combat. I don't know if you could do it without knowing those things. There is a significant amount of combat you can avoid, though. Some of it may require you to do bad things, also. Also, thanks War of the Worlds for the gift sub to Octanian. What's up, Octanian? Enjoy your gift sub. And, much appreciated. You could just knock people out. Okay, but knocking people out is not pacifism, Mr. America. Okay?
Hey there, listen, I've come to liberate you. I plan to do it in a pacifistic kind of way. I'm just gonna knock you out cold. Concussions be damned. That is as peaceful as I am able to contain myself to. You just be lucky you didn't die. It ain't violence if you don't kill them.
Spider-Man behavior. Okay, I want to say... Where's my quest log? We got rescue the Duke. Perhaps the Grand Duke was taken to Moonrise Towers. We should investigate the area. We learned he might be taken westward. Rescue the trapped man. Miri told us about her sister's dowry, which she hid before the fire started. It's in a barn somewhere near the taverns. We haven't found that yet. And then we got the Grand Duke down here as well. So we have 2 Grand Dukes, one specifically for Will. So the barn. Okay, well, we already went over here. I think this is just another path in. We already went over here. We already went up and around this. We already went in here. Bunch of rocks. Well, well, well. Sneaky. Path is interrupted, is it though? Doesn't look interrupted. I caught on fire anyways. Come on. Oh, the fire came back. All right. I have 4 HP.
What's the story?
Prackle! Prackle? All right, everybody separate. Good lord. There's a secret spot right there. It's okay. We're about to long rest anyways.
Enough waiting. I crave blood.
Okay, we're back.
What to do?
All right, I'm scared I'm gonna die. Go to camp. And if we're lucky, it'll get rid of Bane, which is a huge pain in the ass. I want to make sure no one's got an exclamation over their head. And we'll talk to everybody before we go to sleep. But let's end the day first.
Breathe deep and move.
Yeah, you could play a bard, and that would be your best way to be a pacifist. You could play a bard who's entirely support, and you could RP it as your character as a pacifist. And if you wanted to, you could do certain things as your other characters in the party. Like, you might be a pacifist, but you could just, when you need killing, be Lizelle, or something like that.
Still alive. So that's progress.
All's well, I hope. Aside from the obvious.
That would be possible. I don't know if there's any times where you specifically can't avoid, like, you don't have to be your character and kill people. And you could also quick save before conversations.
Speak.
No. I don't think Prackle has a problem with rudeness. He's very rude
Well met.
himself.
Always a pleasure.
Always gotta check the companions before going to bed.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
It's a rule.
Soldier.
Okay. Bedtime. 80. We still have 8 supply packs. 10 potatoes. Mini potato. Cheese. Some hopefully not poisoned apples. Some spicy links. A fish. And then another apple. Dude, we got plenty of supplies. We're doing great. Red aglow just from breaking a mirror. Dog? Hold on. Dog wants to talk? I just found the potion of animal speaking. I will drink it. Dog, where did you go? Where did dog go? Oh, there he is.
The dog holds a well-chewed ball in his mouth.
Hand that over.
All right. It's only fair that you enjoy it too. But if you feel like throwing it, I wouldn't mind that at all.
Pet dog. Does the required supply for rest scale? No, it's 40 on adventure, 80 on tactician. He gave me the ball. The exterior of this toy ball is rough with tooth marks. Dog? It even makes a squeaky noise. I got an achievement! Go get it. Wow. Look how talented he is. Can you even get up there? Okay, I didn't even know you could climb up there. This took 5 years to develop on its own. Understandable, yeah. Wasn't he playing on the normal difficulty for like one stream? Yeah. Maybe 2 streams. This is the 6th stream. I haven't been playing on adventure since we turned it on at the Owlbear, which was right after the camp, when the camp is right after the prologue. So basically right after the prologue. Some of you just haven't been paying attention. Okay. I think I'm gonna keep the party the same. Karlak's the only one that I may or may not need.
I wasn't expecting it, but I'm...
And I don't mean that we don't need I think Karlak's a great character. I just don't know if I want 2 barbarians, is all. Basically, everyone in this party is melee. And there's too many cooks in the kitchen with 4.
Copper for your thoughts.
Stay in camp. Plus, I think Brackle's still not real keen. Like, I don't know. What? It's a moral quandary, yes? Chat, if you are... I think that there's definitely some paladins who would judge harshly, where it's like, Karlak, you've killed a lot of good people. And she'd go, well, yeah, but I was pressed into service by a devil. I had to do it to survive. And the moral quandary becomes, at what point is it okay to do evil things for your own survival? I'm not making a judgment myself. I'm saying there's 2 different RP lines to take there, if not more. One being, I understand it wasn't your choice. You had to do what you had to do or else. And then the other person would say, well, you could have just said no. So what if you died? It's better than doing bad things for a bad individual. Working for Zariel. Is killing other demons, devils, an evil act? You're thinking of Will. Will's the one who has a contract that specifically states in his mind that he's only going to be killing entities that are heartless, etc., etc. Demons, devils, and whatnot. But, Karlak is the pet of, Zariel, who is sent out to kill Zariel's enemies. So one would assume that at some point or another, she's sullied her perfect record. She was a soldier in the Blood Wars who probably fought mostly demons. Okay, but to a paladin, does mostly cut it? That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking you guys to dislike your favorite character or whatever. I'm just saying, there's more than one way, like a paladin or other characters would interpret the behavior of their companions. He hates Karlach. He can't stop me from liking Karlach. He can't. I think Prackle at least would... He's still suspicious of everyone because everyone's got some damnable secret. Will's got to deal with a huge demon and tried to get him into killing Karlach in the first place. Gale's a walking nuke and clearly power hungry. Karlach was the pet super soldier of Zariel. Not even the strongest one, just the favorite. Shadowheart's got her own secrets. I think he's just kind of suspicious of everybody. What kind of oath does Prackle think he would have? Prackle's oath as a barbarian, his barbarian-mindedness, is leading him to an oath of survival. As in, he wants to save people who want to save themselves. So, like, the noble who's hiding behind closed doors, cowering, sending other people to their doom, if they won't make a stand for themselves to try and get themselves out of the situation and lift themselves up, he won't help them. And he might actively... Because to him, they're cowards. That's like the barbarian side. He won't help you if you're a coward. If you even make an attempt to fight for yourself and your own survival, then he'll be happy to help you. When people ask him about his oath, he thinks they're calling him an oaf and smashes their skull. So right now, I think he's very opposed to the people of the Grove, because the leader of the Tieflings has basically sat behind the closed doors and tried to get Prackle to do all his dirty work. Oh, Kagha's so mean. Will you kill Kagha for me? I know it's a low thought, and I'm so sorry for suggesting it, but could you kill Kagha for me? I'll stay here. That kind of stuff. And then, oh, thank you for killing Kagha for me, but my people are so oppressed by the goblin leaders. Go kill them, and then we can go. Like, at least send a couple of soldiers with me. Like, give something to the effort. You're making no attempt to help yourselves. I don't think Prackle cares anything for the Tieflings, because they're just cowardly. They are literally the opposite of him. They're weak. They don't fight for themselves. Roland is haughty and wants to have his cake and eat it too. Zevlor wants to have his cake and eat it too. He likes Karlach for wanting to stand up and fight stuff, for sure.
Really? Really?
Their gate guard died trying to save that one merc group at the beginning. You're putting that in air quotes, right? You mean when they refused to open the gate? And then he was like, "Ugh, if I have to." And then started to open the gate really late. And then they all stayed up on the wall instead of someone else trying to open the gate and sending some soldiers out to reinforce. Yeah, I remember that. Where they were willing to leave the other people out there to die. Hiding behind their walls. Yeah, very, very brave.
Oh, fine. I'll be here eating dirt or whatever.
And the druids are even worse. The druids were using deception. Like 60% of the druids were evil that were inside the inner circle. They're trying to kick everyone out because they're afraid. They won't lift a finger to help fight. Haven't done anything that speaks to bravery yet, and have used cunning and subterfuge to try and sneakily take over the grove from the inside. And all the other mindless druid pawns outside chanting never stopped to ask why they were chanting and why they were doing it, willing to kick everybody else out. Yeah, I think Prackle pretty much hates the entire grove. For sure. Etal making me hate the tieflings. My other character off stream is a tiefling warlock noble. So the character I am playing right now uses other people to do his bidding, and if possible refuses to lift a finger himself unless he really has to. So I'm playing two polar opposite characters, which is quite fun. So I don't want you to think I actually hate the tieflings or the druids, because my other character loves some of them. Best buds with the other tieflings, for sure. All right, I was going to grab probably Shadowheart. Come along for the ride.
All's well, I hope, aside from the obvious.
Join me.
All right, some company wouldn't hurt on the road, especially if there's trouble.
All right, let's go. Maybe. Hold on. Yeah, let's go. Okay, we're gonna do some spells.
What am I needed?
Wheel needs Armor of Shadows. Nice. +3 armor class. Bind your packed weapon, so that you're proficient with greatswords, like a gamer. And then Armor of Agathis is going to take a spell slot. It's all good.
Whatever comes.
Shadowheart, give everyone aid. 5 hit points. Solid.
Still breathing.
Is there anything else?
Despite everything.
I think we're good. Yep, I think we're good.
No one stopped me yet. If not over, then through.
But yeah, we're keeping Will here since his story still seems relevant. A key! A polished key engraved with the letters WR. Interesting. Survival.
Something over there.
You don't say. There's a dirt mound in between these carefully arranged barrels. All this rotten food. I also love the fact that there's a giant mound of dirt that no one can actually see. I get the idea. It's supposed to just be a representation of something looks amiss. 54 gold and 4 carrots. Who buried the carrots?
Something good here. I hope.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna borrow some of this food. The people won't need it anymore. It's gonna burn in the fire.
Assume nothing.
Lizelle, please grab at least 1 water barrel.
Never a dull moment. Time to press ahead.
There's a chest buried in the hay. Ingot, gold, and the dowry ring. A simple gold ring with an inscription from Miri and Binrin. Well, we found it. Good job.
Let's get going.
Now there's a chest in the way. We're rich! The dowry's all ours!
Something's moving around in there.
Uh-oh. Why do you have to say it all spooky-like?
Monsters everywhere. Kill.
Monsters everywhere. Persuasion, look at me. Dude, I drank talk to animal potion because the doggo had like a quest, so I wanted to know what he was gonna say, and then we come across scary ox. Barbarian intimidation, back down or else. Gotta. Difficulty 5? Why doesn't the barbarian get advantage for being a barbarian? Extremely convincing.
You'd give me a choice? You're not like them. I was ready to run you through. My mistake, friend.
It's alright. What happened here? Did you kill the goblins in the stable? Do you know the dead ox outside? Did you kill the goblin in the stable?
Yes. It was screaming, waving around its metal. I made him stop screaming.
Okay. Do you know the dead ox outside?
Him? He was the biggest. Now I'm the biggest.
What happened here?
An attack. Monsters. Little ones and taller ones. They took the shiny one. He killed many.
They took the shiny one. It's pretty chill ox. Chat, I think in my off-stream playthrough I may have accidentally killed the ox. I kind of forgot about him. WTF? I didn't know how to talk to him. I couldn't talk to him. He attacked me.
You spot a man crouching between the shelves, just as he spots you.
Bugger!
Recite Rugen's passphrase. Oh, is this, Rugen was the dude we took the box from. Wait! Listen! Well, if you give me the option. I have 17 intelligence. I'm a master of investigation. Put the pieces together. Little serpent, long shadow.
Oh, helm dwarfs. I thought you were flaming fist.
Well, down you go then. They'll be on us soon, so if you're looking to trade, you'd best be quick. Entrance is hidden behind the wardrobe. Here's the key.
Oh. That's like super nice of you, bro.
Indolence breeds madness.
Sharp as ever. Is that blood? No. Never mind.
I am encumbered. That's because this thing weighs 40! It's an oil barrel. Alright, let's leave that alone. Oh man, we were standing between oil and fire wine. That dude had like a cast ready to take me out. He was gonna send this whole place up in flames.
Open up.
Gotta be careful what I left click on here, actually.
What path lies before me?
I'm assuming there's no good stuff in these boxes, but I have to look anyway. Because you never know. Prackle has a lovely smile. I agree, Prackle does have a lovely smile. He's turned into a very beautiful creature. What with all his armor. I'm glad Bane is not here anymore either.
Said you could pass, didn't I?
Sure, yeah, okay. Didn't mean to bother you, dude. I'm just looking around. The Zinterim Basement. I'm here to trade.
I have money. I have rare materials. Hopefully, you guys are chill. I do remember the Zinterim were cowards. Rugen kind of just like...
Looks empty.
He was a dude that was like, shh, don't help him. We gotta stay back, let him do my dirty work.
I accidentally went down here first and everybody died in the fire. How did you even find this first? It is very far off the beaten path. Like, I had to jump over... Honestly, the area above this doesn't even look like somewhere you're supposed to be. When I first got here, I thought it was like unfinished content that they didn't add anything to, and then I found all of this now, and it's like, okay. It was not an accident. But that is funny that you just left everyone to die. You had your priorities straight. Gotta get that money first. Hello, chat. Hello, Frono. What's up? Ooh, another key. Found in a cellar. It might be the same key that we just picked up, actually. Inroads by arms dealer Gortash.
9 fingers. Here follows a report on the inroads upstart smuggler Indra Gortash has been making on the illicit arms trade in Kyanthar Valley, though inroads badly understates the case. Annexation is more apt. The former black market leaders, the Knights of the Shield, and outside the city, the Zinterim, have largely been supplanted by Gortash's operation. Illegal arms had never been a major component of the Guild's business, but given his apparent ambitions, it would be unwise to assume that Gortash will stop there. He bears watching closely.
Bursar Uktar. Chat, what do illegal arms constitute in a fantasy world? Is it like spell scrolls and explosive vials? Like, it's gotta be something like that, right?
Look at that.
Look at that indeed. Crazy +2 enchanted weapons. Probably. Ooh, a waypoint. Now we can just teleport. Gale is the arms that we're dealing in. So many sausages. So much wine. I will help myself. I am a hungry, growing Dwergar dwarf, after all. Who may need more long rests.
That's far enough. What's your business down here? Answer honestly and maybe we'll kill you clean. Whoa, hold your arrows. This is Rugen's savior, I'll bet. He told us all about you. Come on in then. Any friend of Rugen's is a friend of the family.
How did you recognize me?
Any falls behind, I'll leave them for the fist. And in no state to tell tales.
Where's that noise?
There's no need for this. Free me now.
Okay. Some dude's like immediately, free me now. And then someone else is just wailing on. Oh, that's Rugen. Rugen's getting beat the hell up, dude. Perception failed. Oh. Should I be disarming this? I'm kind of standing on a trap. Well, there you go, I guess. Also, give me 1 second, chat. I may be needed for a moment. Listen to the sound of punching Rugen.
There's no need for this. Free me now, and I'll see that my patron rewards you. I need only tell her it's a gambling debt. It's happened before.
Pick up the pace!
I need only tell her it's a gambling debt. It's happened before.
Strip this place bare!
There's no need for this. Free me now, and I'll see that my patron rewards you. I need only tell her it's a gambling debt. It's happened before.
Any falls behind, I leave them with a fist, and in no state to tell tales.
There's no need for this. Free me now, and I'll see that my patron rewards you. I need only tell her it's a gambling debt. It's happened before.
Lamps, lads! Sealed lamps! Don't want open flames where we're going.
There's no need for this. Free me now, and I'll see that my patron rewards you. I need only tell her it's a gambling debt. It's happened before.
Pick up the pace!
There's no need for this. Free me now, and I'll see that my patron rewards you. I need only tell her it's a gambling debt. It's happened before.
Strip this place bare!
There's no need for this. Free me now, and I'll see that my patron rewards you. I need only tell her it's a gambling debt. It's happened before.
I'm back. So, I heard a loud
No need for this.
crashing
Free me
noise.
now, and I'll see that my patron rewards you.
And,
I need only tell her it's a gambling debt.
some naughty
It's happened before.
catos knocked over a large glass bowl. Which shattered into a million pieces. They are now in a secure facility until it can be cleaned up.
Don't want open flames where we're going.
Anyway, we're back. Cat jail. Yep, they're in cat jail. By the way, thanks for the recent subs. Just Mojo, thank you for gifting a sub to Coatmick and Just Bees.
Free me now.
Enjoy your gift subs. Appreciate you, Just Mojo. Thanks for the gift. And Smile for Fun also for 26 months. Pumping it.
It's happened before.
Midas doesn't smash things. Midas is not tall enough to smash things and cannot jump high enough. But he would if he could. He's very nosy. He definitely has the potential to smash.
All's well that ends.
And Antipodian Denizens is keeping my oath for 33 months. What's up, Antipodian? Okay, so this is... They let me in. So these are not armed, I guess. Theoretically. And you might say, well, why would you even have something like that if you have cats? And the answer is, it was actually... I actually can't imagine how it could have been knocked over. It's fairly heavy. And not on the edge of a table. It would take a concerted effort. That was a perfect 10 roll. Good job. I hope they don't mind that I just, like, destroyed all of their traps.
Don't get comfortable.
Bro.
You don't want to keep Zaris waiting. Believe me.
Okay. Why are you up here? I found something.
Better than this lot.
A Zentarim note. The explosives are more volatile than a dragonborn's belch, and they cost more than most of you are worth, so stop messing with them. It took me half the day to attach the mines to the ceiling, and somebody took one down and lobbed it down the elevator shaft. If you're gonna waste resources, Zaris would remind you that you are resources, and she's not above throwing you down the shaft. And do you really want to risk attracting the attention of whatever might be at the bottom of that shaft? We're professionals. Act like it, or I'll break your fingers.
There's no need for this.
Is it bad that I want to throw the lever just to see what happens? I don't think it's a good idea.
It's happened before.
What are you guys doing down here? So this is like, you got a bunch of stolen paintings?
You don't want to keep Zaris waiting.
Okay, you mentioned that.
Well, don't you cut a fine figure? Want your portrait done? If you have the gold, my pet artist will make you a most heroical likeness.
You have a pet artist? I do cut a fine figure. I'll take one. No thanks, I just want to trade. I do cut a fine figure. I'll take one.
You've got an eye for quality. Every noble in Baldur's Gate will be after one of these. Tell him I sent you. And if he stains it up with his sniffling, there'll be hell to pay.
Are you the artist?
No. No, thank you.
Oi! Leave him be, eh? You've got an appointment with Zaris, and she don't like waiting. I thought we was packing.
My liege, a new sub for your collection.
While you still can.
Lads, not so bad. See you, lads. Don't want open flames where we're going.
Don't want open... Oh. I see. Oh my, we're surrounded.
Did that artist really paint all those things?
Says he did, yeah.
Why?
Says his muse made him do it.
Who's that?
I wonder.
God's little brother.
I had to do it at least once. I needed to see how vast the like trail of gunpowder Looney Tune style was. That was the good ending. The intrusive thoughts one.
Back home will
Where
ever
am I?
believe
Oh, we
this.
actually did save here.
At the
Okay.
ready.
We're good.
I should speak up.
You don't want to.
Well, if you have the gold, tell him.
Sometimes save scum's necessary.
No. No, thank you.
Also, if Starfield is anything like the other Bethesda games, save scumming is going to be the optimal way to
I
play
hope the fish tries to
because
stop
of the
me.
AI.
I want to see those traps in action.
Dark Urge Eat Out. Yeah, playing a Bethesda game is a Dark Urge situation. All right, don't keep Xeris waiting. Let's go talk to Xeris.
You're the one who recruited me, Rugen. You're the one who taught me rule number 1. Remember? No. Ollie didn't remember either. Did you, Ollie?
Okay, we're not dealing with nice
You're
people.
dead the moment you steal from the Zentarim. No matter who you are.
Save failed history. I've already shown I've got more wits than Rugen. Let's work together. Barbarian, intimidation. Dead of boredom listening to you, Pipsqueak. Can we just skip to the killing? This is one of those moments where being a barbarian gives us potentially a direct line to the killing. Dead of boredom listening to you, Pipsqueak. Oh, shit. Well, chat, we'll do our best. Come on, 50-50. Yes! Yes! That's my prackle.
Ha! The fire in you. Maybe we wouldn't be here if Rugen had a little bit of that, eh? Tell you what. You've already taken Rugen's cargo. So finish the job and I'll let you live. Deliver it to Baldur's Gate. Oh, and kill him.
Obey, kill Rugen. Small problem, I don't actually have the cargo. I won't do that. Kill Rugen.
Wait! Wait! It was Ollie! I swear it was Ollie!
Show some respect, Rugen. The boy was loyal to you till the end.
No, 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 no! Please!
And just like that, everyone profits. All right then, recruit. You can stock up here and be on your way. Bring the cargo to Baldur's Gate. Someone there will make contact.
Rugen! What did I do to you? Here's the thing. You might be wondering, chat, why would Prackle listen to this lady and kill Rugen? It's because everyone in here is evil and deserves to die. One more time. There we go! Could have been smoother. Could have been smoother. I'm closing all the loose ends here. This is Paladin Prackle. 100%. You don't, like, come up to Prackle, of all people, and go,
Oh, yes. You kill him, and I'll let you live. Now, do my dirty work. Go over to the city of Baldur's Gate and give our client his cargo. And you'll work for the Centaurim now.
bunch of criminals. You and all of your illicit cargo. Xeris is still alive. Interesting.
Still on my feet.
How did you survive that fall? That guy came up the ladder just to get tossed back down. Yes, except I already used my bonus action to initiate combat, so unfortunately... What? Find familiar scratch? Summon the best boys. Scratch's keen nose can discover many hidden things around the world. Permanent? Once per short rest? What? That's amazing. But yeah, I can't actually push him. I feel like rage is a good idea here. Just feels like a good idea. Let's do it. Wait, no, that was my bonus action. Never mind. I do have to worry about Yunogu's blessing, though.
Battle favors the fearless.
We'll deal with that. Will, you're in my range. Unfortunately, force isn't gonna ignite the ground down here. Is there an innocent guy? Who's the innocent guy? Where did he go? Chat, where's the dude who was like, they've got me captive, etc., etc.? Am I accidentally gonna kill him in this? Oh, he's right there. Okay, is he far enough away from these smoke powder barrels to not insta-die? These guys are healthy.
Making my move.
This is once per short rest. I'm just gonna use this on self. For extra 2 armor class. Oh, she's up. All right, game time, chat.
I will ascend.
Lizelle, do what you gotta do. I would say shove first. His body crushed the ladder on the way down. Oh, that's rich. Okay, now shoot an arrow of fire on top of the smoke powder. He's dead. The painter is dead. It's canon. That's canon now. The people that needed to die are maybe still alive, but the painter is dead. He was technically a prisoner. Great Paladin work. He knew what he was signing up for. Everyone in this cave was evil. I mean, that was a god tier move, you have to admit. We might not get any cool loot from whatever the hell was over here because we blew it all up, but come on. Like that is the fireworks best case scenario. Lazelle's a loose cannon. Lizelle probably wouldn't care, no. This dude's still alive.
Need to act fast. Have to keep
keep going.
That was just too cool to not keep as the canon. Oof.
Victory awaits.
Okay, he died.
I've got a long road ahead.
Like, that was seriously the most fun possible outcome, and I do feel bad for Oscar Fevros. He was a casualty of the Zinterim. Okay, and if anybody asks, here's the thing though, if the Zinterim weren't so evil, he wouldn't be here, so it's their fault that he's dead, not mine. Right? That tracks. Quick, put a sword next to him.
On my way.
That was actually like 10 out of 10 hilarious and fun. That was like the Baldur's Gate 3 experience in a nutshell. Trying to push the leader off the ledge, missing. She's like, why did you do that? Doing it again successfully, and them still being alive. It just failed in so many ways, but it was still spectacular. And then they all go stand next to the gunpowder barrel, and we get like a triple kill there. And then it goes just a chain reaction was perfect. Chef's kiss. It was good. All right, let's go clean up this mess. That was some good Paladin work by Prackle. How do we get down here? Like, 100% that was a Prackle Paladin moment. I need to save. He really put intelligence to good use. Yeah, that was a high IQ play. And I think the Dwergar barbarian side of him probably doesn't care too much. If one innocent gets caught up in the crossfire to exterminate an entire subset of Zinterim villains and their illegal, I don't know what they're doing, art trade, they're moving people. Xeris has a Zinterim key, a dragon's cut into the handle. Like, he took out an entire den of thieves and villains. It didn't really strike me the first time around, but the environmental design is just a consistent 10 out of 10. I agree, yeah. Alchemist Fire, 550 gold, we're rich. There's ingots. Short sword, a music box. Oh yeah. By the river. I didn't even know you could use that. Oh yeah, there's so many details. Oh hell yeah. My new alarm. That's a great idea. I should set this to be my phone alarm. Wake up to a jam every morning, dude. Does it do the whole song? This just makes me want to create a new character for some reason. I can't quite figure out why. Like, I just want to hop back into the character creator right now and make it like a druid. Prackle hates music and he thinks it's evil. Made to manipulate people's minds. Think about it. The harpies, they're singing a song, enticing a small child into the ocean to kill them or eat them. Yeah, I remember the harpies. Uh-oh.
Well met.
No, not this again. Oh dear. This is like the second time this has happened. Ooh. My dude. I don't know if we can use any of this, but Brim is just the trader. Was this dude evil too? I mean, this is all black market goods. The giant breaker? Heavy hitter, your weapon hits hard enough to send your target reeling for 2 turns. Reeling is recovering from receiving a terrible blow or hitting a strong metal. What? Has a -1 penalty to attack rolls for every turn. Weapon enchantment +1. It's crazy. Got a Titan string bow. This weapon deals additional damage equal to your strength modifier. Pretty good. And the Jolty vest. Take 1 less slashing damage. When the wearer takes damage with lightning charges, the attacker must succeed a dexterity saving throw or become shocked. Cannot take reactions, has disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws. Using dexterity. It's very specific, but okay. What's weapon enchantment, chat? It means that it's like a regular crossbow, but +1, which means that it has a +1 to attack rolls, aka chance to hit, and a +1 to bonus damage. So it's like the regular version, but better. And then it has, this one has another effect. I am encumbered. We're rich though. I got 2,300 bucks. Let's send the armors, the weak armors, over to Shadowheart. This has 1 less armor class than the one that I'm wearing. It's probably worth having the armor class instead of the lightning charge. We could give this... This doesn't really help unless you're already going lightning build. Oh, dude, yeah, we got the Sparky. All right, we got kind of a mess.
There's no time to waste.
I need to mark these things.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Gotta mark all this for wares. Stuff to sell at the vendor. Wait, don't sell the dowry ring. Don't sell the story rings. You don't want to mark that for vendor. That'd be really embarrassing. I mean, you could. That won't stop you. Okay, those go back to camp. That gets added to wares. This goes in the throwables and the drinkables. Better. More organized. I'm actually wondering though, should we try and use this? It is versatile, right? I look like some kind of weird Poseidon guy with my, like, warped headband of intellect and my electricity trident. The Shattered Flail is 6 to 11 damage, whereas this is only 4 to 9 damage. So it is less damage, but it does give me lightning charges, which will make future turns do more damage. I don't know, we've had so many problems with the flail. I just don't know if it's worth losing an armor class just for Jolty. Probably. I don't know, maybe. Still take 1 less slashing damage. Let's see what it looks like. Yo! Okay, just for looks alone, maybe? It does have a combo with the lightning charges. We'll just try it out. How about that? Now, another huge thing. We can give Titan String Bow. Lizelle has a bow. It's only 2 to 7 damage. This is 4 to 11 damage. Gaming, dude. And then we have a crossbow as well. Which we'll probably give to Karlak. Because this bow is based on your strength modifier.
Eager for battle.
And Lizelle's strength is 17, so it's a +3. It's pretty good. Big bonus damage. Not to mention the bow she replaced maxed out at 7. This does 3 to 10, plus her strength modifier is probably 3 to 13. It's huge. Or 6 to 13. God, that's crazy.
Have a lot on my mind.
Big upgrades.
And, well, in it.
And then I can give Scale Mail with the 1 less slashing damage also to Lizelle. She looks kind of funky, but, you know, she's stronger. Okay, I had to Cracklin' build. Wow. This game has some good gear built around lightning charges. It does seem that way, yeah. Look at them, chat. They're starting to look like a legit party now. An iron key. Don't know what it's for. Might become encumbered again momentarily. Prackle's getting stuck in boxes, and it's a little annoying.
Moving ahead.
Okay, look at all this. Scroll of mirror image, magic missile, arrows, a pipe. I'm sure a dwarf would love a pipe. Are you... Prackle? What are you doing in there, buddy? What are you doing? Why are you hiding in little niches? I regret that I couldn't save you, Ollie, but if I could have saved you, I would have probably killed you shortly afterwards. Nothing personal. And Beller, you were on the wrong team. Rugen, you were a thief, a criminal, and most of all, a coward, begging for your life until the very end. Truly embarrassing. Thanks for your money. Oscar, I don't know if you probably didn't deserve to die, but you were in the wrong place at the wrong time. The table is huge. What the hell was that? Rip Oscar. Okay, so we have more trash. Tons of trash. And I right-clicked the wrong thing. Hold on. Inventory management is a pain, but I've never regretted doing it once. Okay. We don't need to have 10 alchemist fires on our person, do we? 16 total. Okay. I guess I can just send some wares over to Shadowheart. There we go. All right. Is that it? That was a little bit of chaos. It felt good. There was no saving any of them. They were all carrying alchemist fire, the explosive barrel warehouse. Shh. You're right, though. Like they were just asking for trouble. Okay, where the heck are we? Did we loot anything up here? There really wasn't anything to loot up here, was there? Well, maybe over there. We'll go over there in a minute. Everything is so vast in this game.
What's that?
There's always something to find. Ooh, bronze necklace, a ring? Well, if we ever get out of here, we're gonna be rich. Is that a proximity explosive? Who the hell is Jark? And it is Beth. It's like a crag and ooh, you can shoot that down and take them out. I'm assuming this is another guy.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
There's no reason to have a conversation with him if he's just another Centaurim guy. Leave that be. Oh, he took that really well and didn't die. Whoever did this might still be here. I honestly thought he was gonna explode. Gotta be more evidence. Who the hell did this, dude?
Time to meet your maker.
I don't know if we'll meet the maker of the proximity bombs, but I understand the sentiment.
Have to keep pushing.
He just healed himself. Wow. Jarg is so talented, dude. This place is... Oh, there's more dudes.
All right. What now?
Meanwhile, nearby, Ignis! All right, let's go over here and see what the hell's happening. Yep. That's what I thought. What's a lowly barbarian who doesn't want to cross over proximity explosives to do? I also forgot to get Scratch. Remind me when it's safe to get Scratch. Yeah, I can't get to anybody. Minus 15 HP. Woo! I'm assuming they're all ranged, maybe? I'm gonna get like here.
You've messed up. You won't live to regret it.
Okay. You're good, dude.
Finding my way.
I believe in you, Will. Armor of Agathis will protect you. Ooh, Misty Step actually could be solid. Oh, it's a bonus action, but it could still be solid. I say Will just Misty Steps behind this nerd. Hello. Oh, I should have blessed him first, and I forgot. Might be able to do it from over here. What is... Oh, I gave her a bow, so she's got like all these extra attacks and stuff now. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, she can just shoot ranged attacks. She's not very good at it, but she can do it. All right, blessing. Can actually reach Will. Excellent. Bless self and bless Lizelle. I don't need it. She's too far away though. Okay, so bless Prackle. Turn the volume down.
Who favors the fearless?
Will, I think you know what to do. Obviously attack, but maybe next turn. Hit him with the old push. Spicy. All these poison arrow nerds. Jump over the fire. Let's try and take... What are all these? Okay, so we have ranged attack. We have hamstring, reducing movement speed. We have brace, spend 6 meters of movement to roll damage twice and use the highest result of the damage. And a pushing attack, push your target back 4.5 meters. On miss, does not spend superiority die. Are we supposed to have this ability? I don't have a superiority die. Maybe it's just part of the bow. It's kind of cool though. I can also just go ahead and use the bow. Brace with it. 65% chance to hit that nerd. Why are these guys circled yellow? Are they not hostile yet? Have they not entered combat yet? It's only this guy? Huge damage. He's still not dead though.
We very tougher than you. Come on.
It's Ethel! I hear her! Why are they not hostile yet? That's weird, right? Is it because they can't figure out how to get to me? Because these are in the way? Maybe? Smart AI wants you to run through the traps. That's how it feels, yeah. Like, I want to go over there, but we have pretty decent range right now. I'm just gonna stay put. You hit me from point blank range? Come on, dude.
Got to focus.
Okay. A ranged attack is way better than Firebolt. Just right now. Temporarily. Nice. Get that guy. What about Blessing, though?
Action.
I don't want to lose Blessing. Okay, Shadowheart. Thank you.
Assume nothing.
Lizelle. That didn't do as much damage as I wanted it to. Will, you start moving over here. Climb up the rock. Poisoned until long rest? Oh, damn. Hold on. I didn't realize it was like that. I can fix that. That's awful. We have antidotes. Neutralizes the effects of all poison. Boom. No, don't go back down! People arrive, people leave.
My faith protects me.
What to do?
Chat, what's happening?
Seems things keep getting broken around here. You're about to get the blame.
Were these people not hostile? Try to talk your way out of it. Who's rolling right now? Now that I'm all warmed up, should I break you next?
You may have talked your way out of this one, but there will be no repeat performance.
Sorry?
Oh no. I hate wolves.
Oh, I forgot that.
I didn't realize you were frightened of wolves, Shadowheart.
Oh dear.
Everyone's frightened of something. My fear's hardly irrational.
Where's
when you
Will?
see the fangs on those things.
Oh, he's right there.
I suppose you've noticed I'm not terribly fond of wolves. They're ravenous predators with fangs like daggers. It's hardly an irrational fear to harbor. You've been decent to me so far. Maybe if you can, don't make me face any more of them. At least, not alone.
Wolves, huh? What is this cool armor? It's called not being a baby and picking ability points for your level 4 feat and getting your cleric into heavy armor specialties so that you can put badass heavy cleric armor on for higher armor class. So they have a proficiency in heavy armor. Damn, that's a long name. Yep. Clerics usually have to say a bunch of words to get their point across. Pretty cool, though. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'll try to avoid wolves in the future where possible. Everyone's got their own fears. I won't judge yours. We can scarcely afford to show weakness right now. I hope this won't be a problem. Wolves, though, really? They're just dogs with no table manners. I just respect her. Imagine respecting a character and then trying to romance them, okay? Because you're going to be like, oh, Shadowheart, I love you for who you are. Please, be with me forever. Forget about the time that I made you change your entire personality and your class. I thought it was stupid and terrible and suboptimal. You were in the wrong domain, so I changed you. Now, please. All right, Gale. Should I call you Gale? Because that's what you're acting like. Respecking all of your companions is fail RP. Also, Praco would never say two. I just wanted to see what chat would pick. You think Prackle the Barbarian would say, everyone has their own fears. He would say either 3 or 4, and since more of you put 4, I'll pick 4. Wolves, though, really? They're just dogs with no table manners.
You can tell that to the next one we cross paths with, then. Provided it doesn't tear your throat out first.
I would literally never let that happen.
Wits and blades, always sharp.
I'm confused. Did I just murder this guy for no... Did I just murder Jarg for no reason?
Your actions have consequences. In this case, a violent confrontation.
Okay, hold on. No. Okay, that's what did it? I thought they were mad about, the other thing. I'm going back. I want to see if they have dialogue, because I have never talked to them before. That's a stupid thing to get mad about. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Still alive. So that's progress.
Like, if I disarm it, is it the same thing? It's really high difficulty class. Not for Prackle, master of disarming traps. Yeah, they don't care about that. They just care about you shooting it. This is weird. It's the same effect. There's a button over there, too. Mysterious button.
Nothing to see here. Move along.
The dark smells wrong. Not night dark. Wheaten dark.
One day I'll catch a break.
Around and around again. Master gets confused, I think.
What is happening here? You guys don't look like Zinterim, but you also don't look like good.
What's up for discussion?
Wouldn't linger down here if I were you. See all that smoke powder? The flaming fist won't find nothing here but rubble.
So you're anti-flaming fist.
Careful. No stone scent. No stone sound. Strange stone here.
She has to do a check at every wolf? Chat, I didn't know you could even talk to these guys.
Run! Rogan's friends, set off the traps!
Okay, so wait, you're friends of Rugen? Then you chose poorly. I wonder if it's because you took the quest to return the order. It might be because I killed Rugen. Either way, yeah, these are clearly bad people. They're trying to murder all the Flaming Fists. They're down here in the Zinterim basement. It's literally called Zinterim basement. They know Rugen. I think it would be unwise of me to leave them alive. I apologize to the doggos who are fighting for the wrong team. Rage! I get wild magic flowers like every time. I thought wild magic was gonna be cool, but I just get the slow flowers. Wah. Lightning charges. Good dodge. This is about to get interesting. Have we short rested yet? I don't think we have. Let's try to knock this guy off balance. Didn't knock him off balance. I think we're just gonna chill here. Get shocked. Yeah, get shocked. I forgot what shock does. Cannot take reactions and has disadvantage on ability checks and saving throws that use dex. Prackle does not have a history of liking any animal that isn't named Scratch in this playthrough, so this is pretty canonical anyways.
Need to act fast.
Okay, are we doing a bless for this? I think so. I don't want to assume that it's going to be like a super easy fight, so... Bless self. Bless will. And Lizelle. Okay, we can do nothing else really. I'm just gonna go chill over here. While Will has now an 80% chance to land a hit. We might short rest after this. I'm gonna go ahead and just go... Oh, he's only got 14 HP. And I can only do 9 damage. Pommel strike then, I don't know. That won't be enough. Okay. That's all you got? It's gonna take more than that to take Prackle down. I got advantage on all these nerds? Oh, did I pick Reckless Attack? Never mind. Still got a advantage on you. because they used reckless attack. Oh, nice. We should take out the weenies first. I can't. Okay. Then I'll go reckless also. Good stab. Critical miss, so embarrassing. Get that guy. And then we have polearm clouts because she is a spear expert. And we crit missed that one. That's okay. When to action surge? Probably not yet. That squirrel came right at him, to be fair. That squirrel did come right at me. Will.
Let's end this.
Bro. 60% chance to do 1 to 10 damage, or 60% chance to do way more. That did the minimum amount. We're struggling a little bit right now. Come on, Prackle. One down. Wait. Yeet. Why didn't I think of that sooner? I will catch your arrow and make it only do 2 damage to me. God, I love those gloves. Kicking ass.
Make way.
All right, let's action surge so we get a bonus action. Come on, Lizelle. You gotta do something about that. Dark One's Blessing. I forgot about Dark One's Blessing. Am I using Armor of Agathis with Will on top of Dark One's Blessing? Why do those two conflict? It's very awkward. I hate that Dark One's Blessing... You should have an option whether you want Dark One's Blessing to delete your temporary hit points from Armor of Agathis. Because if you lose the temporary hit points from Armor of Agathis, you lose Armor of Agathis, which is a little obnoxious.
Finding my way.
I'm ready.
All right, cool little pew pew. Switch back to melee weapons so you get opportunity attacks. Dark One's Blessing can be toggled off in passives. Can it really? That's kind of good to know. Did not know that.
That's curious.
What? What did you see something? Sorry, dog. That was very rude.
I am fury. I am death.
So what was very curious? Also, where's the other... Oh, she's over there.
Swift and lethal.
Giving Lizelle an actual good bow is kind of an amazing change. We gotta jump over the slow field. Eldritch Blast.
Need to stay focused.
Shoving in this game will never get old, for sure. Can't reach. Nice crit for 3 damage, I guess. What you doing over there? What, did you just throw a weapon at me? Also, I happen to notice you have chosen a strategically disadvantageous position for yourself. How the hell are you still alive?
Still breathing.
God, the environmental design is so good. How many different toys there are to play with.
At least things have stayed interesting.
Things have stayed interesting. You're right about that, Prackle. All right, those guys... we're on the wrong team. They've got Zinterim crates that they're guarding. We just knocked out the dogs. Yeah, they just got KO'd.
What I wouldn't give for a good rest about now.
Another mechanical key. Alchemist fire. Probably not worth taking the armor. Definitely worth the long swords.
That's curious.
What are you seeing in... Oh, a burrow hole. Well, the key will help us into the treasure.
What's inside?
Did the patches help any of your problems with your Warlock playthrough? Did I have problems with the Warlock playthrough? But there was the huge patch was today, which we're playing with now, and it's been going well, other than getting stuck inside some barrels sometimes, but I haven't gotten to play. By the way, Fronald, did you give 5 subs an hour ago? When did that happen? Welcome, Bubba Zanetti, Diefire. Hello, I'm Tom. Breakfast for everyone. And Hook, enjoy your gift subs. 2 first-monthers in there and 2 10-monthers as well. Much appreciated. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and VOD watching if you got one. Someone wasn't going back to the place to turn in the quest. Oh, I already moved past that. And it ended up working out. Basically, I just didn't talk to that person.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
And instead just talked to the one person I could talk to, and then the other character ended up showing up. So I couldn't, what I was hoping was the character I couldn't talk to was going to help me with the big event, but they just kind of showed up afterward. So, whatever. It ended up working out.
Empty.
So my game did not bug out. That's the main thing. All right, let's try and disarm these traps. Everybody might want to stand back. Because I want all the loot for Prackle. I need to put the necklace on that has Cantrip of Guidance for when we don't have Shadowheart. I would have gotten both of those anyway. Okay. Locked and locked. There might be a key around here. I don't think I checked the local leader. Chad, I have a question. Does lockpicking seem too easy? And if so, is that a Baldur's Gate issue or is that a Dungeons and Dragons issue? Ooh, oil of sharpness, fire resist oil, some poisons. See, this is what I mean. 3 thieves' tools. In a way, both. I guess in a way, both. Yeah, because I feel like I have so many thieves' tools all the time that I don't even need anyone dedicated to lockpicking. There's also a chest over there, but I think I looted that. How does lockpicking in regular 5e work? In 5e, you likely need a tool proficiency. In this game, it's set up you don't have to use Astarion if you don't want to. Yeah, that's kind of interesting, because a lot of RPGs intentionally put a lot of loot behind things for people with sticky fingers. As in, like, you can't get that because you chose not to spec in it, and that's just one of the perks of getting higher lockpicking skills. Otherwise, a rogue would feel necessary all the time. Sure, but that's only a problem because you can switch characters at any time. That wouldn't really be a problem if Like, I don't know. I think I would just encourage... Most RPGs, I feel like it just encourages replayability. If you just didn't pick to build a character that could open those things. Chat, what happened to the person's body who I exploded over here? Like, I know it exploded, but where? Can anyone find a clip of the killing of the final enemy? Because I bet that person has some keys on them. In tabletop, it's really a pain to design a bunch of stuff that's just for the rogue. It becomes a minigame just for one character while everyone else just stands around. Yeah, but like, if you're a good DM, you're probably making... Not that I would know anything about that, but I would imagine you're doing something for each of your players to make them feel like their class and their proficiencies mattered. And you're probably taking into account the characters in your game when you're designing each scenario, so that each person has relevance. So I don't know if I agree with that. It's just a waste of time for one character when, in theory, you don't want every character to feel homogenous and identical to one another. And unneeded. You want to have everyone feel like special.
Can't keep me out.
Oof, DC 20? Okay, now we might need some thieves' tools. You can say that again. Burn some thieves' tools. I got 27, baby. We'll need more than that. Chat, I'm gonna ruin lockpicking and skill checks for you right now. I apologize in advance. It was ruined for me because of my own observations. Does it drive anyone else insane that you can hear whether you have succeeded or failed before you can see if you have succeeded or failed? There is a different noise that plays if you were successful than if you failed, and it happens before the numbers tally. Listen again. I'll tell you when it happens. You might have to hear it a couple times. Success. It went ding. And if it fails, it goes. If you succeed, it goes ding. But I like the suspense of only waiting for the numbers to tally to see if I get that, like, guidance 1 or that guidance 4. You didn't have to ruin lockpicks. The devs can still fix it. Maybe there'll be a mod. I would like a mod that changes that noise. Takes the noise out. That's all I want.
Cursed to put my hands on everything.
True. True. We didn't even finish looting the other place. Ooh, clothes. Cool clothes. Maybe we can look like a fancy paladin in our nightwear. An oil lamp?
An ordinary lamp. Not a trace of magic on it.
Not a magic lamp, sadly. Disorders of the nerves and mind, a treatise. There came to me a woman, whom I shall henceforth call R, greatly distraught at the unusual tempers of her husband, whom I shall call B. 3 months prior, he'd suffered night sweats, crying out from sleep that he bore the mark of chaos. 2 months prior, he'd taken to calling himself by the name Saravok. 1 month ago, he'd speak of little else but the throne for which he is destined.
I attended to be at the couple's farmhouse. He sat calmly at the table, an unknown book clutched to his chest. I detected no curse nor loathsome spirit upon him, nor the presence of magic. Yet, upon shining the light of candle flame upon him, he raised the book high and exclaimed, "The deaths they bring shall awaken the Father, and through them he will rise." I snatched the book from his hand and flung it into the hearth, where it burned not in red or yellow flame, but pure black. It left but a single scrap, reading, "He foresaw his coming death, and seeded his essence across the land." B shivered inside as if waking from a nightmare. He had no memory of the book, nor the words he had spoken. Diagnosis, unspecific neurotic enthrallment. Treatment, herbal tincture of garlic and drace, sipped thrice daily until the exhaustion lifts. Weird. Gold. Notes from a soothsayer. Each chapter of this book details a unique case study in the soothsayer Geraldine Haverlow's illustrious career. Its 23rd chapter is conspicuously dog-eared. Chapter 23, The Frightened Noble and the Ochre Omen. Hereunder I have transcribed a conversation between myself and a young nobleman of my lifelong acquaintance. Typically, he came to me for guidance in matters of love and fortune, but his visit to me on one particular occasion stands out particularly in my mind. Himself, "Madam, please, what I say to you is true." Myself, "Perhaps you'd be so kind as to repeat it for the record." Himself, "The fellow I met was ochre of skin, with ears like an elf, and the nose of a half-rotted corpse. Markings like those on a fawn's hide decorated his skin." I see. And what did he say as he approached you in the, what was it, misted glen upon your lands? The fellow, the creature, the man came to me slowly, a blade in his right hand. I was transfixed, as though stricken stiff by some magic. He held the sword below my chin and asked me something I could not understand. I can see it now, the blade silver as the moon in a lake, beneath my chin. Calm yourself, sir, you are quite safe. You say you could not understand what the fellow said? At first, no. No, at first I knew not what tongue he spoke, but he seemed to glean my confusion and tried in common instead, and he said, "Tell me now, which plane is this?" It was then I lost grasp of the ghost and fainted directly to the ground. And then? And then, when I woke, I know not how much later, he was gone, and I flew to you. I understand, child. Be not frightened, for you have been visited by a most auspicious omen. Your crops will yield twice their wealth this year. Himself, "Truly, but who was he?" Myself, "He was a figment of your inner demon, a messenger from your deepest intuition, and he came to inform you of your impending luck, and I tell you, it was so." He must have replied to that chat message for 7 years of good luck. That's the only thing I can come up with, why he would see some ghost like that. What's in this special chest? Super gloves! Abyss Beckoners. Demon Spirit Aura. The wearer's summoned creature has resistance to all damage except psychic, except at the start of the summoned creature's turn, it must succeed a wisdom saving throw or be driven mad. Huh. That doesn't seem great. More madness gloves. But they're pink. That's the first pink item we found in the entire game. Very rare, so they must be good, of course. When it comes to puzzle design as a DM, there's a common trope called the rule of 3, meaning you give your players 3 ways to solve the problem. Using IRL wits based on the clues, using high rolls on various checks, and letting the characters use brute force one way or another. That way, no matter your party's strengths, they eventually can't fail, because no one wants to sit around forever getting bored. Good strategy beyond just having lockpick be the only solution. False. Put them in front of a strong wrought iron gate at level 1, and if they can't lockpick it, then it's over and they have to make new characters. And maybe this time someone will make a rogue. Slightly tarnished and opened with a mere flick of the thumb. Brass locket. A painting of a smiling maiden. Yoink. Though her dress denotes humble origins, this young woman's gaze is steady and unabashed. Even unfinished, the portrait speaks of awe and affection in every brushstroke. A gold ring.
And a guide to the outer city, which we will take for later.
It looks so small from here.
Oh no, another mirror. Should I smash it?
Still me, even after everything.
Okay, we never actually looted this. When do all of Vitalix's solutions involve creating new characters? It's a great question. Okay, I will lockpick this. Did you hear it? Click. Again. Okay, and let's just do both of them at the same time, shall we? It did it. It's the sound right before it starts adding up. Right now. Ding. Woo! Big gold. 300 gold and a bloodstone. Oh my god. Another 250 and infernal iron. Hell yeah. Okay, this big time loot. Now where am I? There's still a little bit over here that we didn't explore, but we'll come back to that in a minute. I hear the fail, but not the ding. It's very subtle. But it's there. It's on the map? Oh,
an illusion.
There's area on the map.
I wonder.
Map spoilers. Why are we stuck in the wall? Where am I going? Bye, camera. Let me in.
Looking ahead.
There we go. I don't know what that was. Bye. Elevator winch. Use the mechanical key to unlock the elevator winch. I've never been here. When I found this, the elevator didn't work. Oh shit.
Careful, Lae'zel. It's dark around here.
The
Would be a
Underdark.
terrible
A foolish
shame to
place
lose
to
you
hide
forever.
contraband.
Yes.
Even for a
Do
Zent.
keep your wits, Shadowheart. Should a dagger suddenly slice your neck, we may never know who's to blame.
We're home. We're in the Underdark. Oh my god, it's so big. Look at it, chat. Look at it. I honestly thought that elevator was gonna go up. And then it went down. Okay. What if I ignored all of this for a moment? When the side quest is bigger than some main game quests. There's just so much to loot here. Why is there an earthquake?
God, what's happening?
Monkas.
The air is thick with spores. They must thrive in the dark.
Thick with spores. Oh no. Are we gonna breathe in the spores? Man, how much good stuff is in... Oh my... It's like... Everything's got loot in it. Okay, not these ones.
Every moment a new danger.
I may have underestimated this Faerun.
You don't know the half of it. With a bit of luck, we'll meet a beholder.
Monkas. Will, why would you say that? Literally, why would you say that?
More are coming.
That voice. What was that?
They're coming. They're coming.
Is that you, Wild Magic Jesus? Tell me I'm not imagining that voice. Still your mind to this unusual voice. I think Praco would try and hear it. He probably gives more leeway to... Have you been on your other characters? No. That's probably the next thing I'm doing, actually, is going to the Underdark. I've never actually been here. I have found a different way to the Underdark. And now that we're here in the Underdark, and we've done the other content, I can spoil you guys on something. It's not a spoiler for the future, it's a spoiler on the past. Because we're already in the Underdark now. And it involves... This isn't the only way this can happen. But, my cousin was playing and said that he fought the Spider Matriarch under the, Blighted Village, which we did a few streams ago. So we've already had that fight. And he said that, he yeeted / dropped the Spider Matriarch down the pit and wanted to loot it. So naturally, use a Featherfall scroll, jump down there after it to loot it. Oops, you're in the Underdark now. Good luck. Like, you apparently just like go all the way straight down and then just hit the Underdark. The game is insane how many different ways people go about the content. I'm sure there's other places above ground that you could Featherfall jump down and get to the Underdark. But you're stuck there because of like level 4, level 5 entities probably. Or higher, for all I know. I don't want spoilers on that, because I haven't explored this at all. But, yeah, it's just good level design. I'm curious where you fall. If you end up in a place that's like 1-to-1 above ground. So either way, not spoilers for anything we haven't already done. We're in the Underdark. You know the Underdark's here, and we did the Spider Matriarch. So I thought that was just a cool story where I was like, damn, this game is insane. Still your mind to this unusual voice.
Control your thoughts. It seems I'm not the only one listening.
They're coming. You're coming.
Monkas. Okay, let's start in this dead end. Wizard's Bane oil. Coat your weapon in oil. Its targets receive a -3 penalty to spell attack rolls and spell save DC, and disadvantage on saving throws for maintaining concentration for 2 turns. Get those wizards. Necklaces, copper bands, all this Zent cargo. Thieves tool, more thieves tools. Excuse me. Don't even want to know. Don't even want to know. Chasm Creeper. Okay. Oh, dude, you could make Elixir of the Colossus with these? That's pretty sweet. Oil of
diminution. You lose damage, but you can give enemies disadvantage on strength checks and saves and lower their melee. It's very specific. I don't like lowering your damage at a chance of making them worse. Malice, rare potion, tossed into an enemy's eyes. So they've got a bunch of resources. I'm assuming some of these alchemical ingredients are found in the Underdark, and that's why they've got their operations set up down here. They're getting like rare materials and alchemical pieces and then trading them. Is Prackle reselling stolen goods? Maybe. What a roll. Max roll guidance? Hell yeah. Okay, there was nothing good in there. Just some weapons. And I am now encumbered. Encumbered with food. Oh, there's Chasm Creeper. What's one more voice in your head? True. Dude, my inventory is kind of ridiculous. And disorganized. Okay, send those to Shadowheart for safekeeping. Can't be stopped. I have 28 thieves tools. There's just such an insane number of them. It's a small obstacle. I do have decent dexterity though, but like, I'm just saying, the reason why I think it's a little too easy is because if you did decide to, like, there's 3 more. If you did decide to make a proficiency in sleight of hand, I guess it helps you pick pockets too and disarm traps. Okay, so it's not just picking locks, but sleight of hand proficiency / expertise, you can kind of just brute force your way through everything, I'd say. Man, yeah, they got some rare stuff. Loth's Candle again. We can make another potion or elixir of Beeg. Also notice it's the only thing that has other options for rerolls rather than just inspiration. I honestly wouldn't mind a system. They could keep everything the way it is, but just lower the amount of thieves tools you find and make it where like three failed picks jams the lock to make it interesting. Sure, people would save scum. Some people would save scum. I think trap disarm kits are much rarer. That much is true. But you just have to be a gamer god. I just break the chest door. Yes, but I've never had to do that the entire game. So I'm saying it feels weird to never need as a strongman barbarian. Like, I'm a strongman barbarian who's able to pick locks easily. I haven't needed to do that ever. Because if I fail every so often, I got 31 more. But he's smart now. That's true, but it's dexterity, not intelligence. I think if there were, chat, is there ever going to be a 5F? Is there going to be a Dungeons & Dragons 5F? I mean, apparently it's different in Baldur's Gate. But it's a, in Dungeons & Dragons in general, it'd be cool if there were some things that took multi-skills. Like, if lockpicking took both dexterity and intelligence. 5e, you need proficiency, but they aren't consumable. Yeah, I imagine doing, like, tabletop lockpicking is just hard.
to make it make sense. .5 is supposed to be coming. Interesting. Ooh, free scrolls of false life for temporary hit points. Lots of wine. They were set down here for a while. We're set for a while now. .5e means 5th edition, by the way. No, I'm sorry. Chat, don't tell them about 5A, 5B, 5C, 5D. Okay? They don't know how many patches the average Dungeons and Dragons goes through. You only do round numbers when you're at like a full version of the game. That's just the E patch. Smoke powder bomb. Acid vials. These guys are stacked. All sorts of oils. I kind of like just want to go back up the elevator right now. I don't want to mess with all this at the moment. I'm going back up the elevator where it's less spooky and where it's safe. Too spoopy. There could be some cool stuff down here for all I know. Or just more traps. Like why is this here? How can you guys actually make that jump, number one? Number two, why is this here? How big is the game in terms of file size? Very. -4 HP. Oh, never mind. We're good. I feel like there's a secret there. Chat says 110 gigs. Which sounds probably correct. I don't think we looted this. 137 gigs on my machine. Somewhere above 100. It's for sure above 100. Steam says 150. I hear 150. Going once. Going twice. Sold to the chatter who said the higher number. Do I hear 160? Wait, that's not how you do an auction. Imagine not having an M2 SSD. I have them now. I have those M.2s, those M.2s, those M2s. I have those now. Okay, we did everything here minus the entire ass Underdark, which is not on my to-do list at the moment. I mean, it's on the to-do list, but, you know. I gotta go give the dowry ring back. We joined the Zhentarim! Uh-oh. Yeah, I'm not sure that the game intended for this outcome. I don't know if it accounted for a double cross of joining the Zhentarim. But, you know, whatever it thinks is fine. We joined and then immediately left. Technically. Now that everybody's dead, I'm really curious if I broke anything in the future. We'll see. I honestly think that the devs probably should have foreseen this, where you just go for a scorched earth double cross there, but whatever. It's fine. We're the last surviving Zhentarim. Give me one sec. Okay. Xeris needs us to bring the shipment to Baldur's Gate. Xeris is dead, so they didn't. Great thing. I killed Xeris. Maybe... yeah, maybe we'll find Xeris when we find Astarion. Alright, I think I looted all this, so let's get out of here. I gotta pull the lever, though, because I gotta know what it does. What does it do?
I wonder what that did.
Probably arms all the traps. I would assume it arms and disarms all the traps based on the locking the door. Quest completed, so it ended that line? Maybe. We'll see. In which case, so be it. Oh yeah, I honestly forgot there was an ancient sigil here. Oops. Hi. I'm back, and I've got some really bad news for the guy upstairs. He doesn't know.
Said you could pass, didn't I?
You see, I'm a paladin, and you're working for the bad guys. I missed. Did I miss twice? An enemy has moved into reach. I don't think that's how that reaction is supposed to work. I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to be able to use that on your turn. It's supposed to be on their turn, where you get a reaction attack for being a spearmaster. Very odd. What? I don't know what the hell just happened. Lae'zel used Polearm Master opportunity attack as a reaction to Salazan's action, so Salazan used a main hand attack? It asked me if I wanted to use a polearm response. The enemy attacked, and I wasn't supposed to get that prompt in the first place because it's supposed to be on an enemy turn altogether. That was just messed up top to bottom. Nothing about that was correct. I wish I could send that to the devs as a bug. It's not your turn anymore. Interesting that you say that. How am I doing this? The DM is drunk again.
Blood comes easy these days. No holding back.
Gotta bully this guy a little bit.
Concentrate.
You missed while they're dazed. Okay. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. I forgot that I made Will into a Mage Slayer, because it hasn't come up yet. Attack an enemy as a reaction if they cast a spell near you. It's kind of badass, though.
All's well that ends.
Had to close the loose end.
Oh, not as bad as it could have.
Trying to murk this guy so dirty and failing so hard.
Sharp as ever.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Why doesn't... Oh yeah, Will normally doesn't have any armor, but doesn't really have anything else going for him either. I had picked Mage Slayer. You can use a reaction to make an attack against an enemy after cast a spell within 1.5 meters. Isn't there another benefit to that perk? I forgot what the other benefit was.
One move ahead.
I'm cleaning up these streets. Getting rid of the Zentarim. You know? They got arms deals. They're hiking up prices for alchemical ingredients, causing people to not be able to afford their medications. They're hauling strange boxes in the cartel. I think casters have disadvantage on concentration checks when he attacks them. Is there anywhere I can read that information, though? Yo, the fire went out here. Interesting. Okay, well, other than the fire that I'm standing in, of course.
Let's have a look.
I have some fantastic news. I did a great Paladin thing, and I found the dowry. And it's all yours. Sorry about your beloved. I found the dowry here. I found this chest. I think it's yours. That dowry, I'm keeping it. Hold on. What is it? What chest? The dowry was in a chest, but I didn't pick up the chest. Oh, maybe if you choose not to open it? I found the dowry. Here.
I know this doesn't change anything, but it helps. Thank you. I need some time alone with her. To say goodbye.
Maybe if you can't... I don't know, was the chest lockpicked? Did I have to lockpick it? Rescue the trapped man? Complete.
I won't forget what you did for me. For her. Thank you.
Camera angles. We did it! We helped someone!
This plane and beyond. Teachers care when we would be reckless. Teachers certain.
Good job, chat.
So it is spoken, and so is it done.
This is the last person still sitting here. I can't believe we found the whole ass Underdark down there. That's what I mean, though. It's just like, oh, let's go see what's up here. Okay, there's a fire. There's like a rescue. There's like a this is a whole thing for like a few hours, and then it's like, oh, there's a guy, and if you happen to save him, you have a little quest line there. Probably like I missed it. I didn't know that was something. The whole cow situation, like everything that happened here happened completely differently for me. So this is all new. And then you have the entire Zentarim Underdark area, which is vast. There's like 2 fights there with the Zentarim, then whatever the hell is waiting for you in the Underdark. My game has been open too long. All right, let's do a short rest.
Freshened up and ready to fight.
Yes, freshened up and ready to fight. What is up here? Balsam. I guess. Why is Lizelle blinded? Fire and smoke impede the creature's sight. Lizelle, is there a smoke spirit following you? Also, that part about Will disabling the Dark One's blessing. Where do you see that? One person in chat said that. You went down one secret area only to have an even much larger secret area below that. Correct. Yeah. Game's crazy. Maybe it's not there because you used it? I don't know, dude.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Just checking everyone's reactions.
I wonder what the next move is.
Can't give up now. Never wanted the easy
The only reason I
path.
would want to turn it off is because if you have Armor of Agathis, which gives you bonus HP, Dark One's Blessing overrides and turns off Armor of Agathis just to give you less hit points, which is annoying.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Where are you seeing blood? He sees blood everywhere. He's a barbarian. He's like, blood. Is that blood? Yes, it's blood. Where the Risen Road?
A dragon rider. My kin and near.
Oh no, I'm afraid.
The size of that thing. Looks so much bigger when it's flying above you.
No.
I tangled with a dragon once. Never forgot it.
Chat, why is Lizelle...
It would be too much to hope that's nothing to do with us, wouldn't it?
There's a dragon here. Prackle got afraid. He saw a dragon. I guess, you know what? He's from the underground. From the Underdark. I think being, like, seeing the big blue expanse of the sky, and there's a dragon flying up there would be intimidating to a Dwergar dwarf. Even a barbarian. So it's probably that. I need to get rid of this perma-blinded condition. It still says fire and smoke impedes the creature's sight. Seems like a bug.
Good time for a chat.
Not a good one.
Almost pleasant traveling with company. If you ignore all the...
Kind of seems like a nasty bug, actually.
Copper for your thoughts.
I have no idea.
Well met.
How do you find... But the way we find so many bugs is called playing Baldur's Gate.
What's on your mind?
You don't find the bugs in Baldur's Gate 3, they find you. It's a fantastic game, but it's got a lot of bugs. Restoration should remove it if it's actually bugged. I want you to tell me how to cast Restoration. Like, lesser Restoration?
I'm ready.
Or greater Restoration? Is that a level 2 spell? Okay, what if we ditch... Cure Wounds? I haven't used Cure Wounds the entire game.
No time for dallying.
Kinda sucks to lose a level 2 spell slot for this. Can save first. Okay, well, it did get rid of the problem, so good call. You might have a scroll for it? I might. Yeah, possible.
Let's
All right,
move.
either way, fixed. Good job. No longer perma-blinded.
Have to keep going.
The mountain pass. What's this?
Drop
Oh dear.
your weapons! I'll feed your innards to the ants before I do that, Istik. This is your last chance! No, look up. That was your last chance, Istik. Now burn!
A dragon!
Stop wasting time, Beretta. You're not here to play with the locals.
Of course, Kithrak. We merely sought to...
No excuses. Question, kill, then move on. Find the weapon. Our queen watches us. Fail her at your peril.
A red dragon. I envy its knight. Would that I rode such a steed. A crash must be near. Come, my kin await.
I look amazing. These Githyanki looks dangerous. Stay back. The dragon incinerated those soldiers. Surely this isn't safe. And we'll just pat the dragon on the head, I suppose. Let's go. Leave. Well, leave seems bad, but any of the other ones. It's a good thing we have Lizelle here for this also. A paragon of fashion and masculinity. Romance the dragon. Like, on the one hand, I don't think that Prackle is funny enough to say 3. But he's also not scared enough to say 1 or 2, and 4 is kind of boring. We'll just pat the dragon on the head, I suppose.
The dragons serve Githyanki. I'll see it does you no harm. Follow me. We are close to the cure we seek.
Oh, she's going.
Kithrak, we must speak.
I don't even know how I ended up over here, actually. All right, I can't leave her out hanging out to dry.
Let's see what this does.
Oh, am I encumbered? She gave me all of her stuff.
Risen road, closed due to inclement weather. Seek marked detour.
You can't just dump all your gear on me. Which stuff is yours? Dude, we are maxed. I'm just gonna waddle on in there and hopefully we can resolve this amicably. I'm just gonna RP walk down here. Dude, there's a dragon. Look at that dude.
Ryder, my time is short. Lead me to...
Shh. Such a familiar tone. Were I not merciful, I would slice the skin clean from your meat. Yet you are not bleeding. For I am nothing if not merciful. Your name, child.
Nod to Lizelle. Go ahead. I will be speaking on her behalf, Gith. On the one hand, I don't like the tone of I will be talking on her behalf because she is mine. I will speak to her. But also, Prackle will not be like sitting, he's not scared. Paladins do take charge. That's true. Paladins do take charge. And also, I want to see what'll happen. I will be speaking on her behalf, Gith.
Imbecile, stay back.
Shadowheart approves.
Now, child, your pet means to speak. Tell me, pet, why shouldn't I run you through this instant?
Barbarian intimidation. You'd sprain your wrist trying. Why do I have... I have disadvantage because I'm encumbered! What? Dude, they set me up to fail with this one. Can you swap characters? Unbelievable. She gave me all of her shit, then I'm encumbered. I could fix it if I could just use enlarge right now for this conversation. Because then I probably wouldn't be encumbered. I have disadvantage on everything. I kind of have to reload. Weak little dwarf. Yeah, I have to reload because I have disadvantage on all things. I am not allowed to use. That was cheesy. Thanks, Lizelle. You're standing there holding a cartoonishly tall stack of boxes. Okay, so what did she even give me that's so damn heavy? Oh, it's this. She gave me this backpack. Will is not holding anything. Will, hold this backpack. It's too heavy for Will. It's too heavy for Shadowheart. I guess go to camp. But it's got all of her stuff in it. If we have to fight, she needs her stuff.
Where am I needed?
A long way to go still.
No time to rest.
If I go to, I'm worried if I go to camp and come back, she's like gonna be gone. This is a pain in the ass. So let me see what's in. Well, I can't see what's in. I have to go back to camp to get it. You could send your gold. The gold is not heavy, is it? It's 3.1? Yeah, that weighs 3.1 reformed. It's not very heavy. This is 6. This is 1. This is 27 with all the vials. The food is the most. Alright, we're gonna see if going to camp and coming back screws this encounter.
Need to find a way forward.
Very awkward.
Anything of use?
Complete to get the Yankee Warrior. Yeah, okay. One more try. This time with feeling.
Lyrian! Why have you done this to me?
I think it's just a baseline level. I'm not certain that being encumbered should give you disadvantage to every single dialogue option. But okay, it's fine. Take the food. Back to camp. We're still encumbered. Take the potions bag. Back to camp. Well, I might need this stuff. Wait. Okay, out of her stuff, she has like... This backpack weighs 139. Which part of this weighs 139? Oh, the water barrels. Okay, hey, now we're talking. Now we're talking. Now we're good. Big ass water barrels in here. Okay, now quick save. And let's give this another try.
Queen's children prove so stubborn.
Ryder, my time is short. Lead me to...
Shh. Were I not merciful, yet you are not bleeding. Your name, child.
I will be speaking on her behalf, Gith.
Imbecile, stay back.
Now, child, your pet means to speak. Tell me, pet, why shouldn't I run you through this instant?
I think at this moment, Crackle is bursting at the seams to try fighting this big nerd. The barbarian inside of him is like, just give me a reason. Just give me a reason. You'd sprain your wrist trying. That's what inspirations are for, chat. I'm feeling super inspired today. I thought I woke up on the right side of the bed today. Didn't I? Crackle. Max roll. Ugh! I only have one more left. All in. All in. Come on! No! I literally just had to roll like a 40%. Oh no, Frackle. 4 failed attempts. Literally just had to roll like a minimum 15 on 4 rolls.
You are a waste of flesh. Perhaps the worms will have use for you. Beretha, rid us of this worm. I need to continue the hunt for the weapon.
At once. Attack her!
Do something, Will. Transform into a dragon. Jesus, slow down. Catch that missile. Gaping wounds. Oof. Oh my god, how many attacks do they get?
Victory awaits.
South Baratha, I could probably knock you into the ravine, but then I wouldn't be able to loot you, now would I? It's a big ass sword you got there.
Talk to me.
They're level 5 and level 6. Yeah, we're ill prepared.
Time to strike.
To be sure.
I wonder if this is worth
Also,
the cost.
Lizelle, can you just take back all of your stuff now, please? There's still a water barrel in here.
Victory awaits.
Okay, so. Gotta drink a potion. Plus 17. Lose gaping wounds, also. There's our stuff. Okay, so we can't do a bonus action this turn. These guys are gonna be tough. And then there's these dumb raiders also. Probably not gonna go well. I don't know who to focus down first. They are great weapon masters. All in, the damage is gonna be unbearable. Githyanki parry? Parry unarmed and weapon attacks to reduce their damage by 10. You must be wielding a great sword. They can react and parry to reduce incoming damage by 10. Good lord. Scratch would have turned tide. Our attacks deal extra psionic damage also.
My faith will protect me.
Oh yeah, we are super dead. Like, there's no hope. Like, what good would blessing do? I'll give it a try. I think we're just gonna get killed next turn. I feel like the only thing we can do is try and take out the weenies first.
Got to move.
Another fight. Let's
That's
go.
all I can come up with. And then we send Prackle in. Probably dead on to try and like tank these guys. I don't think he'll be able to do it very well, but and we're gonna go. Oh, we're gonna send Lizelle away from them. Okay, he is now blinded and easier to hit. So we're gonna just front load our turns with Action Surge. And we just need to try and eliminate somebody as fast as possible.
Can't even catch my breath.
Okay, can't really push him very far, can we? Yay, let's give him a little something to think about. Surround yourself and nearby allies with multicolored lights, giving people near you +1 within 3 meters, +1 armor class. I don't think +1 armor class is gonna be enough. I gotta do damage to maintain rage. Or, no, you just have to attack. But I want to also grow large. But if I grow large and they don't do damage to me, then I will just lose Barbarian Rage. Reckless attack it is. Alright, now get wrecked. That's so much damage. Oh my god, that's so much damage. Oh my lord, I'm already dead! One turn KO! Oh my god! Literal full health while raging, 1 turn KO. Get bonked. That's the level 6, Warrior of the One Sky. Level 4 is not great. Listen, chat, I thought 4 rolls was gonna be enough intimidation. It was not. Now...
This is my time.
Now we pay for our mistakes. This is not even gonna be a save scum. This is just called getting your shit kicked in. It's very different. I tried to put my money where my mouth was. And, I understand now that I was not ready. At all. Somehow it only gets worse. I don't know how it only gets worse. Everything's a crit with hold person, isn't it? Within 3 meters? Just an automatic crit, I think. I'm just at this point I'm just watching to see how ridiculous it gets. Oh yeah, I mean, it's literally just her. Will's dead? No, he's just knocked down. Good God, man.
You are not allowed to die. Take your...
What? Did Arrow of Ilmater stop getting healed? Wow. Arrow of Ilmater makes you unable to regain hit points and therefore unable to stand up. That's a hell of an interaction for the player character. So you physically can't help them back up. Huh. Again! Oh, the metal shocking grasp. Oof. Game over. GG. Well played to my opponents there, who are just better than me in every sense of the word. I'm not even salty about that. GG. That's how the whole story ends. Just kidding. That is actually the only... Is that the... No, that's not the only squad wipe. We did squad wipe against the Gnolls. Once. This is only the second one. This feels like the characters are too underpowered? Oh yeah, for sure. We're not supposed to... First, two things. Number one, there's other ways to prevent that fight from happening in the first place. The reason we got that fight is because we talked instead of Lizelle, and also failed 4 intimidation checks in a row. So, that's a natural conclusion. I'm not mad in the slightest. However, I would do it again because I don't want to do fail RP and save scum just to win. So I think what I would probably do is just reload slightly before we even got to the bridge. The reason why I went to it is because I thought, since it is neighboring proximity-wise to, like we just went to the Zinterim cave, which is literally right next to it, and they were all like level 4. I just assumed this was like a level 4 zone. And then, unfortunately, just due to spacing issues on the map, there's level 6-ish, level 5, 6 content right on top of level 4 content, so I just assumed I was okay to be there and talk shit and get hit. I was not, so good to know. I think, like, it would be nice if Lizelle didn't just abandon you. The only complaint I have is that if you get too close, Lizelle leaves your party and goes to talk to them, so you have to do it. Whereas otherwise, I could have a second to move the camera over and be like, oh, those are level 5, level 6. I shouldn't be here. To be fair, the warning is probably the dragon. Yeah, but you don't think they're going to be hostile to you initially. Like, it's just Githyanki's... Like, oh, Lizelle's Githyanki, and she's looking for the creche. Therefore, this is friendly. Oh my god, it's hostile. You know? So I would say just, like, kind of her leaving... Or not having... There's not really a way to back out unless you... fail. I would have to fail RP, basically. I think the missing context is that all Githyanki are hostile. I see that now, yeah. I see that now. The game doesn't level scale? Hell no, doesn't level scale. Not that I know of. Which is really nice. I don't think it should level scale. You can really feel a power progression as you play. Like once we hit level 5, how close are we to level 5? I don't want to reload to that. We want to reload to like... here? This is like 3 minutes prior. But it really doesn't feel grindy. Like, it doesn't feel grindy at all. If you just, like, explore and do content, you don't even have to do fights necessarily. Like, you get XP for passing other checks. Oh, this is when we were gonna cure the blindness. With Lesser Resto. I just think Cure Wounds is just meh. Like, if you think about it, you can just throw a potion, which is better than Cure Wounds. I guess you can upcast it, but me. Yeah, nothing really feels like a chore or a grind. Guiding Bolt's probably just better for level 1s right now. Because I have, like, Inflict Wounds as an option. And upcasting it is insane when we got a crit.
Never a dull moment. Best be on my way.
Do we have any stuff inside this chest that we need to sell, more specifically? No. My little book bag. Put some of this stuff. Most of this stuff's just, like, do we even need Dex or Constitution? Everyone that can wear a helmet is wearing a helmet, I'm pretty sure. Oh, that's the food bag. So heavy. We actually have 2 food bags. No, that's not what I'm trying to do. There we go. All right. All together. Boom. Now all the food's in there. Hey, perfect. And while I'm thinking about it,
I crave blood.
Lizelle, send your water barrels to the camp. And your Githyanki plate. Might hold on to that for posterity, or we can just sell it. Prackle probably wouldn't care. He'd probably just sell it. Pick up and add to wares is a nice option. But yeah, we need to do some hardcore inventory organization. And or trade. Because this is a mess. Because we just got done looting all of the Zent goodies. We have like toxins and oils. And scrolls. And then arrows, which we can't even... I guess we can give those to Lizelle. Cool hat. Books. Go in the book bag. I don't think we read those two. We don't need 13 waters. Okay. It's getting better. Oh yeah, we have Infernal Iron. I don't remember what happened to the other Infernal Iron. I know it's somewhere. I was gonna wear this, maybe. So gentlemanly. I don't like how double click opens it when it's in your inventory, but if it's in here, it moves it to your inventory. Where are those shoes I just put in here? Tanner's Delight. You look very dapper, Crackle. Very dapper. Okay, I think we are now 100% organized. Just gotta like sell some stuff and get some stuff from companions. Much nicer.
Should mind my
And
step.
with that, chat, that's where we're gonna pick up next time. It's been about 8 hours. We're probably just not gonna go to the Githyanki area yet. And we can come back and try that again later when we've crested level 5, which we're quite close to. So I expect next stream we'll hit level 5. We just need 546 XP out of our level remaining. It's like 10%, 15% XP to level 5. Huge level. That's going to be a game changer by itself. It's a huge milestone. But I won't see you guys again until probably Monday. Probably Monday. But we had a good 4 days of Baldur's Gate. And I would love to try and see how far we can get before Starfield comes out. Probably, ooh, there's someone else up here too. We'll try and do a little bit of variety next week. It probably won't be all Baldur's Gate. But the story of Crackle will continue. My goal for this campaign, I would say, given that Starfield is around the corner and I'm probably going to go full sail into it, is I would like to finish Act 1. And Act 1 feels like a big, complete story. And then if we want to do more at a later time, we can. But at least then we'll have some closure on the stuff that we're doing, like, in this giant area that we've been in for the whole game. Because there's honestly not a lot left. We're basically the next thing on the to-do list. I mean, there is a lot left. You'll notice that there's only a few quest markers. Travel to the Goblins' camp and search for Halsin. We're pretty much at that point where the to-do list is the Goblin camp. So it's still a lot, but I think like realistically the Goblin camp and the Grove storyline probably has 1, maybe 2 at the most. Like 2 streams max. Why does Tea House have a marker on it? There's no quest there, is there? But yeah, I think 2 streams max until we're done with this area. And that's depending on how much Underdark stuff we want to do, I guess. But either way, GG, well played. Hope you guys had a fun stream. I had a nice Friday evening. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. I am going to leave you now, and I'm going to lead you onto a raid. We never get to raid EJ because he's never streaming this late. So we're going to go say, what up? EJ is online watching a NASA launch. NASA and SpaceX are launching the Crew 7 mission to the International Space Station. And they are going to be there for liftoff. So I need you guys to give a nice, strong raid, because EJ comes over here all the time. And we finally get an opportunity to raid him back. So I want to see you in the chat. Tell us a follow if you haven't already. And I'll see you guys over there. And we'll watch the launch together. Thanks for hanging out tonight, guys. I've really been enjoying Baldur's Gate 3. Hope you're enjoying your own campaigns as well. And I'll see you guys again on Monday, okay? Have a great rest of your weekend. We'll see you soon. Bye, everybody. Good night.